How much was secured and unsecured in when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find it. I'm gonna
Come on, Bob, boy, Gio. How doing?
You may be talking about the same document we looked at, and I have the highlighted language. It says here, well, let's just refer to the, it says Norris Lafitte had found a mathematical error which will be corrected to $3,544,897. Total loans.
The kittens are gone or dead, man.
Total loans to Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
According to another memo that came.
Okay, so as to this amount, how much was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo. I only have.
You do, Gino? Hey, Paul. Salute for coming through. You have a great day. Happy Friday, TGIF. Awesome. Yeah, it's good morning, dude. Top of the morning to you. How's it going, dude? Time is it there? Hey, thank you for hanging out, Gina.
Thank you. Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness to Mr. Murdaugh? And I am referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Try to zoom it in without putting too many shadows on it.
Hey, we working, that's right.
We went through that.
Go brothers having a good morning, Sue.
Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Glad to hear everybody's doing all right. Well, if you're not doing all right, don't be bashful. Let us know what's going on. Let's talk it through it.
And had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Redbeard and Zero United.
And those were the ones that were written off?
I'm going to smoke a burger.
But he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments, yes, sir.
Man, them kittens are gone or dead, dude. That's really bothering me. There wasn't much I could do, dude. I wasn't crawling up under the house, dude. I'm not the one for all that shit. I'm not the manly dude that crawls under houses. I get really freaked out in that type of situation.
Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th. Are you aware that
I wish I was more manly sometimes.
Razor at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
So they're either dead or gone.
Moselle
Hopefully she just moved on, dude.
was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name.
I don't hear him anymore, though.
2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
The Edisto Beach House was titled in jointly in Alex Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point.
Before her
Hey,
death.
I've never seen one
I
here.
believe it was in her name solely at the time of her death.
You do? Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
I really hope she moved. It's just weird that I saw that collared cat. It looked like it might have been a female.
And what
And
information?
it went to a neighbor's house, so I don't know if maybe. What if a mama cat just had them under the house and abandoned them? And like, I wouldn't have known though. I wouldn't. Might have just happened though. It might have been a mama cat that lived at a neighbor's house. Might have just like had kittens under the house and then just left them there and let them freeze to death. Man, that's fucked up. That means they were just starving. And I wouldn't have known if she was coming back though. It's the thing. I wouldn't.
Go routine FDIC audits. Palmetto State Bank.
Yes, sir.
And had Mr. Murdaugh,
I don't like that happening. I don't like kittens being born under the
relationship
house.
with the bank ever been flagged?
It's the second time it's
Any
happened.
audit
Both times it
conducted
sucks.
by the FDIC
But I
or
feel
their
so
contract
helpless.
To my knowledge, no.
Because they're not supposed to fucking do anything. They're just supposed to make sure they get course until they're 8 weeks old. That's what I read.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Multiple places. Like, don't move them. Mom will take care of them. Mom knows best. Mom might have just said, fuck that. I don't want kids. I don't know. But I'm not going under there to find out. I just hope I see a grown-up kitten in a couple weeks or something popping its head out.
We were just looking at. This is that memo that was prepared for the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
To remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
Warmed up
try to
too
make
late,
the funds that
possibly.
he diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does
It's
it say
supposed to
anything
start
about
warming up now, I think.
$400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
Yeah, there's not any... Man!
Was the first significant activity.
Because what I read, it said if it
from
gets
the
below
bank to
45
Alex
degrees,
provide that
they can get
$350,000
hypothermia and
off the books with
frostbite.
No application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And
After June the 7th, did
it was
his
like
account
43 and
run
42
to
for like 2 nights in a row.
$-347,000?
And for the next 10
And the
days,
bank kept
46, 54, 50, 46, 46, 47, 47, 48, 49, 47. It doesn't get below 45 for the next 10
Quite
days.
possibly.
It's like if they just died, it was because of that, probably, I think. And got below
You were asked a little
45.
bit about Zero United
2
Red
nights in
Deer
a row.
on the screen. The bank did not foreclose on those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Alex Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners, yes, sir.
All right, but if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
And we see that we up on that screen, what happened to my exhibit? Back in 365.
Oh, really?
If
You
he
think
had
so?
tried to sell those properties, would he have
I don't
just
know,
had
man.
to
I didn't have my
pay
heat on that
those
night.
amounts
I
listed
man,
there,
I
or
wasn't
could it
thinking,
potentially
dude.
be much higher
I
than
turned my dude.
Potentially
Gas has
much
been
higher.
too fucking expensive out here, so I've been cutting
Why
it
could be much
super
higher than
low.
that he
So I
would
got
have
this
to
hoodie on like
satisfy
this.
before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued
So
interest.
they weren't
and
getting
any
much
late
heat from the
charges and
house,
fees
if
that
that's what you mean.
accumulated since
Because the
the
neighbors
day
had
of
already
the
moved
charge.
out too. So
Once y'all
it's
charged
not-
it off, it no longer was accruing interest and
Oh, man, that's
penalties
wishful
and
thinking.
fees on the books at
Hopefully.
least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement, which would have included principal, accrued interest or lost interest to that date, and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
I'm feeling Mom abandoned them
Just,
because I haven't seen them.
You were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had
Mom could have
nothing to do with the
died
new 750.
also.
Yes, sir.
I did hear a really loud cat fight that morning,
We just,
actually.
Talked
2
about
days
the
ago,
negative $347,000
down the street.
overdraft
It was
policy,
super
correct?
loud. It could have been
In 2
her
months, his
dying to a
account
coyote.
Hadn't went to negative
Fuck, man.
$347,000.
Yes, sir.
There's no way for me to know, though.
If it had come out that Alex Murdaugh had been diverting fees from his law firm,
was that same
if
day,
Alex Murdaugh
too.
had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
No.
You got
No, sir.
coyotes
No
here.
uncertain terms about that.
No uncertain terms.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out,
That shit,
it's a new
dog.
ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this, Russell Lafitte was terminated and you became CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything further?
Hey, neighbor, kid, fight to go.
Mr. Malinowski, how much in interest did
Nobody-
Alex Murdaugh
I'm not- I don't
pay to
talk to
Palmetto
anybody
Bank
here, dude.
over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Hey, anybody on D-Live?
Call your
Anybody on
next
Facebook?
witness.
Anybody on Robo? Anybody on Rumble?
Witness is coming.
I only got 4 people not talking. Hey, you know, y'all can talk if you get on PC or something. Apparently you can't talk on your mobile app. I don't know what that's all about. The chat if you're not on mobile. Hey, we got 4 people on Twitter. What's up, Twitter? Got 3 legs. Awesome. I'm gonna go make a sandwich with those. A thumb sandwich.
All right, any in order?
State calls Tony Satterfield.
Yup. Well, alright then, should I get off now? It looks like everybody's done talking. So, that's it for the day. Good stream, everybody.
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit close so we can hear you good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital
Okay, this guy's different.
And where'd you grow up?
in Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter.
Okay, we got another like. We got one more person. I didn't have to press the like button. Whoever
was
you
your
are,
mother?
man, you're an
Gloria
MVP.
Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And,
You really got to suck people's
is
cocks on
Gloria still
YouTube
with
to get
us?
them likes, you know what I'm
And
saying?
when
It's a
did she
little
pass?
ridiculous.
February
actually.
26th.
I wish they did it more like Twitch, where you
2018.
get
Yes, sir.
points for doing it. I wish they
And
gave you
who did she
something.
work
Could they
for
fucking
when she passed?
give you something for it?
Maggie
Shit.
Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alex
Give them
Murdaugh?
something.
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes, right there.
YouTube doesn't want people liking anything. Twitch and channel points. Every
where
time
is
you
he?
do that, boop, 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 boop,
Where
boop.
is
Twitch
he?
is like, oh, you like being
Oh,
here.
yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
I'll recommend it to somebody.
Can you
Just-
tell me what jacket he's wearing?
It's a
a
like
navy blue
button for
jacket.
Twitch, but they give you something to press it.
It does.
You see the
Thank you,
difference?
Your Honor.
They give you points.
How long did your mom, roughly, how long did she work for Alec? Do you know?
I had to take an estimated guess, 20-something years, maybe, give and take. I don't know that years.
Okay. And slide up just a little bit more and talk right into that mic. There you go. Just a little bit. You need to get up on the mic so we can hear you. All right.
Oh no.
What did your mom do for Alec?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she had been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know Alec and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
Special needs.
She fell and hit her head.
And where was she when that happened?
She
need
was
special
at
needs,
the house in Moselle.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she fell or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec? What
I
did he say?
barely,
Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, let me go out to my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay. So he said he was going to go after his insurance company
Yes.
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say he might get any of that money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Or you rub money.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
All right, and who did you consider your
Everybody
lawyer
that
was in all of that?
ever talked to this guy was just trying to get money.
At some point in
suing
time, did he
people.
bring
He's a
another lawyer in?
professional sewer.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I
Weird
can't go
life.
myself because conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm
the
trying to
Pope's
hear you.
there.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
Pope has
After you
arrived
brought
in
in Corey
Africa.
Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was
Alex.
the whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
Okay. And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
He got old so fast, man. Or he became Pope. He wasn't walking like that not long ago.
Of course, indulge us 1 moment.
What are that bird's feet? They look like something's wrong with them. They always have. Weren't yellow enough in the beginning. They still don't look yellow enough, and they look like they don't have any mobility to them.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 372 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I sent him, Alex.
Okay, and what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
It was a bill?
Yeah.
And who did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or the law firm.
All right, and why did you send it to Alex Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer?
Yes.
All right, and this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
As time went on, did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes. Not very rarely, but every few months or so.
All right, and what would he tell you just generally over
First, it was hard, and he knows like it was making progress, and he kind of left it at that.
He said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money? The medical bills were paid?
Said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said he's trying to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you,
Yes.
and your brother?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
All right. And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $505,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $505,000, correct?
Yes.
And it was diverted by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
and a large portion of that was diverted by Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alex Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
And it took, after this happening, it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021?
Yes.
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
By the defense.
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning.
Long week. You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where the article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it. And yes, and I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone normally. That's how I called him. Yes.
So you called him on the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect. How many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like once, twice, three. We talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
Don't be comfortable. I like to dress up for that shit. Ain't his funeral. Think I'd want to dress up for that motherfucker had he shafted me of millions of dollars? Fuck that. When they're comfortable. Give a shit about looking good for him. I wouldn't give a shit, dude. I wouldn't go in there with cat hair all over me and shit, but I wouldn't be, I don't know. It's not my fucking trial. I don't have to look nice or impress anybody. Definitely wouldn't go out of my way to look good for his trial. I don't give a shit, because that's not who I am anyway. Like, I don't go around dressed up in a suit and tie and shit, so I don't want people thinking that's who I am, because that's a misinterpretation of who I am. They'd be thinking that's who I am when I leave there or some shit. I'd never wear that. That's me, though. I don't have a suit. I got a tie and a dress shirt and pants, but nothing special. I probably wouldn't care. Really fucking stoned too right beforehand. I'd be up there slurring my hoodie, my red hoodie. Like, this motherfucker's drunk right now. In my trial, what they gonna do? Arrest me for being drunk on the stand? I'd have the whole internet remember me that day. Yo, did you see the Murdaugh trial? This tall ass weird looking alien looking fucking dude comes up there drunk as shit. Dude didn't give any fucks. He was pissed off that he didn't get paid. Fucking Murdaugh took millions. He didn't give a shit, dude. He was up there blasphemous. You know what I mean? I'd make people remember my ass. They'd be like, hey man, I saw you on the Murdaugh trial. Man, I feel bad for you, dude. You know what I'm saying? As a philanthropist hitting me up. Hey, you want to kick it? You seem kind of cool. What you drink? What were you drinking that day? I just be sure not to get thrown out for contempt. You know, you just gotta stay right in that fine line. Most memorable witness I would have been for the Murdaugh trial. Grace Kelly, good morning. One set of dress clothes, it's definitely all I need because I never wear them. Ooh. Oh. I barely remember how to tie a tie. I'm sure I could if I had to, but it's been a little while. What the fuck is wrong with the eagle? Oh, it's scratching its neck. That was weird. It's eating. Where's the other egg at? Is it burying it in the fucking nest? I think it's right there. It's eating it. Or wait, it looks like it's eating it. Well, there. I think the kittens are either dead or they're gone. One of the two. I don't know, cat lady. Forgot to tell you though. I haven't heard them. I think mom might have abandoned them. Not really sure how that happened. What happened? No telling. No telling. I just don't know. Could have been a house cat that had them underneath my house and then just like kind of abandoned them or something. Maybe didn't want to have them. I don't know. I haven't heard them in a couple of days now though. So I didn't even put food out this morning. Not trying to attract other animals to come live here. So hopefully she's doing alright. All the dry food from last, I left a bunch of dry food out last night. It's all gone. I don't know what, like I'm not going to just leave random food out like that though. I don't know for sure that she's under there. And I don't want to attract all the cats from the neighborhood to start eating over here, and then I got a whole shit ton of cats living under the house.
Other news today, it was a heartbreaking tale. A young woman battling both leukemia and pancreatic cancer. The cops say she wasn't sick at all. They say she was faking it to rake in thousands of dollars in donations.
I want people to live. I want to live. You know, I want there to be a cure.
That's Maddie Russo, a 19-year-old college student speaking about suffering from cancer.
They found a mass on my pancreas, and I had stage 2 pancreatic cancer at just 19 years old.
She documented her treatment in a series of heartbreaking social media posts.
Before I even started chemo, I harvested my eggs with the OBGYN. And basically it's just you're kind of like freezing your eggs.
She not only claimed to have pancreatic cancer, but leukemia and a tumor on her spine the size of a football. She raised over $37,000 on a GoFundMe page.
She didn't ever show
Louis
it?
Frillman was so moved by her plight, he donated $1,000.
What struck a chord with you about her story?
She was a very young person that appeared to be in a serious amount of trouble.
And your heart went out to her.
She was totally believable.
But police in Iowa have arrested her, calling it an elaborate scam. The alleged scam was first spotted by doctors who wondered about this image that supposedly showed her getting chemo. It's not the way a medical port should look. The telltale giveaways, it's not sterile and it's not secured with medical tape. Look, this is a real medical port used for cancer patients. It's easy to see the difference. I spoke with cancer patient Anna Kauer-Kovetsky.
So the chest port is actually like a little port under my skin. It was inserted by a surgery.
Does it break your heart that someone would fake having this illness?
Absolutely.
Well,
Jeez.
GoFundMe says they have zero tolerance for misuse of their platform, and they say all of those donations have been refunded.
Oh, man. Bitch, dude. What a fucking bitch. Like, she wasn't ugly. Like, she could have, like, I don't know, man. What the fuck, man? She was in college or something, too, right? Like, I don't know, dude. Fuck, dude. Like, you can... Dude. You got people out here just don't want to work for real, just making up some sicknesses and shit. Man, like able-bodied 19-year-old white girls now are just like, yeah, I don't want to work. I have cancer. Give me money. Like, you could fucking be a OnlyFans chick and rake in some money. Just play with yourself a little bit. What the fuck, man? Women can make money so easily. You sit at home and finger danger yourself. Especially her, she could have done that. What? Hey man, that was the first job ever. It was the first job a person ever had. Prostitution. What? Oh, now these are starting to do that. See where I hit my head, dude? Dude, it really hurts, man, because it's right where the headset's sitting. It's got padding. The headset has padding. I hit the bolt on the pull-up bar. I forgot to do it going to the kitchen the other day. So clumsy. Oh, come on, knock at my door. I should stop thinking about those kittens. I keep thinking I'm hearing them. Especially when I don't have the headset on and I'm walking around. I keep thinking, oh, is that them? And I'll go back to the water heater and listen back there and go to the bathroom and listen and nothing. Our neighbor left this damn bathroom fan on too. The light's on in there and it's been constantly running. I can hear it. It hasn't went off in days. I wonder if that's making it colder in here because I probably share the vent to the fan. It's probably causing a draft in my bathroom.
Call your next witness.
State calls Carson Burney.
Do you affirm the testimony about the court shall give the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And to take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
His son's not in court.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Dude, why is there this big ass buffer
Still morning,
right
just
here?
barely.
And everyone's
Where do you work,
packed
Mr. Burney?
back
I
here.
work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
Oh,
And what is your job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right. And how long have you been a forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right. And what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records,
I'm about to get a new
including bank
headset. Now
statements,
this
credit
one's
card
too
statements,
bad.
loan documents. I also trace assets from source to ultimate disposition.
All right. And what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the State Grand Jury Division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have.
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
Similar documents, as I mentioned earlier, they would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders, and other various things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now, you said trace. What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply just following a fund. In this example, these are the alleged stolen checks. Primarily that went to Forge account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records
in
coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever onto eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to draw it and stop and say that's as far as we can go?
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you could follow money forever, and forever, but for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by Alex Murdaugh.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents reflecting the conclusions that you reached upon tracing those funds?
I have.
All right. And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the honor? And Mr. Birdie, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicate the three instruments I was tracing. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with a date or a negotiated date of March 10th, 2021. Second, a $375,000 instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 23rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number, account number that it was deposited into.
And what were the last four digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
Alex Murdaugh.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
And in preparing this document, did you have to review a considerable amount of bank records in order to prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A lot of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel. That shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went, and you can see at the bottom it will total out to the initial amount of money that went in.
All right, and not to call out any too many specific transactions because we are in an in-camera hearing, but we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63, and then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors are what was written on the check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And then another name that we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then we have it broken down into two separate subsections. What is the distinction between those two different subsections?
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those two different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but just generally speaking, upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with Alex Murdaugh, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account, or did they go into one bank account and then into others, or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. Alex Murdaugh had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts. They would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Alexander Murdaugh Forge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did he also have another bank account at Bank of America that didn't have any mention of Forge? Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would money go into one account and then into that checking account, or would money go into directly that checking account, or both?
So it depends on the instrument. For example, these 3 checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And so here, coming out of that Bank of America account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately $747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092 is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 Alex Murdaugh Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and it, from just looking at account records, seems to primarily deal with the farm being Moselle property.
And how much money of these Ferris fees was dispersed out of that farm account?
$3,000.
And then flipping behind that facial summary page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details I would include on those pivot tables, if there's a date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $192,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the next page, the $225,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the Doe Show. If you're new here, don't forget to hit the like button.
Mr. Bernie, I am showing you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance?
Hey, I suck your dick, man. Hit that like button.
Money?
You know what I'm saying? I can't actually do that, though. That's illegal. Prostitution, man.
It's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit.
YouTube doesn't allow prostitution.
Never mind. We'll just stick with this.
None of the platforms do.
All right. So on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right. And then how much was ultimately, into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge account.
The fake Forge
account.
That
was DB, yes, sir.
All right, and from that account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625, you can see a cash withdrawal in the amount of $12,500
Right.
over two different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts?
It was.
Which account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 6092 at Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes, they're for my notes, so I could identify which loan number went to which loan.
And you specifically reviewed the loan documents in relation to each of these loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the supporting documentation for what they were collateralized by?
Yes.
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
That is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars?
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you a document labeled as States Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
Again. No, I didn't hear them. The door was open. Simon me out of me right when I got out there, too. He knew I was calling him.
I do.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account, roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
Look at that thing, man. He's like a dolphin.
And when was this instrument deposited?
That was May 15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million?
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
Into a Forge account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million funded. And the sum total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
$147,247.
And this next one would be for the checking account. Is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money, this one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Palmetto State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair.
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions, or specific individuals who received some of this money. Here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it in different names. Just off the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it your understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And
so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down we have a Curtis E. Smith, and if I can read lines correctly,
it's a made-up
how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
$6,404.
And that was a single instrument?
Yes, sir.
Curtis Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over 4 different instruments.
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended at the payment to the credit card for my own sanity.
Money's so weird, dude.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally right below that we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
How am I losing viewers? We're talking about instruments over here. I heard you play the skin flute. Huh? Let's see it. Who's on D Live? Someone over there? Yo, anybody on D Live? YouTube ain't talking anymore. Anybody anywhere? Everybody just stopped fucking talking, and that pisses me off every time. Man, 5 on 8. What? 8, 9, 7? How many? 8 different platforms. 8. Hold on. I'm switched right now. What am I live on? Oh shit. YouTube, Facebook, Trovo, Twitter, Africa, Rumble, Live, Facebook. Weird. My restream is doing some weird shit right now. I don't know. Oh, there we go. That's what it was. I had Facebook on twice. Wow. I'm watching, yeah, but you're watching it like, if I don't have anybody's words, you see how many words are here? Like, am I just supposed to start reading their chat to have something to go off of, so I'm not just sitting here? I guess so, man. I guess this channel just turned into me just sitting
Your Honor,
here.
we'll see if we can accelerate this process a little bit. Mr. Burney, I have handed you a series of exhibits starting with states 376 and ending in states 397. Do you recognize these documents?
Literally no one else has said anything with you, cat lady, since 7:58. That's a fucking problem, man. Holy shit, that's a problem, dude. I gotta go. Y'all stay here, leave. I don't care. I'm not gonna be here for this though. I'm not gonna be here for that.
I do.
And are all of these exhibits from 376 to 397 documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving money going through the Forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir.
And I think we actually already got through the Ferris fees from that truck case. So these would be what went through the Forge account, correct?
Through the Forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe there might be a check or two in the name of Alex Murdaugh in there.
And throughout all of these tracings and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I understood correctly after briefly conferring with counsel for the defendant, that they would be willing, for the purposes of this hearing, to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review. Have I stated that correctly?
You have.
All right, so stipulated.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original to the court reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right.
We have no questions. Sure.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
State ready for the jury, state and defense.
Your Honor, one moment, please. Now, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'll bring the jury. The jury will stand for a moment.
Present, sir.
Thank you. Be seated. All right, good morning. All right, welcome back. Day number 10. State's case, next witness.
State calls Tom Darnell.
Reporting this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Thomas Edward Darnell. Last name is spelled D-A-R-N-E-L-L.
Good morning, Agent Darnell.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State Law Enforcement Division Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia, where I was employed for about 8 years. I started my career at SLED in 1990 in the Late Print Crime Scene Department. During that time, I completed an in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of the fingerprint science. I've attended a number of courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints. I've also trained other examiners to do the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
Self-defense.
No objection.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Agent Darnell, could you just kind of tell us in general about fingerprint evidence?
Well, basically, fingerprint evidence can be most anything. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we determine the type of evidence that we have, then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. one thing to keep in mind is that in most cases the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically. A latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And what is the process of finding these hidden fingerprints?
Well, we have several different techniques that we can use, everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains to different chemicals that we can use. There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used. We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, did you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface.
And can you give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
Non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper, a paper cup, paper plate, a piece of like a handwritten note or a check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume, and that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface. It enables us to see it better, and it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
Okay, and when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, we have it photographed. We have the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically so that we can then compare it to any known standards that we may be asked to compare it to.
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind of lifts of the print or anything like that?
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
So you did receive some items to test in this case for fingerprints?
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. Are those 300 blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence?
It is.
And did you find any evidence on those cases?
Actually, I did not. There was what we call the result that I used with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on buyer cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since fingerprints are so fragile, a lot of times that is probably a couple of reasons why we don't find a lot of prints on cartridge cases.
All right. Did you also receive State's Exhibit 33 and 34 to test for or examine for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those shot shells?
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
We always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail, or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases, but I can't recall honestly having a case where I was able to actually identify it.
Did you also receive a shotgun to check for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
That being State's Exhibit 4, a Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Did you find any fingerprint evidence on that weapon?
I did not.
What else did you do with that weapon while you had it?
There was an additional request to have it swabbed for touch DNA, which I did. I swabbed various areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And I will hand you State's Exhibit 307. Are those the swabs that you collected from that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene. Yes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury?
If I could look at my notes real quick. I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the rear stock, front stock, and the ejection lever on the shotgun. Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately to possibly get a print on the trigger as to who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus latent prints. Anytime we get something that we have a latent print request and a DNA request, we have to try to determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those two shot shells?
Yes, I did.
And those swabs are in States 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item 25.
And could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 309.
No objection.
Did you also examine that cell phone for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
I did not find anything that I could identify. I found a very small amount of fingerprint evidence on the phone. The result that I had to render was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
Do you recall examining some other shotguns or rifles in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a .300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and another Benelli shotgun?
That's correct.
Did you find any fingerprints on any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again, the result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
And if a gun has a camouflage print, for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage type surface. Keep in mind we're spraying a fluorescent dye stain prior to using the light source, so that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints, but as far as the camouflage area, it makes it a little harder to see, but we do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were processing those guns, did you collect swabs from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 308, if you take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. These are the envelopes that I placed the swabs from the shotguns. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Okay.
Now, did you receive a 30-round magazine that was full of .300 blackout cartridges?
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And what did you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry, and then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA will pick them up from there.
All right. One moment, Darnell. No further questions from the State at this time. You'll answer any questions from the defense.
Seat court, Your Honor. All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed 3 shotguns?
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of them. If they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
Normally, when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So, had they been unloaded, or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as, let me get the glasses on here, as, I left it on the table. I apologize. It's right here. Number 22, item number 22. The camo Benelli Super Black Eagle with 2 unfired shotgun shells. You processed that at the lab?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded, and as I said, normally when a weapon, a shotgun, comes into the laboratory, it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I've looked at your analysis on them, that there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed if they had been loaded and unloaded any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought into the laboratory.
And you processed those on June 9th, is that correct?
That sounds right, yes, sir, June 9th.
Okay. Now, the cartridges, there's a bullet and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to? You were asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308s. I mean, the 300 blackouts.
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired. And what you indicated was once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. You know, weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely, never found fingerprints on an expended casing. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say rarely, never. I know of cases in our laboratory that have been where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be, yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just? I mean, please explain to the jury why you would normally get fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of the surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on, but most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and not corrugated or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
Again, it's a brass surface, almost a polished brass surface. Did you say because it's mostly moisture? Isn't there some oil involved in that from the finger? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you could have, as far as coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or from?
I mean, the finger. Is it always just moisture?
It's mostly 98 to 99% moisture, and then you might have some other substances mixed in there. but it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints occasionally, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Oh yes, sir. I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to do a comparison to make a match.
Well, there's no set number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient amount of clarity and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought me.
So let me ask you this. You got a doorknob right here. Doorknob. I just grabbed it to open it. It's brass. Would that leave a fingerprint?
It's possible. You have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched does someone else grab the doorknob, because a latent print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you were on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked. Yes, sir.
I mean, if it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door, and you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there, you would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but I was not on this scene, so I don't really know exactly what all they had going on. So, but if with your scenario that you're speaking of, yes, sir, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob. But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of a what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with a in a residue. It could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface and depending on just what you're trying to do.
So, if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there are any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
Okay. And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, this is, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes. Detailed notes. Because photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been, well, strike that. You would also expect to see any surface that could have come into contact with the perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
I would think in the notes or in their testimony or anything such as that. There should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the latent print department where I work at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
You have people in your latent print unit that do go to crime scenes.
Not really. The latent print department, the way it was set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir.
And you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of any prints.
Well, I found anytime I report something as no value for comparison, that means that I did find evidence of fingerprints. It just wasn't enough to compare it to anyone. Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
So, I looked at all these. Other than the no value for comparison on the cell phone, that would mean you saw something but you didn't have enough to compare.
Yes, sir, and it was no value. Keep in mind again, their latents are fragile. You've got weather involved, water, rain, that sort of thing. Certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So, other than the cell phone, everyone else says no fingerprint evidence was observed. That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means. Yes.
Other than the cell phone, you didn't even find any evidence of fingerprints. Not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison, but the initial shotgun that came into me was nothing was observed. Yes, sir.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun, had actually retrieved it from his house, brought it down to the murder scene?
Counsel's testifying.
Response?
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert. He can opine.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
The objection's overruled.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, that's not in conflict. No one's challenging that, and yet there were you found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them. Just because you touch something does not mean you're going to leave a print. And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Would you agree with me you found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine? Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns, the shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value to compare.
And that's only on the cell phone.
The cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence.
direct.
Briefly, Your Honor. Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998, where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to do the crime scene, we did the printing, we did everything. Now it's two separate departments. We have a lake print department and we have a crime scene department. The crime scene department, as I understand it, they are trained in how to process crime scenes, which would include how to process certain things on scene for fingerprints. In other words, if it was something that was large and not able to transport back to the laboratory, they do get some training in how to process for prints.
And with such a bloody scene, did you get any bloody prints in this case?
I was not submitted any bloody prints in this case.
Thank you. Nothing further from you, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Call your next witness.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this court to be the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Blake Johnson, last name Johnsson.
Hi, Agent Johnson.
Hello.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And what are some of the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country region, and as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties, to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some vocal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
that State's Exhibit 338.
And this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
Okay. And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because of the writing on the outside. This is that exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right. And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened, and the inside between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed, and they're put back in an envelope and sealed.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay. They're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal, and it's signed and initialed and dated.
Your Honor, at this time, the State removes State's Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And, Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness.
No questions.
Thank you. You may step down. Your next witness.
Lawrence Wiggins.
raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lawrence Wiggins, Wiggins.
I believe it's Chief Wiggins now, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the chief of Allendale? Is it Sheriff's Office, Police Department?
Yes, so I'm currently employed as the Chief of Police for the town of Allendale.
But back in 2021, where were you employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services, and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect some buckle swabs?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 336 and 337. You could take a look at those and tell us what we have there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected them?
My initials and...
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than going through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
All right.
So, there's State's Exhibit 336 and 337. Well, Your Honor, we would have no further questions for this witness then.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
The State would next call Chandler Horney.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Chandler Horney, Horney.
And Agent Horney, can you tell the jury who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a special agent with the Vice Services Unit.
Okay. And were you involved in the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I was.
And did you collect some buccal swabs, or in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 340. You will tell us what those are.
These are the collected buccal swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
And how were those collected?
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in
this envelope.
And they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes takes Exhibit 340 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
We have no further questions for the agent.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
The state next calls Joe Moore. I'll be all day.
Stand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jomar Albialde, spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E, Albialde. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little trick to pronouncing that last name there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
If you remember the phrase, I'll be here all day, and drop the here, I'll be all day, you got it.
And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you work for SLED, is that right?
I do.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buccal swabs in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343, and 344. So take a look, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 342 is a buccal swab you collected from who?
Thank you. All right, this Exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343?
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
And 344?
This final buccal sample was collected from his son, Alan Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab, as a Special Agent Johnson explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope, and then sealed in a evidence envelope, such as this one.
It would be sealed so it was not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into evidence.
It says the defense. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. State has no further questions for Joe. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Court's indulgence. One moment. No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
All right, next witness is going to be fairly lengthy, and Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
back to Law and Crime. We are still live
You may be seated.
They bring the jury. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul Greer.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Paul, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment to unpack your stuff if you need to. Paul, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us a little bit when you graduated high school and where you went for education.
Sure. My name is Paul Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school, I attended the University of South Carolina and received a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask you, if you would, to pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your professional career. How did you get started at SLED, and what is it that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did that internship with our Fire and Toolmark department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014 in the firearms department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms examiner with SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Firearm and Toolmark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to work those cases. I looked at thousands of fired ammunition components on the microscope and did many comparisons of those. During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations. At the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam. That included some mock casework within our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training in that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
All In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which one would that be?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Please explain a couple of those or a few of those, if you would.
Yes, sir. AFTE hosts an annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and tool mark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and tool mark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional conferences that have been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
The SLED laboratory is accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same set of standards as other labs in the United States that are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process that ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain, if you would, the couple of inspections that are typically required.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards, and they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component, and they do this for all the disciplines within the laboratory. And that audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Internally at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives them information on how to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, and following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must follow that as well, and those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a SLED firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay. Just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives us information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement references that we need to consult for our equipment that we use. All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is.
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those fired ammunition components. So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, and we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Your Honor, no objections to his qualifications.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Greer, I'd like to take the moment to kind of educate the jury a little bit on firearms.
Yes, sir.
And if you would, please tell us a little bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps the shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels a projectile through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder, and that has a smooth bore. And what the bore is, it's just the inside of that barrel, so there's no rifling inside that barrel typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with, and it fires shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic or metal that can contain multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
And when you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
Correct. That rifling is in barrels. In order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel, if you'll think of kind of like a quarterback throwing a football, it helps it give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the opposite of that would be the smooth bore of a shotgun. How does that affect the pellets or the BBs inside of the shotgun?
So in a typical shotgun, you don't have that rifling that gives it that spin or twist, but that's not the design of the shotgun. So when those pellets or a slug or whatever is traveling down the bore of that shotgun, it is just traveling out the barrel based on the combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell. That can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets. We think of birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell. Also in there may be other components that could be plastic or some type of paper material, and that would be a wad. And those have different jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them together as they travel, to provide some type of cushioning between those pellets and the powder. So they all have various purposes inside that shot shell.
Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically what you're talking about in the shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
back these to you. All right. Mr. Greer, if you would, beginning with the shot shells, you brought some demonstrative exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see, when what we're looking at, and what the components are in there.
Sure. Again, these are just two examples of a shot shell. Here you have a plastic body there of the shell with a metal head. On this end of it, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. This is the end that the projectiles or the pellets that are inside of this shot shell will exit and travel down the barrel of that shotgun.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, the second firearm would be, if you would, talk about a little bit about what the AR platform is.
Sure. An AR platform is something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by Armalite, and it's just a modular platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle in its normal state, and that's what we have here today.
Okay. And what would be the more common caliber that you might find on the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common that we see in the laboratory and that you may be more familiar with is it's chambered in .223 Remington caliber, 5.56 NATO. That is a very common caliber for an AR-15 type firearm.
Okay. And what were some of the items that you examined in this case as far as rifle calibers?
In this case, I received one rifle, and it was chambered in .300 blackout caliber.
All right, explain to us what the .300 blackout round is, and maybe how it's similar and different from a .556 round NATO.
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington or 5.56 NATO caliber. The .300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges are very similar, with the exception of a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And .300 blackout being a relatively, at least compared to 5.56 NATO round, were some of the components interchangeable on the AR platform?
It's my understanding that when that .300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with a .300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the .223 5.56 round in a .300 blackout rifle?
Yes, sir, I would say it's possible.
And did you bring any .223 and 5.56 and .300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir, I have two.
All right, if you please identify the two and tell us what we're looking at and what the similarities and differences would be.
Sure. To start off, this is an example of a .223 Remington. This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now. Side by side, this is the .300 blackout. And I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. Are about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. And I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge. What we would refer to as this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us in being accurate in what we do. So we would refer to this as an unfired cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, this copper-colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards a target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there, and that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired. When it's fired, we will have a cartridge case, which is just the brass-colored portion here, and that is the cylindrical component there that holds it all together. It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. For permission to approach, just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to put it on the helmet. Mr. Greer, if you would just pay attention, you have a little video screen there. Let's see if this will work. All right, Mr. Greer, can you see these two bullets on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
This is not going to work. All right, can you see them clearly?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. What's the big black thing on the screen?
Appears to be a phone.
In your expertise, that's a fact. The two rounds we see there, the top round, can you identify which one that is?
The one that is up against the phone there would be the 300 blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the round below that would be the 223/556 round?
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, both of those projectiles were copper in color. If you can distinguish that on the screen.
Okay. And I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask: did as compared to each other, does the 300 blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
It's possible. The bullets come in different grain weights, so that is a much larger bullet, so I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure. Grain is a term that we use in firearms, and it's just a unit of measurement. So when we measure our projectiles, we are going to measure those in grains. And just as a common way to relate to that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you. So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain a couple of the types that you might commonly find, and then just some of the calibers so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. Some of the more common gauges in shot shell, and gauge is just referring to the size and how we are able to determine what that firearm's chambered in. So a 12 gauge is something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun that I would expect to encounter. You may also have heard of or be familiar with a 20 gauge. That's another one that may be common, or 410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose within their own respect. But those can have multiple projectiles, hundreds of projectiles. It could have just one large projectile, which we refer to as a slug. So there's lots of options, if you will, within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for something, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where I could imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on, and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And as part of that process in designing those studies and doing this research within Firearm and Tool Mark, they're going to draft an experiment, conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review, and there will be review of the article of the experiment, where other scientists within our field or other scientists or researchers can examine that and see what was going on during that process and say whether they agree with it, and share their comments, and that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTI member, I have access to our AFTI journal, where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at, and help bolster their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did you receive a volume of items concerning this case for review?
Yes, sir. I did receive several items to examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity, we're going to go through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you prepare a report after conducting these examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare a report.
All right, I'm going to ask us if we would go through a number of items very shortly. Do you have a copy of your report, and is it needed in order to refresh your memory and be able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to refer to it.
Okay, very good. And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to, well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself, at least very briefly, with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what, specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene layout?
I reviewed a crime scene layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene the evening where the two bodies were.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir. It can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5. Is slide item 2 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5? Did you conduct a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at SLED items 2 through 5.
And while I find those items, if you would, please explain how you receive items in general, how you receive items in the lab, what the condition is before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, those can come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full-service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore, because you would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat-sealed pouches, so I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me, so that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
And just so we're clear, thank you, Mr. Greer. Just so we're clear, when I refer to items, sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that refer to the items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory, and it also receives new item numbers, and that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory, and our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
When we receive these items, I do mark the packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat-sealed pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your States Exhibit 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you have an opportunity to examine these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you would, please tell us what your findings were for these items.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I'm renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, just for the record.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. And the item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as States Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the collection of items that you reviewed in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. 300 blackout round. Were you able to see the head stamp on it? And I can give you back one of the items if you would. Were you able to identify the head stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Belleau, and you may hear that referred to as S&B
300.
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 33 and 34. Kim, do you want to see those? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
SLED item 9, which is States Exhibit 34, 4 is a fired Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And sled item 10, which is State's Exhibit 33, is one fired Winchester Drylock number 2 12-gauge shot shell.
And after your review of the scene, where were your items 2 through 7 located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that diagram, it's my understanding that those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, were located around or near the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm referring now to your items 9 and 10, states 33 and 34. Where were those at your review of the crime scene diagram? Where were those identified and retrieved from?
Those appear to be in or around the storage room area near the kennels.
Thank you. I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, right now we're identifying a number of items. Is it would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes, sir.
All right, referring to item State's Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
You what's been marked, Jim. Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Please take a look at this firearm. Let me know if you're familiar with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this firearm is unloaded. It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here. I'm going to look for some of those identifying marks that I placed on this shotgun. Yes, sir, I do recognize this shotgun.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you. Was there anything that accompanied State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir.
What were included with it?
Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and one unfired Winchester Super X Game Load 16-gauge shot shell.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge. This shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12 gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge. Could you explain what the process was ejecting? Is that the proper gauge for that shotgun?
No, sir. The unfired ammunition, as it was submitted to me, was received in another package. I did not remove it from that firearm. However, a 16 gauge would not be correct for use in that firearm.
Did you have to manually remove it from the shotgun?
It was already removed when I received it.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 250, sled item 8. So item 8, sled item 8, but states item 250. Take a moment to review it and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. I recognize this as sled item 8.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to examine and review that item?
I did.
What did you determine it was or is?
Sled item 8, States Exhibit number 250, was determined to be one fired bullet, and that was listed as a near tire impression at marker 8.
Okay. And you were able to do further analysis, which will get you the results to determine its weight?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you testified before, this would be the bullet minus the casing that it originally came in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is just one fired bullet.
And that's what it looks like when it doesn't have the back part on it?
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit number 20, sled item 14. This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you and ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what are the results?
Sled item 14, which is States Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 birdshot pellets, listed as from dog food storage room.
And can you repeat it for my purposes? These are pellets from what?
Yes, sir. 24 birdshot pellets, listed as from dog food storage room.
When you testified before and you presented what a shotgun shell looks like, would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun shell.
Mr. Greer, and I'm going to direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 76, sled item number 12. You have an opportunity. Did you have an opportunity to review this item after you take a look at it?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what it is, please.
Sled item 12, States Exhibit 76, was determined to be one fired bullet, listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit 102, sled item 11. Already entered in evidence Please take a look at this item. Let me know if you're familiar with its contents.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 11, State's Exhibit 102, and that was determined to be 1 fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead, listed as defect in ground gravel, marker 13.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to refer to what's been identified as State's Exhibit 109. Sled item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 137, State's Exhibit 109, and it was determined to be 1 piece of lead listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, State would move for 109 to be admitted into evidence. Moving on to State's Exhibit 110, which is sled items 67 and 68. I'll direct your attention to that. It's been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's item 110.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as evidence as 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 110 represents 2 sled items. Sled item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets, listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And sled item 68 was 1 piece of plastic listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
When you say where it's from, that's because that's what was identified on the item when it was submitted to you for review?
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
All right, I'm going to revert your attention now to 3 items just to speed along the process a little bit. States 111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. Sled items 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those in your items in your report, I'll be right with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We will resume in 1 hour and 15 minutes, 2:45.
All right.
Hey, look at Simon. He's on the thing. Dude, he hasn't hung out up there in months. Like half a year or something. Have you ever seen him up there? Huh? Huh? When was the last time you saw him up there? The supplements must be working. I guess it just took him a while. Got up there today for the first time. He wanted me to play with him, so that's why I've been keeping his toy up there in hopes that he would run up there to try to get me to play. He did it today. Oh my gosh, he's doing what he used to do. He used to rub all up on that thing like he's doing. And he hadn't done it in so long. Had that thing, man, most of his life too. Danny Lynn, hey, welcome back. And Joe. Oh, really? Oh, trippy. I wonder how long he's been jumping up there. He just started though. Hey, Granny. He just started doing that this week. And I've had him on the different supplements for, man, at least a month. Oh, I've got on 2 different things right now. Super happy too. I think he's happy I moved that thing out of his way. Now we can really enjoy it. See, I put that up there in hopes that it would make him want to jump up there, because I thought that maybe like he just lost all motivation to do it because he couldn't for some reason, like his joints were hurting him or something. And I was hoping that having that up there, it would help him to realize that he could do it again, maybe, or something, instead of just looking at it like, oh, I used to be able to go up there. I put that toy to give him a reason to want to go up there. That's why it's been sitting up there for a couple weeks. It worked, man. Now he likes it up there too, because I can open the window and he can see outside while he's chilling up there. Oh my gosh. He probably remembers it, like it's bringing back memories of. He used to always be on that thing. He would be on that thing every day. Back in the day. Every day he would be on it. He would, that was his spot. I tried so many things. I tried putting that cat bed up there. I tried putting catnip up there. I tried getting the toy and putting it up there so he would chase it up there. He would never go, dude. It's like he was like, I can't go up there anymore. And how he's like cleaning himself so much up there, I feel like he's glad to be back. He knows that's his spot. Hey, Granny Joe, thank you for your camaraderie and being here and hanging out with us. And for the $10, thank you for the $10 too. That is also awesome. You just paid for today's food. Actually, I got some stuff that I've been picking up today from Too Good to Go. It's an app you can check out in your area to see if they have food that they're throwing away at the restaurants near you. There's also one called Flash Food for you Canadians. But I'm getting some vegan donuts and at 2:30, and I'll be getting some pizza at 8:30. Ew. All for $10, $10 total. $11. So I'm trying to. Too Good to Go. Yeah, that's it. App Store. Thanks again, Granny Joe. Thanks for being here, hanging out with us on a Friday of all days. Y'all could be doing anything. It's fucking Friday, dude. Awesome. Pretty awesome. Oh, man, I forgot to take my meds this morning. I'm supposed to take my bone meds this morning. Is it really Friday? I really was. I can't take them now. I gotta wait till tomorrow. Stay late. Stay late. It's a laundronate. I can't eat food with it. Lasts for a week, so I gotta take it right. I'm a week late too. I ran out last Friday. This long to get them shipped to me. Just got them yesterday. Man, my heat. I just got my gas bill from last month. I used 10% less gas, but I got charged 63% more than my last bill. My last bill was 42 therms at 134. This bill was 38 therms at 218. 10% decrease in usage, but a 63% increase in bill. Isn't that crazy? I did the math on it, dude. Because I was like, man, what just happened? What just happened? I gotta figure out what exactly just happened. Yeah. I freaked out and turned my gas down way low a few days ago because people started getting their bills and they were all like, my bill's $700, $800, $600. I was like, oh my god, no heat. I'm gonna freeze. I think I killed the kittens by doing that though. So I'm lucky that mine's only 218, I guess. 18 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, just to heat it. I don't even use it to cook, just to heat my water and the place. Refuge just went up to, it's like $30 a month now. I guess that's worth it though. I don't want to have to take my shit to the dump myself. That would suck. Can you imagine being able to take all your food to all your trash to the dump? Living in the city, that would be. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Dude, they're screwing us over out here. They hiked our gas prices up dramatically. Said that one of their deals ran through or something. You probably use more therms than me and pay a third of the price. Like that. The kittens, yeah, there were kittens underneath the house, but I think they're dead now. It got too cold 2 nights in a row. Either that or Mama Cat moved them. I don't hear them crying anymore. I also didn't have the heat on that night. They stopped crying. How much of a difference that would have made having the heat on up here for them down there, but I guess I'll always feel a little at fault for it. Maybe because I won't know. Should have kept the heat on, I guess. Could the Murdaugh start smelling something? You think they would stink though? They're so little. Something else would probably get under there and eat them. I don't know if I'd smell them. Full-size cat, yeah, I can see smelling that, but you know what I mean? Like it'd be like the size of a mouse. Through the floorboard? Oh. Interesting. Maybe Mama Cat ate them. Damn, she could have done that actually. Vents? I don't think we have vents from the crawl space. So that's one of the reasons why I needed to take some time off earlier. I had to look at, like for one, the gas bill, figure out what the heck's going on with that, and I had some pancakes. I had some protein pancakes, some of those Kodiak ones, for breakfast with some real maple syrup and some almond butter. Three of them. I had 400 calories of pancakes, not including the syrup or the almond butter. Butter. Dude, butter's a bitch, you know that? Not burning it for pancakes? Bro. I think I prefer using coconut oil for pancakes. Burns at much higher burn temperature, and it makes your pancakes taste like coconuts. Win-win. Probably better fat too. As I burned my butter, my whole house smells like burnt butter right now. I had to wipe the pan out and start over again pretty much. Your butter gets burnt. This is gross. Coconut oil, yeah, I think I've done that too. Yeah, it's so much easier because the butter doesn't burn. I agree. I've done that too. It makes the eggs taste kind of tropical. Tropical eggs. It's kind of good doing that when you're making like I did it for my egg tacos or egg burritos or whatever. That coconut flavor tastes kind of good with the salsa. Definitely done that. Pancakes. Oh, so I'm not the only one that's smoking the house up with pancakes. I think I'm gonna be sure to use the coconut oil next time though. Yep. If you haven't had those Kodiak pancakes, man, I don't know, they're pretty good. I think they're worth having just to get the added protein. protein is something that like other cultures, like like Africa and shit, protein is highly regarded. They're out there eating animals off the side of the road and shit. Actually, they're eating roadkill because protein is that important to us. So we really take, I think Americans or Westerners really take for granted the abundance of protein we have, which is why we have so many bodybuilders and like we are able to heal more quickly because our body needs the proteins to heal. Like, it's pretty amazing. America is full of protein at all times. Like, my scale even has an indicator on it that lets me know how much protein I have in my body. Not muscle mass or not like my meat, but my protein. How much? I don't know how it does that, but it can tell me how much protein I have ready to use for muscle synthesis. How is that? How does the scale do that? It somehow does that though. The what, like with the feet things, feet sensors. Awesome. Oh, you got a grill outside? Dude, I thought about doing that, but I would smoke out my neighbors, dude. Like, everything's just so cramped here in the city. Plus, it might get stolen in the middle of the night. There's also that. Where wake up and somebody had stolen my grill so they can take it to the scrapyard. Living in the ghetto. Like, this is the ghetto, but it's not the it's the good ghetto. It's not in the boonies in the ghetto like that. Whoo, you know what I mean? Like if you're in the ghetto and there ain't nothing in your city, like you're just like it's just run down. People just go out and walk out into the middle of the street for something to do, to talk to somebody else that's in the middle of the street. Hey, what's going on, man? It's not that kind of ghetto. All kinds of stuff to do out here. This is in the middle of Metropolis, dude. So it's a ghetto, but it's kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of sought after still. You know, California, this area, the housing market isn't budging much yet, dude. Actually, because so many people are still trying to move here. And there's not that many new houses built out here. That's where the markets are shifting the most, where they have a lot of new construction. You can't build much more near the coastline. I didn't think about that. So recently, these prices probably are going to shift too much because of lack of new houses. Anywhere where there's a lot of new construction, though, it's about to shift hard. It hasn't happened yet. The houses are still being built and people are reneging on them. People are backing out of their contracts. They're taking the hit to back out of their contract because they know if they do that, that it's going to behoove them that they're actually going to come out on top later if they just go back and try to buy the same house a year or two from now or something, whatever. Probably a year from now they're looking at. Full acre? Bro, that ain't shit. This guy's got 1,700 acres. That's like 2 square miles. If it was a square. I mean, it's pretty good. That's an acre's pretty good, but I was getting everybody a reference to what an acre is, because I didn't know. I had to look it up. Acres are pretty small, though. I wish I had an acre. Man, if I had an acre, though, that'd be enough to not feel like people are right on top of me anymore. Then I might get a grill. Yeah, then I might. No new house. He goes, oh, that's too far. Damn it. So, moving on. I'm the intermission screen for the court. They're protesting and are they pissing people off? Maybe. Yeah, they be doing the Italy marches pretty regularly now. This has been going on for a while. Hour and a half. Work? I don't know. 11:30.
Venezia 2 vai a prendere la testa che vogliono girare.
11:45 probably. I think. Lots of activity. Look at everybody in their midget cars. Cops are getting in their way, dude. Oh, this shit. Oh, shit. This is Sparta. They clearing the street for him, or what? What's this car doing in there? Crazy. Anybody could get ran over at any moment. Y'all think Italians can't run people over or what? They know how. I saw an instructional video. There's an Italian. The how-to. I'm just playing. I didn't see it. It was in English, actually. There was that Canadian one, too, though. For that one. I posted it. So that could have been in French. Also, as the king was spotted. What is that? Another balloon? Seems like a short call sign for something floating around. Straight, I mean, they saw an F-16 flying over Oklahoma. Your brain is mush. It's like a meat pudding. Cops sure are doing something. Bro, they're making me sick with this camera switching shit. What is that? Like, at least give me some sort of reference by letting me know when I'm on camera 1 or 2. Oh shit. That one over here, dude. Oh man! Oh, he still got it.
Blasphemy! This is madness!
It's too loud though. It's fucking loud, dude. For 1,000? Oh, no, man. It's way too loud. It's still too loud. Still too loud. I wish it just said, "This is Sparta."
Nemmeno per le strade più celebri della storia d'Italia, come Piazza Fontana, la stazione di Bologna, le stragi di Falcone e Borsellino, è stata
Sorry, I
applicata
broke
questa
yours
tipologia di
probably
accusa.
playing with it.
Il carcere è sempre terribile e il 41 bis è il suo girone infernale. L'isolamento, il non poter vedere mai il cielo, l'avere un colloquio al mese con i propri affetti e senza contatti
Dude, was it Sparta in Italy though?
come persona. Questa è tortura, finalizzata a farti crollare, perché l'unica via d'uscita è mandare dentro qualcun altro al tuo posto. Perciò la battaglia di Alfredo è contro il 41 bis, non solo per lui, ma per tutti. Questi sono casi eclatanti, ma ogni giorno tutte le persone che per scelta, per condizione, per provenienza o per colore della pelle non sono considerate davvero parte della società, rischiano la vita o la libertà. Chi lotta sui posti di lavoro, nelle scuole, chi per avere un tetto sulla testa, chi per difendere il pianeta, chi per avere i documenti, chi lotta per sopravvivere senza il soccorso clandestino, viene indicato come il nemico, il terrorista, il preditore, lo straniero e chissà magari un giorno un alieno.
Oh, but not really.
E questa etichetta giustifica ogni tipo di attacco.
I know.
Puoi essere picchiato, incarcerato, deportato, umiliato,
Yeah,
represso.
they almost touch each
Come
other.
avviene durante le retate in stazione centrale, da cui questo corteo è partito.
They're
E
the
come è
same
successo
type of
pochi giorni
people,
fa
dude.
all'ufficio immigrazione di Via Pagni, quando la polizia ha pensato bene di dispensare con i
They look at
lacrimogeni
all
le
of
persone in fila da prima dell'Alba che tentavano il tutto e per tutto per poter entrare e ottenere quel pezzo di carta così indispensabile. Che schifo! Alfredo con la sua coraggiosissima lotta mostra a tutti che il 41 bis è tortura e fa risuonare più forti le voci contro il carcere e la repressione. mio personale. Non è solo contro il carcere, ma per spezzare questo sistema che esclude, per reprimere. Ci vogliono isolati, ma c'è tanti gesti in tutto il mondo. Ci mostrano coraggio, forza e a volte anche gioia. Possiamo osservare gli spiegamenti di polizia davanti a noi. Noi ci saremmo
There's another camera there. That's how big of a deal this is. 2 cameras.
Per noi è finito in centrale. O qua, o centrale o qua. No, ho detto che... Allora volete qua, e me ne fotto proprio.
Speriamo che la nostra voce possa arrivare anche oltre questo dispiegamento di cenere a chi magari sta passando per la piazza e si chiede che cosa stia succedendo. Ecco, dietro questo cartone di cenere c'è un corteo di persone che è partito da Milano Centrale in solidarietà ad Alfredo e alla lotta che sta portando avanti il sciopero della fame da oltre 100 giorni, ora nel carcere di Opera, per l'abolizione del regime di 41 bis e per l'abolizione dell'ergastolo statuito.
Damn, those people are stuck in that thing.
Il sciopero della fame, le iniziative in strada e non solo si sono moltiplicate. E noi oggi siamo per strada per portare la lotta di Alfredo e degli altri detenuti fuori da quelle mura, consapevoli che ogni giorno la realtà che viviamo diventa più asfissiante e che allora sempre più è necessario mettersi di mezzo, scendere in strada, alzare la testa e alzare la voce. Da quando siamo partiti, numerose volte la polizia ha bloccato questo corteo. Ora, allora ci dirigiamo verso la stazione centrale per chiudere la nostra giornata di lotta in solidarietà con Alfredo, che è comunque ostaggio dello Stato. E ricordiamo che domani, sabato 4 febbraio alle ore 14:30, saremo in presidio all'ingresso del carcere di Opera per farci sentire solidali contro tutto il 41 bis accanto al nostro compagno.
No, not the chanting, dude. Come on.
Fuori tutte
shit about this. They didn't even do anything. What the fuck was that? How'd they just run at them?
Let's just run at him! Let's just run at him! Let's run at
in questa città, come in molte altre, ci sono carceri diverse, numerose. E a Milano è presente anche un carcere minorile. Infatti, domenica alle ore 16 ci sarà un presidio al carcere minorile Beccaria. L'appuntamento è al parco di Via Mengoni e ripeto alle ore 16. Questo perché vogliamo portare la solidarietà a tutti e tutte le detenute, portare solidarietà a coloro che si ribellano nel carcere di Beccaria. Si sono visti dei fuochi accendersi, dei fuochi che hanno reso inagibile una parte del carcere, dei fuochi che il 25 dicembre hanno visto l'evasione di diversi detenuti. Purtroppo alcuni di loro tutti loro sono stati ripresi ed altri trasferiti in altre carceri perché durante l'evasione erano state distrutte e date fuoco alcune celle. Più volte molte solidali sono andate sotto quelle mura ad esprimere la loro vicinanza, il loro calore, la solidarietà, perché è di questo che si parla.
Ma chiesa dove cazzo sta?
È di questo che vogliamo parlare in queste strade. E quindi domani saremo davanti al carcere di Opera e domenica davanti al carcere del Cario di Milano.
I was looking forward. Yeah, the McDonald's song. Streets are empty. Three people. People left without saying anything. But deduct your pay.
Sì, parlavano della plusvalenza di Osmenda, che sono in solidarietà a Parano.
Però non me l'ha detto Antonio. No?
Lentamente, iniziamo ad andare. Dai ragazzi, iniziamo ad andare.
Con le bocce sulle mani, tutte cose così.
Voglio fare vedere.
Arrivando da via Vittorio.
Siamo in linea in diagonale, ma qua davanti. La vengo io
International chat.
represso anche duramente. Quello che sta succedendo ad Alfredo Cospito è un grosso monito per tutti quanti e lui con la vita lo sta rendendo ancora più chiaro a tutti quanti. Alfredo vuole vivere, se ha deciso di intraprendere questa lotta è perché non voleva vivere in condizioni che non si possono definire neanche umane. E allora è sì ostaggio dello Stato, ma ha cercato e sta cercando di rovesciare questa condizione con grande forza, di buttare al mittente questa costrizione e questa oppressione. E quindi ho sentito tanti dire grazie Alfredo proprio per questo, perché sta facendo un sacrificio enorme. E quello che più dobbiamo portare fuori è la sua lotta politica, però mi sento anche di dire una vicinanza umana, perché siamo umani, ma non per fare vittimismo o pietismo, assolutamente, ma per dare la complessità di questo gesto, renderlo anche condiviso con tutti. E quindi con Alfredo, in qualunque di queste nostre mobilitazioni, la solidarietà va a lui ma va a tutti quanti, perché nelle galere, nel 41 bis, non 41 bis, ci sono migliaia e migliaia di persone che vivono una condizione veramente schifosa, l'abbiamo scritto anche nel nostro volantino, che schifo,
Si fa quello che si può.
non ne possiamo più. Ricordo che domani, per chiunque voglia dare solidarietà a tutti i detenuti di Opera e ad Alfredo che è rinchiuso nella clinica all'interno del carcere di Opera, diamo appuntamento alle ore 14:30 all'ingresso del carcere.
La poesia carceresca.
culo!
Basta con sta telecamera che sembri uno scemo!
4 more minutes.
La grande vela! Che fa vela, va? Grande vela! Cazzo sta vela! Grande vela!
dalla bicicletta molto caro.
Io davanti il casco non ho no, la visiera, non mi scendo.
Looks like they're ending right when court's supposed to start back. Pretty ironic. Oh, hey, D-Live, what's going on? I see you. Sumamberno, Hunter Mole, LWT, Beretta, L, L3 FPS. The guy here. No winners. Hey, Facebook. Hey, where is this? It was Italy. Tara Barbera. Yes, that was Italy. Thank you for the question. Hey, Trovo, Africa TV. We're back.
You may be seated.
You can bring the jury. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Beginning with items, State's Exhibits 111, 112, 113, I believe right before we broke, I presented to counsel and was going to offer it to the witness, and I believe it was without objection going to be offered into evidence.
Is that correct? Without objection. Admitted without objection.
All right, Agent, or Mr. Greer, please review what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111 and Call 113, which would align with sled items 66, 69, and 104. If you would, please let us know if you had an opportunity to inspect those items and analyze them.
Yes, sir, I did. State's Exhibit 112 is sled item 66, and that was determined to be 3 fired bullet jacket fragments and 7 pieces of lead, listed as from Margaret Murdaugh at autopsy. State's Exhibit 11.
111?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I apologize. 111 is sled item 69. And that is one combination wad listed as from left axilla of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. In State's Exhibit 113 is sled item 104, and that was one birdshot pellet listed as found with Paul Murdaugh's clothing.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 90. Sled item 31. Did you have an opportunity to inspect this item?
I did inspect sled item 31.
Is this the item you inspected?
This firearm is unloaded, safe to handle. Yes, sir. I see my identifying marks as sled item 31 on this firearm.
Tell us what this is.
That was determined to be one Browning Model Auto 5 Light 12 semi-automatic shotgun, 12 gauge, with serial number 03867NV211.
And did you conduct further examinations on that firearm that we'll discuss in a little bit?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit and enter into evidence. State's Exhibit 89, item 30 on your report. Did you have an opportunity to inspect that firearm?
This firearm is also unloaded. Yes, sir, I did.
And how do you know that?
When I'm looking at these firearms, we scribe our evidence, if possible, in multiple locations. So I'm looking for those identifying features of that sled lab number and that item number, as well as my initials on some of these items that I was able to mark that. So I see that on this firearm.
Thank you. And for purposes of our results that we'll discuss shortly, did you conduct additional testing on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. That would be your sled item number 32. Tell me if you recognize that firearm if you, in fact, were the one that received it and conducted examinations on it.
This firearm's also unloaded. I'm going to look again for those identifying marks.
Big ass man. You do.
Yes, sir. I identify this as my sled item 32.
You got your gas off?
Lastly, I'll direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 88, and sled item 33. Are you familiar with that item?
This firearm is also unloaded. Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this item.
Is that the item that you conducted tests on?
Yes, sir. This is the sled item 33.
Direct your attention then to State's Exhibit 210, which would be sled item 34. That's been entered into evidence collectively as State's item 210. Are you familiar with the contents of that evidence package?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are they?
Sled item 34, State's Exhibit 210, was determined to be 1 magazine and 26 unfired Cellular and Bellow 300 blackout caliber cartridges.
And was sled item 34, but this State's Exhibit 210 included with the rifle we just took a look at?
Yes, sir. It was submitted in the same package as the rifle.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 143 through, State's Exhibit 143, 144, 150, and 148. Entered into evidence already. That would be sled items 166, 167, 168, and 169. Handing you what's been marked as those exhibits. Would you please take a chance to review those? Let me know if you're familiar with them and if you had an opportunity to analyze them.
Anybody else buy things on subscription and then in the subscription right then, just so you can save some money?
Yes, sir. I believe I have seen these items.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us what they are, if you would.
Each of these 4 items are 12 gauge federal shot shells, and they each all have the markings that are consistent with each other: a federal premium double aught buck 3-inch Magnum.
And do your notes indicate where they were located?
I have an indication based on the packaging.
Okay, what did the packaging indicate?
The packaging for State's Exhibit 150, from what I can tell, says from red bin on workshop bench. For State's Exhibit 144 says from red bin on workshop bench. State's Exhibit 143 says from red bin on workshop bench. And State's Exhibit 148 also says from red bin on workshop bench.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149. That would be sleds number 162, 163, 164, and 165. Same as before. If you wouldn't mind, please take a look at those and let me know if you are familiar with their contents.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just tell us what they are.
All four of these items are Winchester 12-gauge shot shells, and they all appear to have the same information on the shot shell of dry lock, 3-inch with the number 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 213, sled item 45. Please take a look at that piece of evidence and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. This appears to be a box for ammunition in the 300 blackout caliber.
And does that box indicate the maker of that 300 blackout ammunition?
It does.
Who's the manufacturer?
Cellier and Billow.
S&B?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 260, which was previously marked for identification purposes only. State's Exhibit 260 contains sled items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been now admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 260. Please take if you would, please take a moment to review those items and let me know if you're familiar with them.
Yes, sir. I am familiar with this evidence.
And what are they?
These are sled items 35 through 39. These were each fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases with the head stamp of Cellier and Bellow.
Thank you. What's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. This would reference sled item numbers 108 to 135. Agent Greer, these items now admitted under State's Exhibit 261. Please take a moment to review those items, any notes or information you might have on them, and let me know if you're aware of what they are.
Yes, container AB was submitted to the laboratory, and it is to contain sled items 108 through 135. I am familiar with these items, and this package appears to not have been tampered with since I sealed it last, as I see my initials and seal date there at the bottom.
And what's inside that package?
Inside this package, there are 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, as well as 12-gauge shot shells.
And did you have an opportunity to perform an analysis on these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mr. Greer, I'm offering you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 398. That would reference sled item 22.4. And I believe without objection, we'll offer it as evidence.
Correct.
If you would, please take a look at that item and cross-reference with your report and let me know if you're familiar with what it is.
Yes, sir. This container contains two sled items. That's sled item 22.4, which is a swab of debris that I took, a reddish-brown debris swab from the right side of the item 22 receiver.
Which item is 22?
Item 22 was the camouflage Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun. And it also contains sled item 22.5, which was another swab from that same shotgun, and that was reddish-brown debris swab from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And tell us a little bit about the swabs and what you're looking for with that.
Yes, sir. When I receive items of evidence, a part of my process in documenting the evidence and opening the evidence is to look to see if there's any foreign or trace material on that item. When I was examining this firearm and opening it for the first time, I took note of that. And when I did that, I noticed those two areas that I saw reddish-brown debris. In order to preserve that prior to my examination, I swabbed those items so that way they could be collected and maintained.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 399, which references sled item 22.7. State would offer that into evidence after you identify it, and I believe without objection.
Yes, sir. I do recognize this, and this package is still sealed with my initials and seal date. Item 22.7 was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun. During my testing, I used that submitted ammunition that came with the firearm to test fire the weapon with, and that is represented here as sled item 22.7, State's Exhibit 399.
Okay. Submitted.
All right, Mr. Greer. before we move on to your analysis and your results, if you would, please tell me a little bit about the firearms identification process and the number of ways that you use to identify whether a firearm shot a particular projectile.
Sure. As we were discussing earlier, when I receive evidence into the laboratory and I begin my examination, there's a lot of documentation that has to happen. First, as we're opening the evidence, we're going to, one, make sure to preserve any of that trace or foreign material. We use photography to document the evidence as we're opening it and to photograph the actual item itself and that trace material or foreign material. We also use a lot of departmental worksheets where I take notes on the firearm, the magazine, the fire components such as the cartridge case or the bullet, and also any other thing that we need to document throughout the process, or unfired cartridges. We take note of all of that, writing down all of these characteristics that we're seeing on the evidence. In order to do our examination, though, we have to look at these fired ammunition components, these cartridge cases and these fired bullets, and look at their class characteristics. So we're going to count on a bullet. We're going to look at its rifling, trying to determine its caliber through weight and measuring it, and counting those number of lands and grooves that comprise that rifling. Like we spoke earlier, that's what gives that bullet that twist. We document that. We may also look at those cartridge case and look at those things that have same class characteristic. That could be the caliber of that cartridge case, the shape of that firing pin, and any overall features. Items that share the same class characteristics will compare together. And it's kind of like climbing a ladder at this point. Those items that share the same class characteristics, we climb to the next step on that ladder and we compare those items. We're going to look at those fired bullets with each other, those fired cartridge cases with each other, and we're going to look at all of that under high magnification. We use a comparison microscope in our laboratory to look at these items, and basically if you think back to a biology lab that you may have had in school or some kind of science lab, when you look through a microscope, that's what we're doing, but we're using this comparison microscope to look at two things at one time, and we use it uses an ocular bridge so we can look through like a set of binoculars to look at these things. We can change the angles that we're looking at, all these tiny little scratches and striations and impressions on the evidence that you can't really see with the naked eye. We're going to look at it under that magnification and compare all of that to each other to help us reach our final goal, which is a conclusion. If we have firearms that are submitted, we'll also have that documented. Those firearms that have the same class characteristics, for instance, if we have a gun that's the same caliber as our fired bullet and it shares the same rifling specifications, then that means we can compare that bullet with test fires from the firearm. So I'll make sure the firearm is safe to fire, and we'll shoot that firearm within our laboratory. We have several different ways to do that with a water recovery tank and a tunnel that we're able to shoot and recover those test specimens that I physically shot from the firearm. I'll compare those test specimens with each other to look at how those marks that I was looking for under the microscope that we were talking about, to see how they're reproducing on those test fires in whether that be a bullet or cartridge case, compare that under the microscope, and then compare that where necessary to the submitted evidence. After looking at all that, I reach a conclusion about whether this was fired by this item or not, or whatever that conclusion may be. I arrive at that, and I write that conclusion down. At that point in time, another qualified examiner within our firearms department will review the evidence themselves. They'll look at all the submitted evidence and compare that with each other and with those test specimens that I fired and arrive at their own conclusion. If they're in agreement, then they'll sign off on my conclusions, and a report can be drafted. And that's how we get the information out to our customers through our report. At SLED, we have the 100% micro verification process where everything that we're issuing a conclusion on is reviewed by another examiner. So that case file, all that documentation that I generate goes to that examiner or reviewer. It undergoes a technical review and an administrative review before a report can be released. And in a nutshell, that's how we work each case. There are different parts, there's different items of evidence that we get in each case, but that's a quick overview of how each case has worked, and those that process was applied to this case.
Thank you. Mr. Greer, speaking of the peer review process that goes on in the lab, is that conducted blindly, meaning the person reviewing your report doesn't know what your findings are?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you explain, so the subsequent reviewer doesn't know what you decided in your first prime opinion, is that right?
Right. I'll look at the evidence myself, arrive at a conclusion, and the second examiner will look at it and come to their conclusion on their own. Once they have arrived at their own conclusion, looking at the evidence with their own eyes on the microscope, they'll read my results to see if they're in agreement with what I have determined or not.
And that, I think you just testified, but was that done in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Before we move on, please tell me what it means for a cartridge casing to be cycled through a weapon. What does that mean?
Sure. If you think back when we were looking at the cartridge earlier, an unfired cartridge, when we look at these items under magnification on the microscope, there are several different areas that we're going to be concerned with in looking at for those microscopic scratches and impressions, those little striations. One of those would be a firing pin, and that's what comes through the breech face of the gun to detonate the primer. Also the breech face marks on that primer from the gun. Ejector marks, that's what kicks that cartridge out of the gun or the cartridge case. Extractor marks, that's what pulls it out of the chamber of the firearm so that it can be kicked out. And also chamber marks, and that's on the body of the cartridge case, that cylindrical portion. So when we're looking at evidence, our ultimate goal is to say something was fired by this gun or they were fired by the same gun. And we do that, and we can rely on those firing pin marks and those breech face marks because that's what struck the primer and caused it to detonate and fire that cartridge. There's other things that we can look at just to single out, like extractor marks and ejector marks and chamber marks of such, that we can look at to say that a cartridge has traveled through a gun. For example, if you were to load a magazine, insert it into a semi-automatic firearm, pull the slide back, load that cartridge into the chamber, and then you decide you're not going to shoot or you need to remove that cartridge for any reason, you would pull back on that slide of the handgun and the cartridge would be extracted out of the chamber and ejected. Through that process, there can be marks left on the cartridge. That also would happen when you're firing it, but that's not what detonated that primer and set that off. Those ejector marks, those extractor marks, and that just means that that cartridge, we can say, has traveled through that firearm at one point in time. That's not to say it was fired by, but it's cycling marks that we're seeing as it cycled through that gun.
So is it accurate to say then that the cycling marks are separate and distinct from the actual firing pin marks that when you're reviewing these under a microscope?
Yes, sir. As far as what we're looking at geographically on the cartridge case, those would be in a different location when we're looking for those ejector marks or extractor marks or chamber marks. That's not something that we typically would be seeing on the primer area that detonated that cartridge.
Thank you. If I could, beginning with your results, if we could begin with your examination of all the shotgun shells, so the actual shells that were retrieved as part of your analysis, beginning with sled items 9 and 10, which would be states item 33 and 34. Could you tell me where these items were retrieved? Remind us where these items were retrieved from, first of all.
Sled items 9 and 10, that's State's Exhibit 33 and 34. Item 9 was from marker 9, and item 10 was from marker 10, which is my understanding that it was at the feed or storage room.
And I'm going to put these on the Elmo, but if you would tell us what your analysis of these items would be.
Yes, sir.
My earlier objection to these opinions based on prior ruling.
Please proceed, Mr. Greer.
Yes, sir. When I compared and examined those two shot shells with each other, I determined that those two shot shells had been fired by the same firearm.
And do you know the make and model of, or the make and manufacturer of those two weapons?
Wow.
Shells?
The gun
Yes,
he
sir,
had
I
in his
do.
hand when they showed up?
Sled item 9.
Yeah,
Yes,
right?
Which, item 9 is which item?
Dude.
Item 9 is
Uh-oh.
the red and color shot shell, which is State's Exhibit 34.
Okay.
That was a Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And sled item 10 is the black and color shot shell, State's Exhibit 33, and that is a fired 12-gauge Winchester Dry Light number 2 shot shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, moving on to referencing item 22 collectively.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 399, 22.7 on your report.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all put it somewhere? This would be State's Exhibit 399. Did you have an opportunity, or could you tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. That was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted originally with the item 22 shotgun, which is the camouflage color Benelli shotgun.
Could you go ahead and open that package for us, please?
Yes, sir. Do you have scissors or just?
Remind us again where that item was retrieved from.
This item was originally submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli shotgun that was submitted to the laboratory.
Meaning it was actually loaded into the shotgun?
When I received it, it was not loaded in the shotgun, but this was an unfired shot shell as it was submitted. This is the shot shell that I test fired in that shotgun.
All right, very good. Thank you. Greer, could you tell us, I'll put it on the Elmo. Tell us what the make and manufacturer of this item is.
Yes, sir. This is also a 12-gauge Federal shot shell, and on the shot shell itself, it also says Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum.
Direct your attention back to State's item 34. Are those two items consistent with each other?
Yes, sir. It does appear that they are consistent in construction and their head stamp information.
Thank you. If you would, since let's work through the number of firearms that were identified by you. Did you have an opportunity to test those firearms with the projectiles retrieved?
Yes, sir, I did.
What were your results for item 30, the Mossberg pump-action shotgun?
In regards to the 2 shot shells?
Correct.
My results after examining that, it was determined that the item 30 shotgun did not fire the items 9 and 10 shot shells.
And could you move on to your item 31, state's item, one moment, I'm sorry. And the item you just referenced was state's item 89, the Mossberg shotgun. State's exhibit 90, sled item 31. Could you please tell us about that item?
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, I was able to determine that item 31 was not fired by, that item 31 did not fire items 9 and 10.
All right, concerning State's Exhibit 91, your sled item 32, that would be a Benelli Super Black Eagle 2, black in color. Could you tell us your results of that?
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, it was determined that item 32 did not fire items 9
Why
and 10.
is he even there?
Item 32 was, however, recovered with a number of rounds in it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And what were those rounds?
Item 32, the Benelli model Super Black Eagle 2 shotgun, was submitted with 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells, Federal and Winchester.
All right, did you have an opportunity to compare the shot shells with item 22, the camouflage color Benelli Super Black Eagle 3?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and if you would, please tell us your findings concerning item 22.
Sure. When I compared sled items 9 and 10 with those test shot shells that I fired through the item 22 camouflage shotgun, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I was unable to determine whether or not items 9 and 10 were fired by item 22 or if they had been fired by another firearm with similar characteristics.
And were you able to eliminate item number 33 from this round of testing concerning the shotgun shells?
That's correct. The shotgun shells were not fired by the item 33 rifle.
Moving on to your results, moving on to your testing, or did you conduct additional testing of 300 blackout rounds?
Yes, sir, I did.
And of the cases of the ammunition both fired, spent, so shell casings, or unfired ammunition, were the ones we examined today that were retrieved from the scene, what make and manufacturer were they of?
The cartridge cases were head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
Did you have an opportunity to test fire and examine sled item 33, state's exhibit 88, the 300 blackout rifle, black in color?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Could you please tell us your results from that examination for that weapon?
In regards to test firing the weapon?
Correct.
Yes, sir. When I examined item 33, I test fired it using the item 34 magazine. That was the magazine that was packaged alongside the rifle. During that test firing, the first available cartridge in the magazine, as I inserted the magazine into the firearm, it was fed and chambered into the rifle correctly and as I expected. The cartridge was successfully test fired, and then it extracted and ejected from the rifle again as I expected it to. However, as the firearm cycled, meaning when that bolt was coming back forward to load the next available cartridge in the magazine, it failed to feed that cartridge into the chamber, and I had to manually cycle it to load the next cartridge into the chamber. That issue did not prevent me from test firing the firearm, and no further analysis to determine that cause was conducted.
referencing your results, slide item 128 in your exam, were you able to identify any cartridge casings that would have been fired by item 33 rifle? Your item 33 states exhibit 90, states exhibit 88.
Yes, sir, I was.
And just to be clear, we're talking about this 300 blackout rifle. Is that correct? We're talking about your item 33?
Yes, sir. That is sled item 33 that I examined and test fired.
What were you able to identify with the rounds recovered, 300 blackout rounds recovered? Please list their item numbers as well.
Yes, sir. So I compared all the 300 blackout cartridges that I received, and based on my examinations and comparisons, I was able to determine that sled item 38, 109, 110, 121, 126, and 127 were fired by the item 33 rifle.
And those would be various items that were recovered that we've been through and identified in the state's exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So some of them you would say were fired by item 33?
That is correct.
I know you mentioned before with item 33, or sorry, state's exhibit 89. I'm sorry, state's exhibit 88. I know you'd mentioned before that it wasn't working properly. Does that inhibit your ability to test it in any way?
No, sir. I was able to test fire that firearm and recover those test specimens that I needed in order to make those comparisons.
Do malfunctions occur in firearms from time to time?
Yes, sir. They can occur.
But nevertheless, you were able to simulate you were able to fire the weapon eventually.
Yes, sir. I was able to test fire the weapon and recover those test specimens that I needed.
All right, I'm going to reference sled items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120. Do you understand which items I'm referencing?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how did you compare those, or how did the analysis go when compared with item 33, states item 88?
Yes, sir. When I compared those items, that was items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, and 122 through 124, and 128 with each other. And when I compared those with those test specimens that I fired through item 33, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Again, that means I was unable to determine if they had been fired by item 33 or they had been fired by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
Still on item 33, states exhibit 88, the recovered 300 blackout rifle. Were you able to compare the ejection and extraction marks of various 300 blackout rounds recovered and casings recovered?
Yes, sir.
And what was your findings concerning some of those items? And please list the items, and we will go back and identify states exhibits in a minute.
Yes, sir. In looking at the mechanism marks on items 111, 114 through 115, 118 through 119, 123, and 128, I was able to determine that those items had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the item 33 rifle at some previous time.
All right. Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you.
I'm going to renew my objection to the next opinion that he's about to offer based on our prior rulings, just for the record.
Yes, sir. It's not...
Prior arguments and understanding the court's rule.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Greer, I'm going to real quick reference on your chart, on your list, items marked sled items 2 through 7, 35, 36, and 37, and sled item 39. And that would be states exhibits 63 through 68. Just please verify that I've handed you states exhibits 63 through 68 and identify if they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your chart.
Yes, sir. These States Exhibits 63 through 68 are sled items 2 through 7.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as take the court's indulgence. States Exhibit 260. I think it's it. States Exhibit 250, which correlates to slide items 35 through 39. Please verify that for me.
Yes, sir. This is States Exhibit 260, which is a container that is to contain sled items 35 through 39.
Okay. Sled items 2 through 7. States Exhibit 63 through 68. After review of the crime scene, where were those located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, it's my understanding that those cartridge cases were at marker numbers that were near or around the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
And those would be 300 blackout rounds, is that right?
That's correct. They're 300 blackout caliber.
Or they were spent casings?
Yes, sir. Those are fire cartridge cases.
And States Exhibit 260, items 35 through 39, what are those again?
Those were all fire 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
And where were those items recovered?
Listed on our submission documents, those were from the ground at side entrance door.
Have you physically been there to the Moselle property?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you familiar with the ground at the side entrance door?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Is that the side entrance that leads into the pool table and the gun room?
Based on my understanding of the scene, yes, sir, I believe that is where those were collected from, near that door that goes into that room.
We have 300 blackout round casings collected from around Maggie's body, and we have 300 casings collected from the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any notes? Did you take any contemporaneous notes on the condition of your items 35 to 39, those collected at the side of the house?
Yes, sir, I do believe so. I'm going to reference my case file here to confirm.
Would referencing your file help you refresh your memory on that matter?
Yes, sir, it would. During my examination, when I looked at items 35 through 39, which were recovered near that door area, I did note that they were tarnished and weathered in my case file.
Mr. Greer, tell us what you found concerning those items.
Based on my examination, it was determined that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, and 39 had matching mechanism marks, and it was concluded that those items had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So if I understand it correctly, the items collected right by Maggie had been loaded into, extracted to, and ejected by the same firearm that identified that items were picked up by the side of the house.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Any court's indulgence? Additional items were collected as well, and did you have an opportunity to analyze those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And identify the sled item numbers, and then we'll identify the state's exhibit numbers.
Those were sled items number 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122.
Handing you what's been marked as state's exhibit 261. Which includes various items. And what are they again?
Yes, sir. This is a container that contains multiple 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases and fired 12-gauge shot shells.
And in that in that collective bin include 300 blackout rounds of the items you just listed?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. Tell us what your findings were for those items. And where were these collected?
Based on the submission documentation, those were collected from areas such as from to the left of a shooting chair near field, from a right corner near field, from in front of a shooter's chair, under a table. Would you like me to identify each location?
For those items, have you had an opportunity to review some body-worn camera footage and evidence and kind of identify what that actually meant?
Oh, yes, sir.
And generally, when it says left leg and right leg and near the front or back, what is it talking about?
It appears that there's some type of shooting area that those were collected from.
Okay. What were your findings concerning those items?
It was determined that those items, and to include items 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122, also had those same matching mechanism marks, to conclude that they had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm as those at the crime scene around Margaret Murdaugh's body, and those several recovered from the home.
So the items collected around Margaret Murdaugh's body matched the items collected outside the house, which matched items that were collected in the field at the shooting range.
Yes, sir. I was able to identify that the cartridge cases recovered, items 2 through 7 near the body, did have matching mechanism marks with several of the items from the area around the home and those in the shooting field, and several of those in the shooting field, to conclude that some of those had been, that those had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
I'm going to reference slide item 8. That would be state's item 250. State's exhibit 250. I'm going to put it on the screen. What is that item again? Remind us, please.
Sled item 8 was one fired bullet, determined to be 300 blackout caliber, listed as near tire impression at marker 8.
Recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir, at marker 8.
Is that a fired projectile?
Yes, sir, that is a fired bullet.
Is that, how much does that bullet weigh?
According to my notes when I weighed that projectile, it weighed approximately 147.4 grains.
I'm handing you what's marked as Exhibit 213. Remind us again what that is.
State's Exhibit 213 appears to be an ammunition box marked cellular and below, and 300 blackout caliber.
What are the grains indicated on that box?
On the side of this box, it has information about the projectile, and it says 147 grains on the side.
Is State's exhibit up on the Alamo, is that consistent with a 147 grain projectile?
Yes, sir. That bullet appears to be intact, and based on my examination and looking at these fired bullets as a part of an examination, I would say that would be consistent with being 147 grains.
You have an opportunity to inspect sled item 12.
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us your results of that.
Sled item 12 was one fired bullet, determined to also be 300, most consistent with being 300 blackout caliber, and it was listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
And did you have an opportunity to weigh that projectile?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the results of that?
When I weighed that projectile, it was approximately 146.8 grains.
Is that consistent with 147 grain unfired ammunition?
Yes, sir, I would say that would be consistent with 147 grains.
Experts' indulgence. Lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 143, 144, 148, and 150. Could you please remove those collectively and let me know if you are familiar with the make and manufacture of those items?
State's Exhibit 143 is a 12-gauge Federal shot shell. It says Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum on this shell, on the side of the shell. State's Exhibit 144 is also a 12-gauge Federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum. State's Exhibit 148 is also a 12-gauge Federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum. And State's Exhibit 150 is also a 12-gauge Federal shot shell with the same information of Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum.
Are all of those 4 exhibits that you just reviewed of the same manufacturer and same make and model?
Yes, sir. They appear to have the same information and also in their in their construction as well.
If I use one for demonstrative purposes, all the rest are the same?
Yes, sir. They appear to be all consistent.
Showing you what you just identified. This would be States 143. Is this the item you just looked at, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34. Remind me again which item that is. Sled item 9?
State's Exhibit 34 was sled item 9. That's correct.
And what's the make and model of that?
Sled item 9, State's Exhibit 34, was a fired 12-gauge shot shell with the Federal Premium Double-Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum, red in color.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 399. This would be, where's item 9 from?
Item 9 is listed as from marker 9, and again, based on my understanding of the crime scene document, that was near or around the feed room.
And marked as State's Exhibit 399, sled item 22.7. Where is that item from?
Sled item 22.7, State's Exhibit 399, was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was originally submitted as item 22 with the camouflage Benelli shotgun.
State's item 4, and you've already reviewed this. Exhibit 4 for the state, 22 for you. Is that the same shotgun that you're referring to?
Yes, sir. This is my item 22 shotgun.
Camouflage Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And all those items are of the same model and manufacturer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They all appear to have the same head stamp information and information on the side of the shell, and their case construction all appears to be consistent.
Reference your item 10 now. Well, first let me collectively hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 144. States Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149 collectively. Please take them out individually, review them. Let me know if you recall what they are. Make and model, make and manufacture is what I'm interested in.
States Exhibit 145, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge with dry lock 3-inch and a 2 on the shell. States Exhibit 146, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell it says dry lock 3-inch number 2. States Exhibit 147 is head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell, dry lock 3-inch number 2. In States Exhibit 149, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell, dry lock 3-inch number 2.
You know to indicate where those items were recovered?
Based on the packaging.
What is the packaging? Where does the packaging indicate those items were recovered?
The packaging for States Exhibit 145 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 146 says from Kent box on bookshelf in gun room. States Exhibit 147 says from nightstand in Paul's room. And States Exhibit 149 says from estate box on bookshelf in gun room.
And hand you what's been marked and identified as States Exhibit 33, slide item 10. Where was that located?
Sled item 10, again, was a fired 12 gauge shot shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the side, dry lock 3-inch number 2, and that was located at marker 10, which again, based on my understanding, was near that feed room.
Identify, please, the make and manufacturer of that item.
Yes, sir. It was head stamp Winchester 12 gauge, and on the shell it says dry lock 3-inch 2.
Is that consistent with the make and manufacture of all the other items you just reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are those all the items you just reviewed, Mr. Brew?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions from the state.
We'll take a few minutes break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not discuss the case.
Oh.
New details have just been released in a gruesome murder of a family in Central California. 2 gang members suspected in the massacre of 6 people have been arrested. Authorities also released this video today showing the desperate moments a mother tried to save her baby from the gunmen, throwing the 10-month-old over a fence and then running in the opposite direction. However, moments later, both were executed. The Tulare County Sheriff says it was not random and a dispute between rival gangs.
The suspects and the victims have a long history of gang violence, heavily active in guns, gang violence, gun violence, and narcotics dealings. However, having said that, the motive is not exactly clear at this point.
Tulare County investigators were able to track down the suspects from DNA left at the scene.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more
We turn our attention now to this. A man at the center of a shocking investigation is behind bars tonight after his bizarre behavior led police to his Hollywood high-rise apartment.
Inside, they found a cache of high-powered weapons and a sniper-like setup, though it is unclear what he may have been planning. The rifles loaded with ammunition were pointed out the window of his 18th floor unit with a panoramic view of the busy street below as well as a public park. We have new details, chilling details and video of his arrest.
KTLA's Chris Wolf joins us live from Hollywood with the latest developments. Chris.
Neighbors say the odd young man moved into the Lumina high-rise apartments here in Hollywood about 2 weeks ago.
Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden.
Acting strangely, and even threatened some of them with physical harm, and that's why they went to police. Braxton! Authorities say Braxton Kyle Johnson, 25 years old, from Indiana, now living in Hollywood, has been arrested on multiple charges, including possession of an assault weapon, criminal threats, and 1 count of solicitation of murder. The LA County District Attorney says Johnson asked a woman if she had anyone who needed killing. Wednesday night, police served a search warrant and say they found a stockpile of high-powered weapons, ammunition, and a sniper-like setup in Johnson's 18th floor apartment at the luxury Lumina apartment building along Sunset Boulevard. They say loaded rifles were pointed out the windows of the unit, which has sweeping views of busy streets and a public park. Investigators say 1 rifle with a scope was mounted on a stand similar to ones used by hunters or military snipers. The firearms had, quote, the ability to inflict a lot of damage to a lot of people. Research online shows Braxton Johnson served in the U.S. Army, and pictures he posted on social media show a clean-cut young man, often smiling and well-dressed, and at other times with a rifle. One neighbor says Johnson talked about his weapons and that the high-rise apartment gave him good sight lines.
I took it to mean a rifle shot, but I thought he was just BSing. In retrospect, I'm kind of taken aback.
Neighbor Dennis Tone shot this footage of officers in heavy gear ready to go up to Johnson's apartment. Once there, a neighbor across the hall pulled out her cell phone.
You feel that you're not safe around this person.
Neighbors we spoke with are in shock.
He must be going through something, pretty heavy.
Investigators with the LAPD say they found no evidence of a planned attack or mass shooting. They are now working with federal law enforcement personnel and Johnson's family on this case. Reporting live in Hollywood, Chris Wolf, KTLA.
Right, I got something on the stove.
She is out, sleeping completely.
A shocking sight this afternoon on a SoCal freeway. A woman on Interstate 15 near Temecula asleep behind the wheel of her Tesla. Another driver says she saw the woman, grabbed her phone, and started recording. She followed the self-driving Tesla for about 15 minutes, honking and trying to get the driver's attention, hoping to wake her up. She called 911 to report the sleeping driver, and according to California Highway Patrol, sleeping behind the wheel is not only unsafe, but it's also illegal under California law.
Relief.
You may now be seated.
Bring the jury. Sir, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Agent Rear.
Good afternoon.
Just want to see if we can agree on one thing, and that is you're not here to tell this jury that any of the weapons in this room were used, in your opinion, to murder Maggie or Paul, correct?
Based on my examination of the evidence, I was able to identify that there were matching mechanism marks in items around, as mentioned, in the body of Maggie Murdaugh and other areas of the property. And in regards to the two shot shells in comparison with those shotguns, items 9 and 10 were inconclusive with the item 22 shotgun.
So that means you cannot, and you did not, and you are not offering an opinion that item 22 shotgun was used to murder Paul Murdaugh, correct?
My result was inconclusive, and what that ultimately means is I'm not able to determine that. It's a possibility that it could have been fired by that shotgun, and it also could have been another firearm with similar characteristics.
Meaning, just equally possible it wasn't that gun.
That's possible.
And this 300 blackout. We know a 300 blackout was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
Based on the evidence that I received, I did have several projectiles that were 300 blackout caliber that were most consistent with that, as well as several cartridge cases that were head stamped that caliber.
And you're not here to tell this jury, in your opinion, that this 300 blackouts laying on the floor here was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
The results of the comparisons of those cartridge cases, items 2 through 7, with test fires from that item 33 rifle were also inconclusive, meaning I was unable to determine if those cartridge cases were fired by item 33 or they've been fired by another firearm.
Well, how many cartridges were found at the murder scene of 300 blackouts? Do you remember?
Based on my understanding of the crime scene, I believe I was only submitted items 2 through 7, so that would be 6 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases. And again, I was not at the scene to recover those. That's just what was submitted to me, and based on my understanding of the evidence.
Okay. I want to stay on the 300 blackout for a moment. I'm going to show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 69.
Previous comment on that.
Excuse me?
Just what I previously.
Yeah. And you have your file there, but take a look at Defendant 69 and see, tell us if you recognize that document as coming from your firearms file report. Excuse me, extended report.
Yes, sir. This State's Exhibit...
Defendant's Exhibit.
Excuse me, yes, sir. Defendant's Exhibit 69 does appear to be a copy of 2 pages from my case file.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move Defendant's Exhibit 69 in the evidence, I believe, without objection.
Without objection.
Submit it.
Yeah. This is page number 67 and 68. We're going to pull it up on the screen. And while we're doing that, Agent Greer, is this your worksheet for the 300 blackout that's here in the courtroom and sled item 33, which bears State's Exhibit number 88?
Yes, sir. That would be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 33.
Okay. And this is the item that you're not prepared to tell the jury here that, in your opinion, was not used to murder Maggie Murdaugh.
Based on my examination of the cartridge cases, or several of those cartridge cases that were recovered from all the locations, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I'm unable to determine if they were fired by that firearm or by another firearm or firearms with those similar characteristics.
But you did test fire this item 33, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And on the second page of Exhibit 69, Doug, if you'll pull up the description of what happened, and if you'll tell the jury what problems you encountered when you test fired item 33, which is State's Exhibit 88.
Yes, sir. During the test firing, I loaded the magazine with cartridges. That was sled item 34, and I inserted that into the magazine well of the sled item 33, the rifle. I chambered the first available cartridge into the firearm and fired it. That went as expected. The cartridge was fired. It extracted and ejected from that firearm properly. However, as that bolt was going back forward, I would have expected it to pick up the next available cartridge from the magazine. However, it didn't, and I had to manually cycle that bolt again to load the next available cartridge from the magazine. That issue did not prevent me from test firing it, and I was able to collect those test specimens that I needed, and no further analysis to determine the cause of that was conducted.
So when you say you had to manually, it says as a firearm cycle, the next available cartridge in the magazine failed to feed in the chamber. So then you had to manually do it. How do you manually do it?
Yes, sir. On the top of the firearm, there's a charging handle. I had to pull back on that charging handle, which in turn pulls that bolt backwards. And when I did that and released it, it was able to then go forward on its own and pick up the next cartridge from that magazine that was inserted into the firearm.
Okay. And you had to do that every time you fired Exhibit 88, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so. During my test firing, I did have that phenomenon occur.
So is it fair to say Exhibit 88, item 33, was malfunctioning when you tested it?
It did not work as I expected it to. I would have expected it to fire and load that next cartridge as it should. However, when we're test firing these firearms, we're holding them in different weights because we're test firing them in a bullet recovery tank, which at the time was a vertical tank filled with water. So I had to hold it in kind of a strange position. But through all my test firing, I did have this situation occur. But again, no other testing to determine why that was happening was conducted, and I was able to test fire that gun and collect those test specimens.
And is it fair to say you were not able to rapid fire, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, and shoot bullets in immediate succession?
During my testing, I had to manually load that next cartridge in, so it just took the amount of time that it would take me to do that step, if you will. Instead of the firearm performing that function for me, I had to do it, and that's what I did in this case.
Okay, and then, all right, were you able to get the projectile out of the water tank and compare it to the two projectiles found at the murder scene, I believe? I don't know if it's item 8 or no. As part of your analysis, did you compare projectiles from item 33 to the projectiles found at the scene?
Yes, sir, that is correct. I did collect those test-fired bullets from our water tank, and I did compare that where appropriate with the fired projectiles that were submitted.
And did you reach any conclusions based upon that projectile comparison?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were those conclusions?
Based on the observable physical characteristics of items 8 and 12, those are sled items 8 and 12, I determined those to be most consistent with .300 blackout caliber. Item 8 may be suitable for identification with other evidence, and item 12 sustained damage, and it was unsuitable for identification with other evidence. That means that due to the damage that it had sustained, there were no identifying features that I saw under the microscope that I would use for identification purposes. I also received several other projectiles and fragments that I compared to the item 33 rifle. Due to damage in their size, the calibers of items 11, 66, and 137 could not be determined. They were just too small for me to make any determination about their caliber. Due to damage and the limited marks of value that I saw on item 11, specifically the fired bullet jacket fragment and the item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments, I was concluded that those may or may not be suitable for identification, and compared those later on to the rifle. Based on no marks of value that were displayed on the item 11 bullet jacket fragments, item 11 piece of lead, and item 66 pieces of lead. I determined those were unsuitable. So again, due to there being no marks of value for me to compare, I was unable to compare those with those test bullets. Item 137 bore some type of strided marking. However, I was unable to determine the origin of those marks and use those for an identification purpose. And it was determined that it was also unsuitable. Lastly, the 3 items that I did compare with those test specimens that fired from those rifle, which were item 8, the item 11 fired bullet jacket fragment, and the item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments. The results of those comparisons were also inconclusive with each other and with those test specimens, and that was due to damage and just insufficient markings for us to base our opinion on. It could not be determined whether those items were fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
So Exhibit 250 is the projectile that was found by marker 8, I believe. Just confirm that one with Houston. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State's Exhibit 250 was sled item 8, near tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And I believe you just, as you're reading from your report, told the jury that you couldn't make any conclusions about the projectile seized of the scene from the projectiles fired in a water tank from this .300 blackout laying on the floor in here. Is that right?
That's correct. The results of those comparisons were inconclusive, so I'm unable to determine if item 8 was fired by the rifle or by another firearm with similar rifling characteristics.
Well, aren't the rifling marks on a projectile as it goes through the barrel more reliable when making firearm identifications than most any other tool marks that you rely upon?
I wouldn't say they're more reliable. We do rely on the rifling in that barrel to mark those projectiles, and that's what gives those markings on puts those markings on those bullets. So we're able to look at them and do a firearms identification examination on them. Tools, firearms, all mark evidence. Again, I was unable to do that in this case, and my results were inconclusive. That's due to the damage that these may have sustained and to just insufficient markings that were on the bullet when I looked at it. There was not enough of those markings on there for me to determine if they were fired by item 33.
But item 8, Exhibit 250 there, do you recall whether there was human organic matter on that projectile when it was recovered?
Let me refer to my notes. I don't have documented in my notes that there was any foreign material or trace on it as I received it.
But we know that that projectile was recovered at the murder scene at marker 8. Is that right? Near the tire.
Yes, sir. Near the tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And you made comparisons of of shell cartridges, the back end of the full bullet that were collected at the shooting house on the property at Moselle. Did you not? I don't have the numbers, but we went through them a moment ago. You did. You remember? Let me ask you to take a look at the projectiles that were found. I believe they're items, well, nope. They are items 108 through 125. I'm not sure what their state exhibit numbers are, but if you look at 108 through 125 in your report, those are spent 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases?
Sled items 108 through 125 was determined all to be fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
And in your report, it references left of shooting chair near field, right front corner, etc. Maybe you don't know, but are you aware those were collected at a gun house at a firing range on the property?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to back up. I misspoke earlier. It's 108 through 124 are the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases. But based on my understanding of everything, yeah, there was some type of shooting field or stand that I believe those were collected from, and that kind of seems to coincide with the item descriptions, which is what I'm familiar with.
Okay. And were you aware that when you're sitting in the shooting house and you're target practicing, that there was a earthen berm that the shots were fired into?
No, sir. I've never seen this area.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to your analysis if the investigators had dug out items from that earthen berm of the projectiles, such as what's sitting in front of you as State's Exhibit 250?
We're able to look at bullets that are submitted. We don't have any type of restraint. It may have been helpful. Bullets, as we've seen here, come to us in all shapes and sizes due to their damage that they may have sustained. So I'm unable to really answer that question without seeing the evidence and determining if it would be helpful.
Okay. I want to ask you a little more about the conclusions that you've reached as documented in your report, and I've particularly focused on item 128, and I'm still talking about the Buster 300 blackout that's laying on the floor here in the courtroom. And just so we're clear, there were items, the cartridges that we talked about, the back end of the bullet, that you were able to conclude that they were fired by this gun, right?
Yes, sir. I was able to determine, in looking at the totality of the marks on those cartridge cases, that there were items submitted to me had been fired by that firearm.
And your conclusion that they've been fired by this gun, and we're talking about the cartridges. One is cartridge 38, which is up by the residence, correct?
Yes, sir. Sled item 38, that's my understanding, and it was submitted as being recovered from near a door.
Well, and that's the door that you testified that you saw when you went on the property.
Yes, sir, I believe so. That's my understanding.
And so it's been a long week, 2 weeks, but there was a sled agent early in the case who had body cams going around picking up spent shell cartridges adjacent to that door, and you believe this is one of those, correct?
That's my understanding, that those items came from the area outside that gunroom door.
And you concluded that item 38, along with some other items found at the shooting house, which would be, these 109 and 110, you concluded. Where are 109 and 110 found? Yeah, that's the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. As submitted to the lab, collected item 109 was collected from right front corner near field, and item 110 was in front of shooter's chair under table near field.
Okay. And so, one spent cartridge found next to the door up at the main residence at Moselle, and then you've got 5 found at the shooting range that you say, in your opinion, were fired by this gun.
Yes, sir, that is my opinion.
But then you've also matched other cartridges According to your report, items 111, 114, 115, 18, 19, 123, and it says 128 in your report that you say were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from this rifle.
That's correct.
But you don't say they were fired from this rifle.
That's correct.
But they were spent shell casings found at the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. And those were fired cartridge cases in its just plain term. They had been fired. When I'm looking at the totality of all these markings, again, we go back to those 5 areas that we're really going to look at. The marks that I saw that were in agreement, that I made that conclusion and based my opinion on, were those ejector or lug and extractor marks, and that's not what detonated that primer. So that's the difference there. So we know those marks can occur when that cartridge or fire cartridge case is cycling through there, but that's not what detonated that cartridge, and that's the difference in that result. Yes, sir.
Well, let's look at it from the other side of the coin. So you're saying that the breech marks on the primer, where the firing pin hit the primer, did not match up. Item rifle 33, the breech marks on the firing pin didn't match up on these spent cartridges, 111, 114, 15, 118, 119, 123, and 128.
No, sir. When I did compare all of these cartridge cases to each other and with those test cartridge cases fired from it, those items 111, 114, 115, 118, 119, 123, and 128, due to insufficient corresponding markings on that primer and in those breech face marks, I was unable to determine if they were all fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics. I did examine those, and the results of those comparisons were inconclusive.
So you're saying you didn't. You're not telling the jury they don't match. It's just you couldn't match them. They're inconclusive.
My results of those comparisons are inconclusive. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you also, in your report, reached the same. You conclude that it's inconclusive on whether item 33, State's Exhibit 88, are you saying it's inconclusive whether item 33, Exhibit 88, fired 2 through 7?
That's correct.
Are you saying it's inconclusive as to whether item 33, which is Exhibit State's 88, at some point in time, loaded and ejected, extracted from item 33?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, we just talked about there's a difference between firing and then cycling and extracting.
Yes, sir.
Tool marks.
Yes, sir.
Did you look at State's Exhibit 88 to see if the extraction marks matched up to items 2 through 7?
Based on the evidence that I received, I was able to determine that items 2 through 7 had those matching mechanism marks with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122, to conclude that those items have been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
But you can't identify the firearm, the gun.
Correct. In terms of being fired by, I was able to determine that several items had been fired by that rifle, and the results of those comparisons with the other items led items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128. Those comparisons with each other in those test cartridge cases fired by the item 33 rifle were inconclusive.
And so, let's see if I can understand. what you're talking about with regard to your conclusions on that items 2 through 7, which were shell casings found near Maggie's body, and other spent cartridges found around the Moselle house and at the shooting range, you conclude that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
That's correct.
And for those, I guess we have the same issue. You looked at the primer, the breach marks on the primer, and you couldn't make any conclusions on those, right?
When I looked at the primer area where those breech face and firing pin impressions are, the results of including that in a fire by result were inconclusive, and that is the results for items 2 through 7, and 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128.
And again, aren't the breech marks in the firing pin, aren't those more reliable than extractor marks when you're doing an analysis?
During the marking of these specimens, if you will, through firing, the machining process to create those firearms, we see tool marks on fire cartridge cases and fire bullets from multiple different processes. I can't say that one's more reliable to mark than the other. It's all due to the machining process and also due to the individual wear and tear of that firearm through use of it in repetitive use or abuse of the firearm. That can also add to the markings in each of those locations that we're looking at, whether it be something from the breech face, from the firing pin, those extractors and ejectors, or even the rifling in the barrel. All of those variables can play into those markings and how we see those and how they reproduce on our evidence and how individual they are to each gun.
Well, that does bring me to another point. Isn't your opinion based upon conclusion that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world, whether it's put together by John Bedingfield or mass assembled at Colorado State Armory or anywhere in the world, that each one, when they cycle a bullet through and eject it, will produce its own unique, like no other in the world, its own unique tool mark? Isn't that what your opinion is based on?
Again, during the manufacturing of these components...
Is that a yes or no?
I would like to explain it a little more.
Your Honor, can I get a yes or no and then an explanation?
You're objecting. You can answer the question.
Restate the question.
Isn't your opinion based upon the presumption or the basis of your opinion is that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world produces its own unique set of tool marks when it cycles a bullet through? Yes or no?
I would like to answer that with a little bit of explanation if possible.
Your Honor, I would appreciate a yes or no, and he can explain all day long.
If you can answer yes or no, you must answer yes or no, then explain.
Can you repeat the question one more time? I apologize.
Is it your opinion, in this case, about the shell cartridges being fired from the same 300 blackout? Isn't that based upon your presumption that each 300 blackout manufactured in the world makes unique tool marks when it cycles a bullet and ejects it?
You can tell he's working for the fucking DA now.
It's hard to say. I have not looked at every 300 blackout that's in the world, so it's hard to answer that question. But again, based on my knowledge of that process and how they're made, I'm able to support my answer without answering it in a yes or no manner, I suppose.
But you're saying you found shells here, cartridges here, cartridges there, cartridges at the murder scene, and they all have not all the marks are identical, but enough marks are close enough to being identical. In your opinion, they were fired by one weapon in the world.
It's my opinion that those had all been cycled through the same firearm at one point in time. Yes, sir.
But not fired by the same firearm.
No, sir. That's not what my conclusions say. As far as being fired by that firearm or by the same gun, those results are inconclusive.
So that means that the markings on the breech, because they were all fired, they all have a fire pin hitting the primer, and you call that breech markings, correct?
Yes, sir. Those are breech face markings that we would see on the primer.
And there were dissimilarities between those where you couldn't reach a conclusion.
That's correct. Those shared, again, those same class characteristics. So we compared those to each other. Based on our comparisons, that's correct. There were not enough. There's not enough agreement. There was insufficient agreement there for me to reach a conclusion based on my training and experience and looking at all of these cartridge cases that I could say that they were fired by the same firearm, and that's how we arrived at that conclusion.
And can you say when those tool markings were made on the, or when the, scratch that. Is there any way to determine, for you to determine, when the shell casings, cartridges were cycled and ejected in this one firearm that's unique to all others in the world?
I cannot date when those were fired or when those were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from a firearm. No, sir. I cannot put a time stamp, if you will, on that. No, sir.
And you can't state whether it was a 300 blackout assembled in 2016 given for Christmas gift, or if it was a replacement given in 2017 or 2018. I mean, you don't know what year the gun was that cycled and ejected?
That's correct. I do not have knowledge on the year of manufacture of these firearms.
Okay. Now let's move on to the shotgun. And you were clear a few things up. You were shown a lot of items that were taken, unfired shot shells, and this is 12 gauge. I'm going to show you Exhibit 143, 144, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 50. And I'm not going to ask you to take these out, but I want you to take a look at all those and tell me when those were seized or taken into evidence in this case.
I do see a date on the packaging. Some of these packages are ripped right through it. That states 9/13/21.
Okay. And so you understand that as June, July,
freeze-dried survival
food, murders, correct?
Rice, yes, sir. That September 13th would be
pretty salty,
several months after the murders, yes, sir.
And that those were seized at different places around the property?
Yes, sir. According to the information here, it appears they were from different locations and where they were collected from. Yes, sir.
Okay. And
I've had it in my emergency tow for years.
I guess you don't know whether
it's kind of old. So
property of Moselle was open to Alex Murdaugh. I mean, from June till September, as far as you know, right?
I have no knowledge of that. No, sir.
And if he had the mind to, he could go out and remove every shotgun shell on the whole property, right?
I have no knowledge of how the scene was maintained.
Well, it would appear that no one removed any shotgun shells since you have them there in your lap, right?
It does appear that these were collected from these areas listed on the package on September 13, or I assume it's September 13 as it's dated and labeled by the person who collected these.
Okay. Let me show you. Exhibit 63 and 60. What I marked is Exhibit 63 and 64. And these are pages 51 and 55 from your report. And will you just confirm this for me? 63, 64, pages 51 and 55 from your report.
No, they haven't finished yet.
Yes, sir. I do recognize Defendant's Exhibit 63 appears to be a copy of an Item 10 worksheet for the fired shot shell. And Defendant's Exhibit 64 appears to be a copy of my worksheet for sled item 14, which were 24 birdshot pellets.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce into evidence Defendants 63 and 64 at this time. And just, Doug, if you'll pull up 63, which is page 51 of the report, and Agent Greer, will you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is just a copy of one of our standard worksheets that we use to document evidence in the laboratory. So this is an ammunition and cartridge case worksheet, which is why I utilized it when I was documenting the Item 10 fired shot shell. And this contains my notes that I took on that item.
Okay, and just so that we're clear, are we talking about Exhibit 33? This is the black colored shot shell that was found in the feed room where Paul Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State Exhibit 33 is the item we're discussing.
And you have a name under notes. It says on shot shell, it says, quote, dry lock 3-inch 2. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
You see that, Doug? Can you highlight that? Thank you. And again, the exhibit there, and that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And number 2 is the size of the pellet?
Yes, sir. That would refer to the size of the pellets or birdshot that was that we would believe to have been loaded into that cartridge or that shot shell. Excuse me.
Okay. And then if you'll go to Exhibit 64, page 55, Doug, and it's 55 in your report, Agent Greer. And are these the pellets that were provided to you to analyze the the number 2 size pellets?
Yes, sir. Sled item 14, I determined to be 24 birdshot pellets, and those were listed as being from dog food storage room.
Okay. And if you'll look at under the caliber, it says number 2, and it says steel. These were steel pellets, were they not?
Based on my examination and based on my observation, yes, sir, they were magnetic, so that would provide that they had some steel in them, yes, sir.
And birdshot can either be steel or lead, I suspect. Maybe there's a third kind.
There can be multiple different metals used in making pellets. Lead is one, steel is one. There are also other metals that can be used in making pellets, yes, sir.
Have you analyzed any of the Winchester dry locks that were seized in September of 2021 to see whether they're steel or lead?
No, sir, I have not analyzed their contents.
Okay. Now, here you've got Exhibit 64. You've got grain weight, and why don't you explain what you're referring to? I guess I needed. I'm missing a page for that. So if you'll look at your page 54 in your file, because it says continued from Wade, and I guess that's on page 54. Is that right?
No, sir, that's just referencing from the weight category that's kind of at the top portion of the page. Okay. I just continued my thoughts down below.
Well, so help me out here. You say there's 5 pellets weighed 3.4 grams, and then 18 pellets only weighed 3.6 grams. How does that work?
I weighed each of those pellets individually, and again, we're weighing in grains. And when I weighed those on our scale, that is what I documented. 5 of them weighed 3.4, and that should be a piece. 18 of them each weighed 3.6 grains, and 1 pellet weighed 3.8 grains.
Okay.
So the total of them altogether was approximately 86.4 grains.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. You also weighed the grains of the 300 blackout projectiles. You don't have that in front of us right here, but did you not weigh the grains there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you got it, tell us what they were.
Thank you.
I have my notes here. I believe you said 147 grains. State's Exhibit 50, which is your item 8 on your report?
Yes, sir. When I weighed sled item 8, which was 1 fired bullet, it was approximately 147.4 grains.
And are you familiar with how 300 blackout ammunition is sold, what weight classes there are?
I don't know all of the different weights that are within that caliber, no, sir.
Do you know there's like a subsonic and then supersonic?
Again, I don't know everything about that caliber. There are various weights that bullets are sold in for each caliber, so I would not be surprised at other grain weights, but I don't know all of them off the top of my head today.
So as far as you know, the only weight you could ever get is 147 grains, right?
When I weighed these items, item 8 and item 12, they weighed approximately 147.
You mentioned in your testimony that item 32, which is Exhibit 91, had a Winchester and a Federal 12-gauge shotgun shells in here. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. They did have 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells submitted with it. That's correct.
But you did more than that when you testified shortly ago. You said one was a Winchester and one was a Federal, I believe.
Yes, sir. One is a Federal premium heavyweight TSS, and one is a 12-gauge Winchester Longbeard XR, I believe.
Oh. The Winchester is not a dry lock, correct?
No, sir. The markings on that shell said a Longbeard XR.
Nope. And the Winchester found at the murder scene is a dry lock, correct?
The item is 10 shot shell, which was recovered from Marker 10, which I do believe, from my understanding, is around the body of Margaret Murdaugh, was a Winchester 12-gauge shell, and it says dry lock on it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And then item 22, which is the gun that Alex Murdaugh came down, was holding or was leaning up against his Suburban when Deputy Daniel Green arrived. That was, as you understand, loaded with a 12-gauge and a 16-gauge shell, correct?
When I received it, it was unloaded, but I did receive a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell. That's correct.
And if you fire a 16-gauge shell and a 12-gauge shotgun, what's likely to happen?
That's something that I have not done, so I'm unable to answer that question.
Is it dangerous to do such a thing?
As a firearms examiner, I would recommend shooting the ammo that your firearm is chambered for. I can't predict what would happen if you shot that shot shell or attempted to.
All right. You spoke of this review process at SLED with regard to your tool mark analysis, and you said you do your analysis, you look at things under a microscope, and you type up a report?
Yes, sir. I look at the evidence, reach a conclusion, and write or type those conclusions. Yes, sir.
And then a reviewer, someone, and in this case, what was his name? Initial CW?
The reviewer was Chad Smith, another examiner within our department.
Is he on the same level with you at SLED?
He is also an examiner. I don't know his classification, but he has been employed in the department longer than I have, completing firearms examination.
Okay. And then he looks at it, but does he prepare an independent report and then flips the two over and see if they match, or does he just take a look at it, come up with his thoughts, and then look at your document to see if he agrees with it?
He does not prepare an independent report. No, he does look at the evidence and arrive at those conclusions, and he would read my results. If he agrees with them, then he will sign off on those conclusions. If he disagrees with them, then there's also a procedure for that to happen.
Now, you mentioned that in order to make an identification or a match, or do you have to have a certain number of similar, or is it similar or identical characteristics?
In order to make an identification, we want to see sufficient agreement between the individual characteristics. There's not a certain number that I use, as we use a method called pattern matching, and we're looking at under the microscope all these tiny striations and impressions, and looking at the surface contours of those two tool marks with each other, and we're looking at those individual peaks and ridges and comparing those under high magnification in order to make an identification. And based on that, through our training and experience at doing this job, we look at thousands of comparisons, conduct thousands of comparisons. During that time, we look at things that match, match each other that we know have been fired from the same gun or made by the same tool, and we look at things that have been fired by separate guns and see if there's any agreement or disagreement. And we look at thousands of these cartridge cases and bullets and tool marks in order to learn what that sufficient agreement is to make our identification.
Okay, and you gave this jury an analogy like a ladder, and that you have to get up so many steps as you reach. The first step, I guess, would be rifle or shotgun, right? And then the second step would be caliber of rifle, if we're talking about a rifle, and then you keep going up the ladder.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to look at those class characteristics. So we're going to determine if, one, if they're the same caliber, do they share the same rifling specifications if they're a fired bullet? If they are, then we can compare those. If, for instance, if a bullet has 5 lance and groove and it's going to the right, and we compare that to another bullet that has 6 lance and grooves and it's going to the left, then we know those did not come out the same barrel, so there's no need to do any type of comparison there. However, if we look at 2 that have those same lance and grooves, those 5 lance and grooves, and they're all going to the right, they're the same caliber, then we'll go up that ladder, if you will, and compare those individual characteristics to see if they were fired by the same firearm or not.
Tell this jury how many steps of that ladder you have to go up before you can make an identification.
As far as making an identification, it's based on the marks that what we see under the microscope. When we're looking at all of these marks, we want to see that sufficient agreement. Again, we want to see enough agreement so that what is there is better than any agreement that we've seen in tool marks that have been created by different tools. And that's learned on the job, doing this, doing practicals that I did in training, looking at thousands of comparisons of things that I've test fired, that I know were fired from the same gun, looking at things that I've test fired from different guns and looking at that. It's also done through studies that I participated in training. I'm looking at things that help us know what that sufficient agreement is within all of those features and looking at the totality of those markings. So we're not going to base our opinion just on one little mark. We're going to look at the entire surface area of that bullet, the entire surface area of that cartridge case in order to make our conclusion. We're not looking at one little mark and making an identification. So we have to think of the totality of all the markings that we see under the microscope.
So the short answer to my question, there is no set number of steps on the ladder you have to reach before you can make your decision.
We use a method of pattern matching again, and that's how we do it. And that's a widely accepted method throughout all firearms examiners in the United States and the world, really. That's what we've been using for years to complete firearms identification, and that's what's been widely accepted, looking at these patterns and comparing them in order to make our identification and reach our conclusion.
Well, now you say it's been widely accepted, but isn't it true that that your field of expertise has come under criticism by the scientific community?
There has been criticism, but again, there's been research completed to support firearms identification, if you will.
Well, I mean, the National Academy of Scientists issued a report and was pretty critical of the objectivity of your work, that it is more subjective because you don't have a set number of rings on a ladder you got to reach. It's based upon your experience, your training, and your opinion. But there's no objective criteria by which to measure whether something matches or not. And you're aware of that criticism by the National Academy of Scientists, right?
I'm aware of some of the criticism, yes, sir. However, the process of making the identification is subjective in nature, but it's based on some objective data that we're looking at. There's, again, lots of information that we're looking at. The contours of those tool marks, the individual peaks and ridges of those tool marks, and looking at it, it's not it's not just looking to see is this a match and it looks good. We're really looking under high magnification at all of these features to see what agreement or disagreement that we can determine. And again, that's based on some objectivity, of how we arrived to that situation.
But you agree that your chosen field is part art as much as science, right?
Our field is an applied science, really. We do use lighting and angles to look at these features under the microscope, and it's important to know how to move those items around and move those lighting and those different stages on our microscope in order to see some of these markings. It can be difficult to do, and there is a special technique that you have to learn in looking at this and doing it and using that microscope to really become familiar and efficient.
Do you agree with me previously in this courtroom under oath that this profession you're in is part art?
There is some art to it, and that's just the lighting thing. For example, we have to look at that, and we have to use that oblique lighting in order to make some of those striations show up. Again, these are tiny little marks that we're looking at under magnification. But the field itself is not art; it's an applied science. We're using scientific processes to reach these conclusions. With years of research to support it.
You first examined item 22 back in June of 2021, correct? Which is the shotgun that Alex Murdaugh had that was taken by Deputy Green, right?
Yes, sir. Item 22 was a Benelli model Super Black Eagle, and I did receive that item in June. Yes, sir.
And when did you receive? I'm not going to pick it up again, but I dropped it, and it's almost past 5 o'clock on a Friday. I don't want to create a bit more of a delay, but when did you receive the 300 Blackout?
Is that the item 33 rifle?
Yes, sir.
You're referring to? I received item 33, which was inside sled container K on June 10th.
And when did you issue your preliminary opinions on item 33 and item 22 to your agency, SLED?
I released some results to our agents and investigators on June 10th. Yes, sir.
Are you aware after June 10th that SLED dive teams have been going out in Colleton County, diving the waters, trying to find murder weapons?
I'm not aware of what all our dive teams were doing. No, sir.
Well, you certainly didn't report to the folks who were relying on your work that we found the murder weapons, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You didn't report to the folks at SLED who rely upon your analysis that, hey, Eureka, we got the murder weapons.
No, sir, that's not what I reported.
Okay. And you've never received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I haven't asked my question yet.
Here's the question.
Have you ever received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare to the projectile item number 8?
Object, and asked and answered.
Possibly, but you can answer it again.
Yes, sir.
If you've answered it before.
Based on my understanding of the scene, I do not believe I received any projectiles from that shooting area. But that's based on my understanding of where I believe the other projectiles were recovered from.
When you got item 22, the shotgun, do you know whether it had been swabbed on the inside of the barrel?
I believe it had been processed by other departments. However, I do not know what those swabs entailed.
Well, if a shotgun has been recently fired, does it leave evidence in the barrel, that soot stuff?
Yes, sir. It's possible that we would see some type of residue from firing in that barrel.
And are you aware that Agent Worley swabbed the top before she removed the 16-gauge shell from it?
No, sir. I do not know what Agent Worley did in this investigation.
Can you see residue with the naked eye of a shotgun that has just recently been fired?
Sometimes, yes, sir. And that is something that we also document as part of our examination of the firearm. And when I looked into the barrel and looked down the bore of the item 22 shotgun, I do have in my case file circled that I noticed some fouling or residue in the barrel.
Was it recent fouling or residue, or was it just a dirty gun?
I can't date when that fouling was placed there. That residue was placed there. No, sir, I can't put a time on it.
What about the 300 blackout? Was it? Well, I think you have a note there's some fouling there, but maybe I'm confusing it.
Yes, sir, that's correct. On the item 33 rifle, I did note that there was some fouling or residues in that barrel.
The opinion that you have provided this court as to the shell casings from the murder scene, which are sled items 2 through 7, and that your opinion is that they were loaded into, extracted and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116, 17, and 122, and those are shell casings that were found around the house and at the shooting range. Your opinion that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm. Do you hold that opinion with 100% certainty?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion. That is the conclusion that I reached.
Did you ever tell Agent Owen that you could not forensically state with 100% certainty?
No, sir. When I arrived at that conclusion, that was my conclusion, and it was also agreed upon by the reviewing examiner.
So if there's a note in Agent Owen's report that you couldn't reach it with 100% certainty, then someone has made a mistake?
I don't know the contents of Agent Owen's report.
No. That's all I have, Your Honor.
May read over it. Yes, Your Honor. Allow me to ask you a question. I'll stand for a moment.
They gotta mute it when they stand up, because what the fuck? I want to hear them stretch. Silence. I fed him 3 more grams of food. I fed him only 17. I gave him 20. I'm crazy. Can you just go to sleep and be full?
Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 400. Could you kindly review that very, very quickly and let me know if you're familiar with what it is?
him up.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This appears to be a copy of my report.
It's an accurate, complete copy of your report?
Yes, sir, it does appear to be.
All the things you just discussed today?
Yes, sir.
State would move to admit item State Exhibit 400. I believe it does.
Okay. Admit it.
Mr. Drew, please, because some of the questions concerned your field. Please tell us how long has firearms identification and tool mark identification, how long has it been around?
In its current form, I would say the early 1900s is when this really became popular, and firearms identification was born with several important cases. It was as early as the 1900s that they started looking at this evidence and looking at those individual characteristics through microscopy. So ever since that time, it's just evolved and grew with further research and support, advances in technology, and but it's been around for several years.
And are you familiar with any studies that were done utilizing what would be called consecutive barrels?
Yes, sir.
Firearms? Explain to us what a consecutive barrel study would be and what's done in those.
Sure. When we're looking at those characteristics under the microscope that were imparted onto a fired bullet or a cartridge case, we're looking at all those tiny little features. A consecutively manufactured study takes into the account of the manufacturing process. So all those marks that we discussed are coming from that gun being produced by a manufacturer. Metal scraping and removing metal. So we have tools cutting and tool stamping and really working on hard metal surfaces. So when we look at a study that has consecutively manufactured things, that presents an opportunity for a worst case scenario for us as examiners. If those tools were going to leave markings on other firearms, so if you had this breech face being made by the tool, and it made the next one, those are consecutively manufactured. If there's any carryover of those characteristics from one to another, that's what that study does. It highlights that, and it puts that as an emphasis as part of that study. And we as examiners, in looking at that, that's our worst case scenario. If we're going to see any carryover of that tool making that item or that breech face, we would expect to see marks. There's several studies that are out there, and I've participated in several of those as part of my training, where we're given samples that have been fired by consecutively manufactured barrels. So if we see any agreement between each of those barrels, we should see it there. Or studies where we have consecutively manufactured breech faces. Again, those are breech faces made by the same tool, one right after another. And if we see agreement in there, we should see it in that study. I've participated in those studies, those research projects. Some of them have been studies prior to me becoming an examiner, and I was able to clearly distinguish and accurately distinguish between those projectiles. So I was able to determine those projectiles were fired by this barrel, this barrel, this barrel, and this barrel, or that cartridge case was fired by this gun with that breech face, this gun with that breech face, and this gun with that breech face. So we are aware of that in our community, and we do things to be proactive on that, and that's just an example. And that's something I participated in and was able to successfully pass as part of my competency in determining what was fired by what in those consecutively manufactured studies.
And you were able to compare firearms that were consecutively manufactured, one after the other, right after the other.
That is correct.
And just for clarity, we're talking about, I'm referring to items 33 and 22 on your report. That would be the item 33 being the blackout rifle, and then item 22 on the camouflage Super Black Eagle 3.
Yes, sir.
I need to pick up my donuts. Hopefully you'll still be on when I get back.
What does that mean? Does that mean that they could have been fired, or that you just can't determine?
That's correct. Inconclusive one of our conclusions that we can issue, when there's not enough agreement or disagreement there in those tiny microscopic characteristics. So what inconclusive means is it's possible it could have been fired by that gun, and it's possible that it may not have been fired by that gun.
Referring your attention to states to your item number 165, States Exhibit 147. Remind us again what that item is.
Could I see item 165?
You make me find it.
Sorry.
It's fine. Would you be able to find it in your report if you have it?
No, sir. I'm not sure that I'll be able to find it.
It should be here. Unfortunately. 147. There. All right, I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence of States 147. That would be sled item 165.
Yes, sir.
Did you identify what it is again and where it was located when it was found, more importantly?
Yes, sir. This was a Winchester 12-gauge shot shell, and on the side of the shot shell it's stamped dry lock 3-inch 2. On the packaging for States Exhibit 147, it says from nightstand in Paul's room.
Now, I know counsel asked you a question about, your field being an applied science. Just so we understand what an applied science is, are there any other examples of fields that are applied in that general realm of applied sciences?
Yes, sir. A lot of what we do as firearms examiner is learned through our process of training and looking at samples and learning the job. It's kind of like, if you will, a physician. They go to school, they learn a lot in their medical school, but they still do a residency program, if you will. So they're on the job, doing on-the-job training.
Your Honor, comparing what he does to...
Overruled. May continue.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. So they learn things in school. Firearms identification is not something that you can necessarily go to a school and learn to do. You can't get a 4-year degree and become a firearms examiner the next day. There are universities across the nation that have firearms identification as part of their firearms program, and they're teaching that component. But in order to achieve your competency at this, you need on-the-job training. You need the experience in looking at these samples and knowing how to evaluate the markings that we're looking at on these ammunition components.
Lastly, Agent Crew, Mr. I'm going to refer you to States Exhibit 400. I'm going to put that on the screen. I'm going to direct your attention to item 128. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Grew?
Yes, sir, I can.
Specifically, your findings concerning 2 through 7. You see where my pen's pointing?
Yes, sir, I do.
Which items were 2 through 7?
Those were from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, respectively. And from my understanding of the crime scene, those were the ones that were located around Margaret Murdaugh's body.
Okay. And again, we're on what page now, Mr. Grew?
That's on page 7. Yes, sir.
Items 2 through 7 found around Maggie's body. Items 35 through 37 and 39, where were those located?
Those were from the side entrance door, which would be the door, I believe, coming out of the gun room area.
And items 108, 113, 116 through 17, and 122, where were those located?
Those were from various areas thought to be from the shoot field or from the field.
And tell me again what your conclusion was.
I was able to determine that based on matching characteristics in the mechanism marks that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122 had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
Nothing further. Thank you. Further examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And while he's preparing to step down, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the remainder of the day and the weekend, and we'll need you back at 11:30 on Monday morning, 11:30. Please do not discuss the case. Which witnesses will you have?
Your Honor, if we're talking about the in-camera hearing, we'll have Mark Tinsley, and we do have another issue which I believe I had indicated to Your Honor perhaps in a pretrial conversation as to a conversation that took place a few days after the crimes occurred, in which there were a number of individuals present. Mr. Murdaugh was present. I don't know the contents of that meeting because I've been out of an abundance of caution, have stayed away from that, and I believe that we may have a little bit of testimony just on whether or not there is any attorney-client privilege to that conversation. I've been careful throughout this investigation preparation not to be privy to that, but I do believe that it is not an attorney-client privilege conversation, but I'd like the court's ruling on that before I became privy to the contents of that. That's the only other issue at this time that I think would be addressed in camera that morning.
Your Honor, and this is sort of a surprise here. Were those conversations recorded?
No. And I mentioned this in our pre-trial.
Yeah, I just didn't know what you're referring to. Neither one of us know what the contents of those conversations are.
I believe Mr. Griffin was present at this meeting, which is exactly why I wanted the court's ruling before I became privy to the contents of the defendant's statements at that meeting.
We're not quite sure, but we'll wait with bated breath to hear whatever it is.
Can you be more specific as to what you're talking about, Mr. Waters?
From my understanding, there was a meeting or some sort of gathering in which Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh and then a number of other individuals were present, in which the defendant made some statements. The contents.
Individuals?
No. I think some of his partners and other individuals, maybe some family, to which I have never been privy to the contents. However, I would like to know the contents, but I've been careful out of an abundance of caution not to ever become privy until I had a ruling from the court that there was no attorney-client privilege because of the presence of third parties to that conversation. So I would like to address that with the court, and if the court believes that and rules that there is no attorney-client privilege, then I may, at the appropriate time, examine people who were present at that conversation as to what the defendant said.
And is that in relation to financial crimes or?
No, sir. That would be in relation to the murders of Maggie and Paul. But it is an in-camera matter that if we have the time available, I wanted to raise that with the court. Maybe we can go ahead and knock that one out as well.
All right. Any thoughts by the defense?
Your Honor, what he's referring to is, it was on Thursday, June the 10th, when SLED came to John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting property to interview Alec, to interview John Marvin Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and and I was there to represent Alex for purposes of that. Before SLED got there, we were all in the house. I have no idea what beyond that he's talking about. I mean, what was supposedly said or heard, or I have no idea. But beyond that, I don't know of any conversations that he's trying to find the substance of and who he's going to get them from.
And Your Honor, I think that's just it. We would have a witness as to the circumstances of who was present, and in the event that Your Honor rules that because of the presence of third parties, it was not a protected conversation, then I would then become privy or asked to become privy to the content of that. And again, that isn't
by inquiring of who?
Well, the witness who were present, and so I'm going to call one of those, which could be
partners.
Exactly. And again, I wouldn't even have to do that on the stand. I would just want Your Honor's blessing before I did that, because of an abundance of caution and protection of the attorney-client privilege. At that point, I could, offline become privy to the content of it. It may be nothing. I've just been told that there was that meeting and the circumstances of it, and I don't believe it's protected. And so I'd like to know, what the defendant said at that meeting.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like he's asking for a deposition, Your Honor. And he's got no right to an evidentiary hearing about what happened at a meeting in the course of a trial. He's got no right to compel people to come testify so we can find out what was said. That's discovery. I mean, state grand jury allows him to do that, but there's no rule that permits him to conduct a deposition, whether in court or out of court, and that's what he's trying to do.
Not asking to conduct a deposition, Your Honor. I've actually been doing this out of abundance of caution and protection of the defendant's rights and making sure that we didn't cross the line without the court's input. And again, the content may be something that's useful or not.
Well, if you'd like to brief or send a memo or cases to the court regarding statements made in the presence of counsel and third parties, whether that's protected by attorney-client privilege or not, then the court can address the issue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I'll be happy to address that Monday morning. I will. I do have a case, Marshall v. Marshall, 320 Southeastern 2nd 44, which just generally, of course, states the rule that if attorney-client privilege communications are related in the presence of third parties, then the protection is lost. And I can go ahead and hand that one up to Your Honor. And I certainly be prepared to address that in greater detail. Let me plan. We'll have this case. And obviously, if we prepare additional ones that are leaving, I'll provide those to Your Honor and counsel.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess till 9:30.
All right.
wouldn't look at me, but I got it ready. I'll put that back.
Alright guys, so get in position, so just watch your backs, or your bags. That route. Completely manual ordering.
Hello! Hello! Turns out I am not mad at y'all. I don't know who you are. That's right. You got the phone. That's right. Messed me up. You did it. That's really what I thought he was eating there today.
Give me a hollow when the door opens.
I'll let you know.
I'm going to go around the back here.
That's all I would say.
Thank you. Bye.
Dinner coming out.
30 seconds, guys. Thank you.
Oh, can you scoot to the right, please?
Randolph Alex, you stole from us! Randolph Alex! You destroyed your name, Randolph! Hey, y'all have a good one, guys.
That dude walked off and left his phone. He left.
Put it on, you want to put it on here or something?
There it goes. There it goes.
Leave that phone!
We can go this way now, right? Yes, sir. Have a good weekend.
You can translate in Mongol to the gate.
I think he's talking to the people.
see what it looks like. Oh. Okay. Looking good. They're decadent. Oreo. There's a blueberry with actual blueberries on it. I don't know. Got the regular donut with the sprinkles, and then that one looks like a cinnamon roll. Man. Got all this for $6. Pretty good deal. Simon's pissed because none of it's cat food. Ah. That's right, I got donuts, baby. Vegan. Are they not normally vegan? I don't know. Did it just end? Oh wow, like right before I walked in here. Huh. Wow.
All right, time now for Consumer Confidential with flag football legend David Lazarus. Back in the day.
What years did you play?
Once upon a time, I'm telling you.
All right, let's talk about a huge jobs report.
The big news today. Now, look, we had been expecting less than 200,000 jobs were created last month. In fact, the total came in at 517,000. That's more than twice what was expected and is, in fact, the best showing that we have seen since last July. Some of the other top-line numbers, the unemployment rate is now down to 3.4%. That is the lowest level we have seen since 1969. And wage growth is now at 4.4%, which is admittedly below the inflation rate, but still pretty good. You stir all that together and you get a jobs market that is vibrant and healthy and a clear political win for President Biden. However, for Fed Chief Jerome Powell, this is a huge headache. You can just picture him sitting behind his desk today thinking, hey, I've thrown 8 rate hikes at this problem and I can't make inflation go down. I can't make the economy cool off. What's it going to take? And that is precisely why stocks are down today. It looks like even though traders are embracing the fact that the jobs market is good, what's not to like about that? In reality, from a market perspective, this almost certainly means we'll see at least 2 more quarter-point rate hikes this year, possibly rate hikes for the remainder of the year. And there had been some hopes on Wall Street that we would see actual rate cuts later in the year to try to boost the economy up again after a possible recession. Now it looks like those rate cuts off the table for this year, and until traders figure out where we're heading, you can expect a whole lot of turbulence like we're seeing right now.
All right, the recent interest rate hike, if you've got some credit cards with some Big balances, you're in trouble.
Absolutely.
Fuck, really?
Today's jobs report underlines the fact that consumer spending has been a major element for the economy. It's keeping businesses going well, and they in turn are hiring, and hence the jobs report. But a new report out from credit agency TransUnion finds that credit card debt in the fourth quarter was up by 18.5% from a year earlier to a record $931 billion. The average balance now running just north of $5,800. That's really tough stuff, because the higher you carry a balance, obviously the deeper into the hole you are getting. Now look, we all know that with consumer prices at a 40-year high, many families are getting by paycheck to paycheck, and you might have to put things on plastic just to put food on the table, but this is a real problem. Think of debt as like having a chronic disease. If you don't treat it, it just gets worse. So that's why my advice to anyone who's carrying a balance right now, if you can pay it off, great. If you can't pay it off, at least try to pay it down. And if even that's hard, contact your bank, contact your lender, and see if you can arrange some sort of payment plan at a lower interest rate. And if that's not working for you, think about contacting a credit counselor to see what he or she has to say about getting your spending under control.
Great tips. And then what's going on with Nordstrom?
This is really interesting. Now, Nordstrom stock at last check was up by more than 22% today. Unusual for a retailer amidst all the circumstances. The deal here is that Ryan Cohen, who's a very prominent investor, has bought a major stake in Nordstrom. Now, if you don't know Ryan Cohen's name, you know some of the shenanigans he's been pulling off. He is a meme stock investor. You know what I'm talking about here. GameStop? Well, Ryan Cohen is the chairman of GameStop. He was also pushing Bed Bath & Beyond stocks higher until he decided to dump his holding. This is a guy who's not shy about making stocks do crazy movements for no reason whatsoever. Some would say pump and dump, and now he's a significant stakeholder in Nordstrom. What's he up to here? Well, apparently he's trying to seek board changes that will allow for cost cutting at the retailer. Nordstrom, for its part, says it's open to whatever Cohen has to say, but it hasn't gone any deeper than that. What Cohen needs to keep in mind is that Nordstrom, unlike many other retailers, enjoys a reputation for high quality and outstanding service. You start nibbling away at that, and before you know it, you've got Kohl's.
And you better keep the piano player.
Oh, and keep the piano. For goodness sake, I love the piano.
That's all part of the ambiance.
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, we'll be here. We'll look at how stock markets are reacting to this.
Okay, great. Thank you, David.
Yeah.
Of insulin. And so we delivered and brought down the cost for our seniors to $35 a month.
Is Arsenio Hall in the building?
And then we respond with action. That's who we are. And let us clearly see the current environment in which we exist. There are those who want to stand in the way of our
You don't eat
momentum.
donuts. Go away.
The extremist so-called leaders who want to distract and divide our nation as they ban books.
What? They banned fucking
As they
it's Cat in the Hat, bro.
History of America
The fuck
and
is that?
history classes.
And they're changing
As they
history by taking
criminalize
statues
doctors and
down.
nurses and attack the sacred right to vote.
She doesn't even look like she means what she says. It's a joke, dude.
We vote, and right now, this January of 2023, we build on our momentum. We build on our momentum,
they have
and we do
momentum.
that by continuing
It's all women.
to do what we
What's up
know
with
is
that?
in the best interest of our nation and the strength of our nation. We continue to unify
I don't hear
our
any dudes.
country. We continue to lift up the voices, and we continue to organize. Democrats, as we gather here in Philadelphia, the place that first defined freedom and liberty, let us bring together those who believe
I think
in
Hillary
freedom
would have been better
and liberty
than her
for
as the
all.
first female vice
For
president. Is that weird? Oh, there are some femboys in there. I can hear them now.
Because that is what America stands
That's actually
for.
a guy.
We, as Democrats, Democrats love our country. We love our country. We love our country, and we believe in its promise, and we believe in the foundational principles that hold us together, that allow us to be a model for the world. So let us continue to know what we stand for and what the Democratic Party stands for. And I do believe that when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for.
They do the same thing over and over.
So we stand, we fight for the right to marry the person you love. We stand for the belief and the right that all people should have to live without the constant fear of gun violence.
How do you do that?
We stand for the right of a woman, for all people to make decisions about their own body and not the government making that decision for them.
Decision. They just not telling they can or can't. It's the state's
and
decision.
We stand for the right of everyone, of every race, gender, and religion to be safe and to be free from violence, including from those who are sworn to protect and serve.
What is she even saying, dude? Protect me. You come protect me yourself. I want you to be my security guard.
And with all that being said, there is no one more clear about what he stands for.
Smiles too fucking much,
and
dude.
who he fights for than our president, Joe Biden.
She's full of shit. You can see it. You can see it, dude, in her face. Yeah. Go. Dang, this is like a South Park episode. What is this music? Oh no. Oh, hell no, not 4 more years. They're going to make me vote this time. Oh, hell no.
Well, thank you.
They're trying to, you know what I'm saying? Remember how Hewlett said, I love you to Trump?
My name's
And he was
Joe
like
Biden.
talking
I'm
about it
Joe
all the
Biden's
time.
husband.
Like, no other president's got people telling them they love
Real
him.
clear. She's a Philly girl.
They told them people to do that.
So there's no way I can stand here today without saying, go Eagles, fly Eagles, fly.
I didn't give him a B12 shot today. Look at him. He's a weight.
I tell you what, thank God I'm a Philadelphia professional sports fan.
He's only barely slurring.
Because if I wasn't a fan, I'd be sleeping alone. And by the way, let's give Kamala another round of applause. She's a great vice president.
These signs are like...
I want to say special thanks to Jamie for his leadership and to all the members of the DNC for your service, for all you've done for the party and for the nation, because that's why we're in this business, for the nation. Standing here, I'm reminded that just a few months ago, we entered the 2022 midterm election with a rally here in Philly. Remember the midterms? Remember how our friends in the press and pundits alike, and even some in our own party, were predicting a giant red wave? Well, guess what? It never happened.
Well, it did kind of. They have control of the House.
We had a historic performance.
What's that?
We added Democratic governors. We kept the U.S. Senate, and we ran closer than anyone ever thought possible in the House. And we flipped control of 4 state legislative chambers,
only counts on
including the
horseshoes and
state
hand
house right
grenades.
here in Pennsylvania.
Pappy always said.
And how'd we do it? We know what we were for. And we had great candidates like Josh Shapiro and John Fetterman here in Pennsylvania. both stand up for personal freedoms, the right to choose, stand up for democracy, and running on our record. You know, as of this month, we've created 12 million new jobs.
How does he say he created? COVID ended, so people started going back to work.
2 years.
Dude, you didn't create that
president
shit.
did in their entire term.
Yeah, fuck you. It's because of COVID, dude. And there are more people here than were here during the Spanish flu.
3.4% unemployment.
Fuck
the
him,
lowest in
dude.
54 years.
Oh, but they're bullshit. You're so awesome.
Unemployment was this low was in 1969, in May of '69. Think about that.
Oh.
What's more,
Can't make me.
Black and Hispanic unemployment is near record lows. More Americans apply to small businesses.
What about the undocumented ones? Are they employed?
In 2 years than any year on record. The biggest investment in American infrastructure since Eisenhower's administration, interstate highway system. Our roads, our highways, bridges, ports, airports, clean water systems.
We're falling
high-speed
apart
internet,
out
rail,
here, dude. I don't know about
lower
y'all.
health care costs and lower prescription drug prices. Not only including that $35 a month rental, but come January of next year, what we've already passed, no senior will have to pay more than $2,000 a year for their prescription. A month. Some of the cancer drugs, as you unfortunately many of you know,
$2,000 a
$10,
month?
$12, $14,000 a year. The first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Why is that like? Is she the best person for the job? Then awesome.
And by the way,
I mean, for anybody.
More appellate court judges who are black women than every other president combined.
Why is that a fucking thing? Why is that like, well, you're so awesome. Make it all black. Then we won as a nation if they're all black.
30 years.
Is that what happens? What happens if they're all black?
Including getting rid of assault weapons and magazines and more. As already been mentioned, the biggest investment in tackling the climate crisis in the history of not only this country, but the history of the world. Folks.
Right. And my gas prices increased by triple.
That's not even all of it. Not even close. In fact, let me say something. We're just getting started. No, I'm telling you.
That's not a good
thing. I don't think many people believe when I told you we were going to get a lot done after the first year. When all the things we said we were going to do. I don't think some of you, although you've been good to me, I don't think you really believed that we were going to do as well as you did in the off-year election. But we got a lot more to do. We got a lot more to do. And by the way,
why do people think he did anything?
We paid for everything we did.
What?
And unlike the Republicans, we cut the deficit $1.7 trillion in 2 years.
I don't believe anything any of these fucking people say anymore, dude.
We said, the super wealthy maybe should pay a little bit. And it ain't even close yet. I intend to get it done, more done. So let me ask you a simple question. Are you with me? I ran for president.
All the people there sound like pussies. I can tell by what they sound like. Is that weird?
I ran for president.
Come on, man. Especially that guy. Yeah.
I ran for president for 3 reasons. I made no bones about it. The first was to restore the soul of the nation.
I take them all on,
Honesty,
dude.
decency, dignity.
Professional.
Rooting out racism, treating everyone with respect, giving hate no safe harbor. The second reason I said I was running, and remember,
he hates Donald Trump, though.
We're going to rebuild the backbone of the nation, the middle class. No more trickle-down economics. I lived not far from here in Claymont, Delaware, and before that in Scranton. Not a whole lot trickled down to my kitchen table when I was growing up. To give people who built this nation a real shot. And the third reason, which turned out many thought was impossible, and I must tell you I was wondering for a little bit there, was to unite the country. We are a democracy. You cannot govern without consensus. It's not possible. This is still the hardest thing to get done, but I refuse to give up. We can't
Thank
give
you,
up.
Joe.
We need to come together as a nation. Look,
Yeah, my baby.
I came to the presidency determined to put an end to trickle-down economics. The view from Park Avenue says when the wealthy do very well, big tax breaks are going to enable them to do that. Maybe we'll trickle down to everybody else. Well, guess what? There's another view, the one that I hold, that I believe a majority of American people hold, like the folks here in Philly, like where I was born in Scranton, like Claymont, Delaware, just a few miles from here. I really mean this. The view that American workers are ready to work harder than anyone else. They just need a shot. I really mean it. All they need is a shot. They
Hyperbole.
get up every morning, go to work, and bust their necks trying to make an honest living. My dad used to say, and he literally would say this, he said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and he meant it. Not a joke. Look, I've said it many times. Wall Street, important as it is, didn't build this country. The middle class did. And by the way, unions built the middle class. Folks, look, we need to build our nation. We really do have to build our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and not from the top down, because when the middle class does well, everyone does well. The poor have a shot, the rich still do very well, and the middle class have a little breathing room, as my dad would say. For decades, the backbone of America, the middle class has been hollowed out. I mean, literally hollowed out. Good paid manufacturing jobs moved overseas because labor was cheaper, and corporations went overseas. We exported jobs and imported product. Once thriving cities and towns became shadows of what they used to be. When those towns were hollowed out, something else was lost. A pride, a sense of self-esteem, sense of self-worth. Those of you who were over 40, did you ever think we'd be in a situation where blue-collar workers are voting Republican? No, let's gotta be honest, man. Because they think we forgot them. They think we don't care. They've come back, but that's what they thought. When those jobs left, a lot were left out and left behind. A lot of them came to believe we stopped paying attention to working class the way we used to. A lot of them came to believe that the Democratic Party stopped caring about them. And lots of folks feel that way today still, but we're making inroads. We're turning it around. My first 2 years in office, we created 750,000 manufacturing jobs. And by the way, where is it written America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? Where is that written? Our economic agenda created a boom in manufacturing, from semiconductor chips to electric vehicles. Advanced batteries are going to power the vehicles, in addition to building 500,000 charging stations all across America. There have been major private investments, totaling nearly $300 billion, much of which is in just one industry, semiconductors, generating significant job opportunities in manufacturing in America. For decades, we imported products and exported jobs. Now America is exporting products and creating jobs because we're doing something that for years and years people just talked about. We're buying American. Buying American is not just, by that I mean the government is buying America. My administration, there's a law back in the early 30s that we never paid much attention to. It said when the president spends your tax dollars to put a new deck in an aircraft carrier or build a highway, it should be built by Americans and American products. Well, guess what? My administration is doing it. Buying America is a reality. We just made a lot of progress overseas as well in the past 2 years. Jobs are up, wages are up, inflation is down, and COVID no longer controls our lives. But now the extreme MAGA Republicans in the House of Representatives have made it clear they intend to put it all at risk. They intend to destroy. No, I'm not a joke. Look, you may remember when during the off-year election I started talking about MAGA Republicans and democracy. And a lot of you thought, what the hell is he talking about? Why isn't he talking about A, B, C, or D specific issue? Well, guess what? They intend to destroy this is not your father's Republican Party. No, really, think about it. These aren't conservatives. These aren't conservatives. These are disruptive people. They intend to destroy the progress we made. Folks, as I said, this is not your father's Republican Party. Just take a look at what they're doing. They campaigned on fiscal responsibility. But the first bill to pass the House of Representatives added $114 billion to the deficit. First one. They introduced another bill to limit the president's authority over the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Because they're mad, I used that authority to lower gas prices by $1.50 a gallon, period. Look, they introduced a bill. This is going to, you think I'm crazy? When I said this stuff in the off year, people looked at me like I was nuts. They're nuts. I'm not the one. They introduced a bill that will eliminate the IRS and replace it with a 30% national sales tax. Oh, no. You heard me. 30% national sales tax. Think about that. Means 30% on groceries, gasoline, clothing, school supplies, medicine, big ticket items like rent and cars. Shifting the entire burden to the working class and middle class in America. It's not going to happen. I'm going to veto the sucker if it ever got to me. It's not going to happen. I know the Republicans ran on inflation last election. I didn't know they were trying to make it worse. And of course, as they always do, they still want to cut taxes on the wealthiest and biggest corporations. By the way, you know, the idea, you got to be kidding me, no billionaire should pay a lower tax rate than a school teacher or a firefighter, because that's what they, by the way, there's 1,000 billionaires and they pay an average of 3% in taxes. 3%. For God's name, what is this all about? Republicans keep talking about what they're going to do to Social Security and Medicare. Americans have been paying into Medicare since you got your first paycheck when you're 16 years old. And Social Security, since you started working. Well, I got a better idea. I want to strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not gut it. If people making over $400,000 a year paid at the same rate that everybody making 60, 70, 80, 90, $139,000 a year up to, guess what? Social Security and Medicare would grow strong without cutting benefits, without raising taxes on a single person making under 400 grand. Look, so let's make it real simple. If Republicans try to cut Social Security, it's not going to get by the Senate, in my view, but I'll stop them. If they try to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I got a veto pen. If they try to pass the 30% national sales tax, I'll stop them. And if they send me a national ban on the right to choose, I will stop them.
The rulers really tie it all together, don't they?
Look, folks, now we're in a situation, if Republicans want to work together to find real solutions, to grow manufacturing jobs, to build the strongest economy in the world and keep it that way, which we are now, where Americans are paid a fair wage, make the wealthy begin to pay their share of taxes, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm not going to let anyone use the full faith and credit of the United States as a bargaining chip, the so-called national debt. The national debt has been accumulated over 220 years. We're paying interest on that debt that was accumulated over 220 years. And guess what? We've never missed a single payment. The United States is a nation who pays its bills. And folks, for as much as we've gotten done over the past 2 years, we have some unfinished business on our agenda. We need to make the cost of insulin $35 a month for every American, including the 200,000 kids out there. We need to pass child care and family paid leave. We need to restore the expanded child tax credit that cut child poverty nearly in half. And we need to ban assault weapons and limit the number of bullets that can be in a magazine. I did it once before as the United States Senator. We'll do it again. And by the way, yesterday, just yesterday, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals struck down a law that bars domestic abusers, and I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, bars domestic abusers who are under a restraining order to stay away from the woman or child they abused from possessing a firearm. They struck it down. And by the way, they're 8 times as likely to get shot if you're in that situation. Look, the court struck down a common sense law that's been in the books for 30 years. They're saying it's okay for someone under a restraining order for threatening their partner or their child to own a firearm. It's outrageous. It's literally, it's dangerous.
But was it not? Oh, wow.
Abusers are 5 times more likely to kill his female victim if
They
he's armed
took
with
that
a
law
gun.
off the book or something?
I respect the right of responsible gun owners, but someone who has threatened or beaten a domestic partner is not a responsible gun owner.
Wait, when did that happen?
And the court should be on the side of the victims of domestic violence, not on the side of the abusers. Look, it's an example of why it's so important. We've confirmed nearly 100 federal judges in just 2 years. We're committed to keeping up the pace. We need to codify Roe v. Wade. We need to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights and Advancement Act. And the Freedom to Vote Act.
Let everybody vote,
And the
even without
tragic
an
death
ID.
of Tyree Nichols. We're reminded once again, we have to pass safeguards that were built into the George Floyd Policing Act. This is what I did on the federal level. I signed the strongest executive order ever
I don't
to
get along
reform
with
federal police
Democrats.
practices.
Do I?
I did my job. How many more horrible tragedies? How many more ghastly videos do we have, needless death, do we have to see before Congress steps up and does its job? Folks, I truly believe we're living at an inflection point in modern history. Comes along every 4 or 5 generations.
Oh, sorry.
Where what happens in a short period of time in a country or around the world has a fundamental effect for the next 3 to 4 decades. Whether we're talking about dealing with the climate crisis. Look, if we don't move on the climate crisis, we're going to see the North Pole, as the kids would say. We're going to see those glaciers melting. You're going to see sea levels rising up to 3 feet. That means we carry a heavy responsibility. And it means we have an extraordinary opportunity as well. An extraordinary opportunity to build the future we want for our children and our grandchildren. It hadn't been available to us in the past. Extraordinary opportunity to build America and a world that's more fair and just and more free. And that fills me with optimism. I don't want to keep you standing much longer. Just say one more thing. You know what?
He's so funny.
America is
Always
back
says
and
that.
we're leading the world again.
And that's not hyperbole. No, I'm not kidding.
We are.
I mean that.
We've united Asia, Japan. Japan is doing more than it's ever done.
Bro, they're such a small country.
Obviously, dealing with everything from Australia to India. We're uniting the world. In fact, I've never been more optimistic about America's future than I am today. I've always believed you could define America in one world. I spent a lot of time with Xi Jinping when I was vice president the last couple of years.
China?
And Barack asked me to spend time with him because we knew he was going to be president. It wasn't appropriate for a president to be spending all the time. No, I mean it sincerely. So I traveled 17,000 miles with him. I met with him more than any other world leader. Now over 80 hours.
China!
68 of which are in person. Just me and an interpreter and he having a simultaneous interpreter. We were in the Tibetan plateau and he looked at me and said, "Can you define America for me?" And I mean it sincerely. Give me my word as a Biden. I said, "Yes, one word. Possibilities." That's why we, in many cases, we're viewed as the ugly Americans, because we think anything is possible. No, I really mean it. Think about it. Can you name me one major initiative we united to do as Americans and we didn't get done? I mean one. Folks, look.
Major
I
initiative.
still
What does
believe
that mean?
today.
The fuck is a major
There's literally
initiative?
nothing we can't do if we put our mind to it. We just remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing is beyond our, not really, nothing's beyond our capacity. And we're the only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than before we went in. And that's what we're doing now. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, Ben Crump. No, I thought that was Ben Crump for a second. Like, what is happening? I'm whack. Thought I saw it though. Definitely whack. I wouldn't want to be there. Personally, would you? No thanks. Look at Simon up there. I just spot back. It was so weird. I would put him up there even. I would take him and place him up there. He would never stay. He would instantly get off of it. I missed seeing him up there. I even saw a picture of him just recently, like a couple weeks ago, of him up there. And it made me sad thinking about how he doesn't get up there anymore. And the main reason I've been giving him these supplements was and I would even tell you guys, like, man, he's not getting him back up on the cat thing yet. It's not working yet. Nothing's working. Finally, he's up there. And no diarrhea. Awesome. Maybe he didn't have the strength, dude. Maybe he lost so much weight with the diarrhea that he didn't have the leg strength to feel comfortable up there. Yeah, he hasn't been up there in a long time, dude. Years, not just a couple weeks. That was his spot. He loves that spot. It's not just warmer. That was his spot for a long time. It was his spot for years, actually. For like 7 years, 8 years. Then he stopped going up there. It was in the midst of him having that diarrhea, though. So it's been about a year, probably. Something like that. Good to see him back. Because now he can see outside when I open the blinds, too. So that's cool. Gives him a place to lay down and look outside. And he can tower over me while I'm playing. Plus, it was nice having him there in the shot like that, you know? Being able to see him and everybody can see Simon just kicking back, man. It's really cool having him there. He was part of the scene, man. You know, when he doesn't go up there, he's not part of the scene. It's good to have you back, Simon. Dude, last night, dude, we were so close last night. When I went to bed, like it was getting kind of cold at night, and he came into my room with me, and then he laid next to me under the blanket with his head poked out of. I like placed the blanket like right where his head was, and he laid there for a while until I started rolling around, and then it was a little weird, probably, but. He would have, like, if I would have been able to stay still, he'd have probably fallen asleep like that. Sweet. Or then we're in the prom. I'm a cat now, I guess. In the pride, or he's a human. Standing for freedom, by the way. What does that mean? How do you do that?
Airstream. Airstream trailer. First time I've ever seen it.
Standing for freedom in Cottonwood, Arizona.
Divided we stand. Divided we fall. God help America.
Freedom! What is that? What does that even mean? Standing for freedom. Oh, save the company. Oh my god, it's Steve, dude. I didn't know Steve was there. He looks dirty, bro.
They want to see what's on that sign. Hey, the Constitution. What?
His pants look gross.
How's he making a stand about that?
His flag is all tattered.
Hey.
What happened to Steve, man? Is he homeless as shit now? I'll give him a donut. You want one? Figure his donuts out. I got these for $6. They're vegan. They smell delicious. They smell almost too good. I just want to do something to smell and not eat. I'll just smell them, think of my nutrition. For as long as they last. I'll lose weight this way. I'll just get a whip every like hour or so. No, I can't get the lid on. Chinese spy balloon. I don't know. They're testing us, man. This time it's not going to be a spy balloon. It's going to drop shit on us, probably. Maybe that one did drop some things. Who knows? Maybe there are things here now, somewhere, doing something in our area. How do we know if it drops some shit, like arachnophobia or some shit? It drops some crazy poison-ass spider that's going to start breeding and shit in the woods somewhere.
Well, let's get at least an hour. Right?
Where you know if you're going to start dying from
Can't go under
bitten by it. I don't know, man. It's weird, though. I think we should have shot that fucker down before it was in our airspace, is what I think. Before it was above America, we should have shot that shit down in the ocean. Why didn't we have eyes on it before it hit our airspace? I feel like we dropped the ball on that one. Because who knows if it dropped something from high altitude and it just they had some kind of thing, man. I don't know, man. I don't think those little guys, they got a lot of time and energy, little Chinese people. They be figuring shit out, dog. They figure shit out, and then they'd be like,
Thank you.
it's about like that.
Okay, thank you.
Almost.
What was that all about?
Just so you know.
Right out my ass.
We're being invaded by bugs or something somehow. You know, kudzu, we brought kudzu here from Japan. It's an ornamental vine, and it has taken over parts of Arkansas. It's completely taken over. It covers the trees and it suffocates them. And we meant to bring that here. So what if they planted some shit here somehow with that thing? I don't know. We should be letting random shit float over our country. That's what I think. Especially for China. Because it was inside the atmosphere, which means like if it was outside the atmosphere, like a satellite, the chances of it, like we would see if a satellite just dipped down and it did some weird shit, I would hope. Because China's got satellites, right? But that being inside of our atmosphere, it dropping something is way less detectable because it doesn't have to get through the atmosphere. I mean, it doesn't have to get through that density of the gravity and ozone or whatever the fuck's up there. Right? What if it drops something, man? We don't let Chinese planes randomly fly over our country, do we? And what do you think they would do if all of a sudden we start floating shit over their country? Maybe we should.
You guys are looking for more action than this.
Huh?
Are you looking for more action than this?
You can eat it. It's a good fire starter once it's dried out. I don't know about eating it though. I've never heard about that. Are you sure about that? I was in the Boy Scouts and they never said anything about eating that shit. We were surrounded by it. I'm pretty sure they would have told us it's edible. Right? We would have tried it if it was edible. Maybe only certain species of it. I feel like if it was edible, it wouldn't be a problem. People would just eat it. You know what I mean? They'd grow it, they'd eat it. They'd boil it and eat it, dude. Come on, bro.
Why do we stand in the fight of the ball? We stand for America and for freedom. We stand for all of your freedom.
Well, I don't know how they know. I guess from this trajectory,
Heck you are. We're standing for
I
all
didn't
of
see
you.
where it originated.
That's what we need to do to save our country. In our children, in our Constitution. United we stand, divided we fall.
That's Steve, by the way, in case you just joined. He's there. We're having a little get-together, family get-together here. They didn't say how they know it's China. Is that Raptor? No. Oh, you got the old school shades.
Would they sit you down because that's China?
No.
The voting, they will?
Yeah.
I still gotta go get pizza later.
Well, not on China.
Not yet.
Hopefully they hook it up.
Yeah, you wonder if you hit China really hard, the CCP, if they would come out, if they would start noticing us. The CCP.
Oh yeah, eventually, no doubt. Best we keep holding that China sign up. Yeah. 2 or 3 China signs, that get us on.
Concentrate on that sometimes. Just do the CCP and see what kind of reaction you get.
More and more awareness about China every day.
What do they think they're doing out there on the corner?
And others.
Is it doing something?
You see how corrupt they are. Why do we want to be any part of that system?
Yeah, on either side almost.
Well, we should be denouncing them, not encouraging them.
Ooh, they look kind of crazy out
their
there.
government. That's what we're doing. We got a right to here.
route, it seems. The route. Oh, wait. What? I don't know. I guess it is edible. I don't know. Why we never ate it then? Fuck, man. Boy Scouts is some bullshit. Should have made us eat it. I should have made us eat all of it, all the different parts of it and stuff to teach us about it. I don't know, why didn't I? At summer camp, I remember it was there. We used some dry kudzu to help start a fire. So it was summer, so the green kudzu was somewhere close by, but we didn't eat it. I would have eaten it. We don't have any here. Dude, that'd be so much food if it's good and you liked it, and it grows so fast. There was a time where we needed kudzu because like, some people needed food so badly and all they were eating was that. At least it's easy to identify. America.
That's been our best hawk. to go. You got it? You got it?
Thank you so much, Freedom Twins. If you guys aren't subscribed to my channel yet, we are going to be making our way across the United States.
Oh, wow.
Doing what you see and more. So make sure you hit the subscribe button, followed by the notification bell. You continue to follow us across the U.S., all the way to Washington, D.C. However that may be. So thank you so much and have a blessed day, guys. See you soon.
Wow. What are they doing? They're making people aware, man. Can't you tell? They're so aware. Whoa. Oh, it's weird.
A judge says a wrongful death lawsuit is allowed to move forward against Kyle Rittenhouse. He's the person who shot protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin back in 2020. Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges in the fatal shootings of 2 people when he was 17 years old. He argued he acted in self-defense. Well, now the father of one of the men killed has filed a civil suit. He argues officers allowed for a dangerous situation that night, which violated his son's constitutional rights, which then resulted in his death. And they also argue that they conspired with Rittenhouse, the officers, to cause harm to protesters. Rittenhouse's attorney says his actions that night were not wrongful. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is here now to try to break all this down for us. Why is the father, explain what we just said, the father's pointing the finger at law enforcement in this civil suit?
On the one hand, he's alleging that he must believe that law enforcement conspired with Rittenhouse to bring about the death of his child. On the other hand, the general rule of pleading is you try to name agencies or corporations or someone that are what we call deep pockets. And the reality is very few individuals, Kyle Rittenhouse as an individual, have enough money to pay a judgment. So you find a way to bring in an agency like the police department.
And he was acquitted, as we said, on all charges, criminal charges, back in 2021. So how will that interact with this civil case?
Look no further than the O.J. case, where a very similar thing happened. O.J. Simpson was acquitted of the crime of murder, but then later on, found liable for the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman in a civil suit because the burden of proof is lower. In a criminal case, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. In a civil case, it is only the preponderance of the evidence. It doesn't necessarily mean that the plaintiff's going to win. In fact, I think they have a hard road here to a finding of liability. But consider the opposite. Had Kyle Rittenhouse been convicted, then you could argue that, hey, if they could prove beyond a reasonable doubt, then they probably could prove preponderance of the evidence, which is basically 51%, more likely than not. It's an easy standard for civil cases.
All right. Danny, thank you. Danny Ceballos.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and
Kenosha. Out there. I was still alive. He's still disseminated the news forever. So that's about it. Take a break now for a little while, and I might come back with some games or something. Maybe I'll come back on the other YouTube channel or on Twitch. Take off for now, though. I don't have much else to show. Thanks for being here, for checking out what we checked out. Hope you have a great night, great day, whatever it is, great morning. It was awesome. Hey, Fast coming through with a freaking 20 last minute. Oh my god. Says here's to old times and better days, though. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, thank you for hanging out. I was gonna be here. You weren't gonna be here. You were here. It was special alert. Thanks for the 20 bucks. I don't know why it didn't trigger anything. It put it there, but it's, I don't know, my alert box isn't coming up now. I don't know why. Much over here. Hey, better days for you too, hopefully for everybody. I don't know. I don't know if everybody's in a slump right now or not. Hopefully not, but I can't. Oh, not it. Where that alert box is. See no fast. Find it. Here. I don't know how to fix it. Can't find it. Which one it is. See if I can fix it. Man, it doesn't let me redo it. Hey, Bitcoin. It's right there. It should have triggered. Oh. Thanks, Angie. You know, I do appreciate you being here, being part of the community. It goes for everybody. As long as you're not an asshole. Well, can be one asshole around here. Might be on later tonight. I got that pizza to pick up at 8:30. I got to go a too good to go thing from a pizza place just to see what they give. But I have to be there later. That's what I'm thinking about. Taking a break and then at a later night stream, maybe. I don't know how I'm gonna feel after I get back with it. That's the only thing. Oh, me too. Hey, me too. In and out all day. Nice, Domino's. Heard they gotten better. Take to the pizza. I'm just going to pick it up. It would dox me. It's not far, so there's no point in me trying to stream on for 2 minutes. I'm definitely not gonna go with this stream and walk out the front door and all that shit. No. Not for that short of a trip. Not worth the risk. I didn't see Ireland. Fish cheese good. Tastes good. My mayo. Pie. DoorDash? For who? Okay. I don't do any of those delivery services anymore. Not worth it. Yeah, yeah. During COVID, it seemed worth it. I don't know. It got more expensive or something. Something happened. You have to spend like $30-something now to get something. I'd like to feel like you're just so you don't feel like you're getting screwed over. Because the way they do their coupons on these places, you had to spend $30 to get like a huge discount. Spend 30, get $20 off or something. So it's like, dude, well now I gotta give the 30. That's how they're doing me. And it seemed like every time I was spending like 40, 35, $40 on like a night and a dinner, like maybe a lunch for the next day. If you buy 100. The McDonald's one seemed better. What's an uncitizen? What was a big fire? At Bloomingdale Bank. Oh, it's a bank. Look at that color coming out of that. That money burning. Green. Why is there a car rammed into the fucking bank? What is going on, man? Oh. Copper bullion was burning, bro.
All right, copy that. All right, copy that.
There was a package outside. Door. Whatever. Does it have to be exciting? This dude's so boring, he has to have people excite him all the time. If I'm not exciting him, I'm worthless or something. Bro, I'm not here to excite you. About that. Sense your sarcastic tone. I think you excite yourself enough. You probably get your dick in your hand right now. You goofball. Fuck off. Get off when people talking shit to you. If I can go into someone's stream and just instantly start saying dumb shit. You get off yet?
You know what? Screw it. I'm doing it at 6 o'clock if I can. I don't give a damn about the rest of it. I'm not going to work around everybody else's schedule because I started it. So
no, I don't usually worry about those things.
Yeah, I don't usually worry about those things, but an auction, I would say, is one of the most important streams that I actually do. So I want to kind of make sure that everyone has the chance to get there and participate, and not like 10 other people are streaming and someone is interested in, really something else. Because I know a lot of people do watch the video, and a lot of people watch some other people having drama, and stuff like that. So I was like, let me wait until they're all done.
What is this emoji?
Let me do my auction. But normally when I always do Friday nights because it's the most easiest for me, because however long I will stay on that stream. So last time we did it, we ran the stream for like 9 hours. I ended up going to sleep like, I don't know, I think 3 a.m. or something. So imagine trying to do that, during the week. It's like just not possible. So, yeah, and the auctions run forever too. It's like at least 5 hours or something. So, dude, I cannot ever get off with an hour stream.
The last time I went broke on one of your auctions, I had, I think I ended up going to bed like 11:30, midnight, something like that.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, it is what it is, but the convoy, that's what you want to talk about, because we're having, when was the convoy really started? The end of February, didn't it? Because it was supposed to supposedly shut down the Super Bowl. That is what, this weekend, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the U.S. convoy started, I think, middle of February, 23rd or something like that. But the Canadian convoy, they rolled into Ottawa, I think, on the 28th, 29th of January, or something like that.
Yeah.
But you were talking about the clot shot, and I wanted to bring. Did you see the whole debacle with Pfizer?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
You know what? Honestly, I was just kind of waiting when everything is gonna really crumble for them. Because they have been pushing and pushing and pushing, and so many people have gotten it. And now they're exposing all this freaking crazy stuff with really the Pfizer that supposedly was the most safe one, right? So they pulled the Johnson & Johnson pretty quick out, and then, Moderna and Pfizer, they're so great and they're so much better and whatnot. I actually have read an article on they just admitted that it's messing with women's reproductive system. I don't know if you knew that.
I caught that too. Tim Pool was talking about that, I believe it was.
Yeah.
What I can't help but laugh. It's not a laughing matter, but all you can do is laugh, because when that director got caught talking about what Pfizer was doing, and then he starts going, no, I was just trying to impress a date, and that's why I was lying about what Pfizer's doing. And then Pfizer comes out and goes, no, we're not actually doing gain of function, but what we're doing is engineering the blah, 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 whatever it was. Like, it was literally like, the way I used was Ted Bundy. We know, most of us know who Ted Bundy was. I wasn't alive back then, but we can all read the stories.
He was not
it'd be
alive
like
back
Ted
then.
Bundy going, no, I didn't murder anybody. What I did was I repeatedly beat them, and I repeatedly, wrapped my fingers around their throat until they became lifeless. That was basically the freaking Pfizer response to what they weren't. Like, they just described the act of what we were claiming they were doing. Like, it was, it's the stupidest thing ever.
I mean,
he was doing it during the 70s, so
it has to,
he died in
because
the 80s, so
actually, and sometimes I'm listening to the radio when I'm driving and whatnot.
he was apprehended in 75.
All these like commercials about well, if you were taking, what was that? Some freaking hairspray, I think they said, and whatnot for women, and you develop a cancer from this, you need to talk to these people. If you were taking Tylenol and you were pregnant, you might be entitled to the compensation. Contact these people. You know, if you were taking this and you were doing that and that medication, this medication, you know, you get that freaking shot and you're going to have to live to the rest of your life with the fact that you have it in your system and you never know what can really happen to you. And the funniest part, I read about one person from like the TV. I don't know if it was a speaker or whatever. I would have to go back. I'm really bad with names. There's no way I can bring up the name. So they literally developed a myocarditis and something else. They said it was. And they are absolutely publicly announced they are not linking this into the vaccine. And, you know, vaccinated and all the boosters and whatnot, you know, ended up in a hospital.
Everybody.
I think it was aneurysm and myocarditis. I'm like, how do you not link these things? And how do you live with the shot for the rest of your life?
I just got my heart checked. I'm so happy
that
about
you can die. You can literally die. Like, people, I don't think people understand.
And maybe it wouldn't be good had I gotten the shot.
Really, the majority of the side effects that are going to, you know, possibly, you know, put you in grave.
I didn't want to have
it,
so I didn't.
I mean, hey, they want to kind of do it. That's on them, but you know, this is what we really did this convoy for, right? I mean, except the, you know, the leadership that ended up being what it, you know, what we didn't like, but I think
they're offering money and all kinds of shit, trying to get you in a lottery.
Wanted to be forced to take that shot.
Weird, bro.
I mean, you want to go and do it, and you want to live the rest of your life with the shit in your blood. Oh, go ahead. I actually spoke about getting like unvaccinated blood on my panel. I was like, you better know what your like blood type is, and you know, like any of your relatives or people who have the same type of blood as an unvaccinated, because in case something happens to you, hey, well, they're not. If you're not going to tell them that you want unvaccinated blood, you're going to have this shit in your body too,
but will
accidentally.
Is that how that happens?
So
would it?
That's what's great about this country, or used to be, is you can be a responsible adult, make decisions yourself, not have big daddy government sitting there telling you what you have to take and what you can't take, based on what they think they want you to do. And you're not supposed to be publicly persecuted for whatever decision you make.
Yeah.
Actually, Diana said, did you see the one where the newswoman said she has pericarditis and myocarditis from a cold she got? Yeah, I remember that being in the news too.
Yeah.
Claiming she had a cold for like a month and a half.
A lot of people still get these shots, dude. They get the boosters and everything. Because they want to.
So are you telling me the very media that was saying we got to get tested and we got to be put in quarantine if we got sick, that same media was sick for a month and a half and never quarantined?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm just hoping that, well, it's pretty bad out there anyways, because I tried looking for a job like remotely, and you know, I wrote my freaking awesome resume and all that stuff, and I sent it to some people, and they all asked for the shot. I was like, that's not what I'm doing. So with that being said, I'm like, wow, the world is really messed up. You know, so far it's going to be really hard to find a company that doesn't really
I've really cut back on how much I smoke, though.
But maybe I was just hitting the wrong companies. You know, maybe I just got to do a little better and better research.
Probably depends on how big of a company you're going to.
Yeah.
Right now.
I don't know, but that's just me.
This is the way I look. This is the way I look at it. If a company is going to tell me that I have to have that shot, they are basically, because generally if you work for a company, you wear their uniform, or you are representing them. and you are representing them for the amount of time they are paying you. So if you're getting paid for 8 hours, you are wearing their uniform for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be any different with the shot. If they want me to get the shot, I'm representing their company having to get the shot to represent them. I should be paid 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of my damn life because I got that for them. Public Square.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I recently downloaded that. Tim Pool had the guy on a while back. That's good. But I thought Public Square was more of a an app.
You're not going to try to get a job at
like
a place
small companies
that is going
that
to make you do
are
that,
like,
though.
you know, coffee shops, restaurants, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where's Ted Thomas at?
I
We need to set up a time to try these things, man.
Let's do something.
I'm down for it. But
let's not raise the money,
Find some space
and
on the
whoever
desk.
just wants to be there, you know, like let's just bring people in, you know. Let's not run it for freaking 6
I got the
months.
VA,
You know?
dude. If I get COVID,
I say we don't raise any money. Everybody pays for their own damn gas.
Well, it doesn't even have to be. It doesn't even have to be the gas unless you want to get there. You know, that's one thing. But you know what I would count on is probably American people to just feed us. So send food. You know, and the rest.
Might honestly be too soon. It might honestly be too soon because people.
I'm tall too. It's harder for me to get it.
I think that's one of the reasons why 1776 RM
in
never
public.
really grew in
It's
big
hard for
numbers
people to
was because
sneeze up
people
to
were just
me.
so sick and tired of the
I stay
convoy
tall.
because
I stay
of how
tall,
the
and I don't
convoy
get in
ended.
people's faces.
They weren't. Let's
outside.
join something like that.
I don't
in
breathe
future.
in all their shit in. I try not to.
I don't think the 1776 was kind of
I got too close to these people looking at my place, dude. It bothered me.
handled the right way, you know, for people to be able to join. Actually, that's what I think. It's definitely going to take people who are just not ever tied to, you know, this whole convoy and the rest of the movements, if they wanted to really organize something and have people, you know, going. What I think we should do is we should gather all the states, you know, and really do go to our capitals. You know, you're a trucker or you're not,
capitals.
whichever town you are, just freaking go. You know, it don't matter if it's going to be your own town or anything else. I think we should have speakers and whatnot, and we should try to do it as big as possible. You know, and just put the convoy to the rest, and put 1776 to the rest. You know, and have a clear message, like, you know, what this is going to be about. Really, honestly. But I mean, now it's the winter. I was a little surprised that I'm having a rally on the 18th here in Connecticut. There's one in Missouri, there's one in Florida, at the state capitol, and I was like, wow, in the middle of the winter. I mean, we can try if it's not snowing or like blizzard going through or whatever. You know?
Well, I mean, when
like
Canada had their convoy, it was freaking like 10 degrees outside and snow,
Yeah,
and they didn't care.
It was. I know it was really bad for them. But definitely, there's a lot of people that's going to get discouraged.
I hope this summer, no later than this summer, we can get something else going. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a massive convoy to park in D.C. or park in your city in the state capitol. Just show up, have a rally, maybe close to the capitol or something like that. Because it does make
I
a
have more
difference.
bees or rice. I gotta
If they
finish some bees or rice.
Grounds. It's got to be on the public grounds, you know, and it's just like it's all about the advertising, really, honestly, all these things. You know, I've noticed it's just not ever, you know, people are afraid to say what they're going to be doing exactly. I mean, every time I read the flyer, I'm like confused. Like, where do I gotta go? Where do I gotta meet? What is this going to be about? You know, and just.
Well, we could even do what we used to do in 2020 in our area. We did the Trump parades. We just get together at point A and we would, whoever, usually we had about 50 cars. I was like, in one of them, I was the only truck. And we just run a route of, however many miles you want, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles. And you go to another town, you disperse in that town, go eat dinner somewhere. Congregate kind of deal. Bring your flags, stuff like that. That's what we did in 2020.
Yeah, so I know a lady here. I know a lady here in Connecticut. She holds a flag wave every single Sunday. Every single Sunday of the year, she holds. I went to a few of them. I don't know if I could commit to every single Sunday though, but that's what she does. And she does have people come out and wave their Trump flags because that's what mainly they do. They get some hunks and whatnot. But she has like a huge networking. It's only mostly people from her town. And there's few other ones like me that come from a different town and whatnot. I mean, it's a really great community to be around. And, if we could have these people and the rest of the people really come and, gather at the Capitol. They did a rally here in Connecticut when the convoy went to...
Welcome back. Turning now to the
convoy went to California. They had a rally here in Connecticut. They had one in New York.
Ongoing crisis at the border. Exclusive new reporting from NBC News reveals that more than 500,000 migrants are living in legal limbo right now, released into the United States by Border Patrol without a court date or charging documents. Thousands of those migrants have been also dropped by the U.S.'s tracking program, rendering them untraceable. To say this is a huge problem is an understatement, not just for the Biden administration and the Department of Homeland Security, but for the hundreds of thousands of migrants who are left without a way to follow the legal path towards asylum if they want to do that. Currently, migrants let into the United States have a year to apply for asylum. And if migrants don't apply within that time frame, then they risk deportation. NBC News' Homeland Security correspondent Joya Ainsley joins me now. So, Joya, this is going to talk about alarming those that are worried about the border, who believe we're just letting people in randomly. This is just going to fuel a lot of concern.
Yeah, I mean, there are two ways to look at this, right? I mean, that you could look at it from a national security hawkish perspective, that you've had 800,000 people released into the country without a charging document, and so far only a little over 200,000 of them have court dates now. This began in March of 2021. There's also the humanitarian perspective. If you're someone who's worried about the rights of people fleeing persecution, now these people are coming in, and by the time they find a lawyer who can help them, they've already missed their eligibility deadline. They could have applied before they actually go before a judge, but it's hard for them to manage that system, navigate it, and figure out who they're supposed to make their case to if they're not doing it in court, where it was typically done prior to this administration.
Is this all, folks, from that first 3 months of basically? I want to say it was a bit chaotic because you had clearly the changeover in administrations allowed coyotes to say, hey, the doors are going to be open because the rules are changing. And then all of a sudden there was this flood and we had all this. Is this the result of that initial wave?
It's the result. The practice started then, but it hasn't stopped. And now it's getting worse because of funding issues. So if you can remember back March of 2021, it was the first real test for the Biden administration on immigration because you had all these unaccompanied children staying in Border Patrol stations far past the point they should have. So in order to empty out those stations, they started releasing adults and families with no paperwork, with no charging documents. And so they ended up expanding that policy. It covers the whole border. They still do it because, as you know, the numbers overall have only climbed since then, although the child piece has been taken care of to some extent, fewer unaccompanied children, but they continue to release without charging documents with the expectation that they would eventually get a court date from ICE. But our data that we found shows that is less likely to happen than is likely to happen.
So there have always been all sorts of things. Okay, there'll be monitors, or some people have suggested ankle monitors for this. I think that's.
They have used them.
Yeah,
now they use an
them.
app. You can
Right.
check in with your face and your geolocation. But because Republicans are so fed up with Biden's border policies, they don't want to give a dime to anything they're doing. So now they have to drop these people from the tracking program.
No, this is what I feel like the conundrum is. It's like the Republicans upset about the administration, but the administration can't. They just don't have the. They don't have the tools.
They're tying their hands to really do anything.
They don't, and if they do something, the courts tell them you can't.
Even if it's something that they would give a Republican administration to better secure the border, they're not giving it to the Biden administration until they do more, in their view, to secure the border.
I mean,
it's
it's almost like, right, it almost feels like it's an intentional, an intentional decision.
It could be that it wouldn't be politically savvy for them to give Biden a win at the border. But it is a really tough spot for DHS, but also for these families. And I should point out, this data we're reporting here today, first time it's been released publicly, but Congress gets these numbers. They're aware of this situation. And it's interesting, we're so focused on the border, the numbers every month, we focus so much on that. But now we have a situation because of those numbers where you have all of these people, over 500,000, living in the country, unable to work, unable to claim asylum.
Any evidence that this new Title 42 way is working at all, trying to get people to apply for asylum, say from Guatemala?
Well, it's definitely bringing down the numbers at the border. I was able to speak to Secretary Mayorkas yesterday with a few other reporters. He says there's been a dramatic drop in January from those 4 countries, Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba.
Right.
There we go. But we'll see. Sometimes there's a dip and then they go back up.
Right. It has been cold, so you never know. Joey Ainsley, great reporting.
Thanks for watching our YouTube.
New York, because we didn't have enough time with, the whole entire virus going on there. We don't know. How do we know? Who is able to provide me the data that is actually going to give me a solid proof and be like, yeah.
I just say the survival beans and rice for dinner.
We haven't had solid data in like 3 years. And we never will.
I mean, there are some studies that are coming out, and there are no studies at some point either. Because they didn't really, when I found out about the reproductive system, I read an article, they didn't really do much of a study, supposedly, on that. And then now we're going to have all these people, putting babies out in the world. I want to see how that's going to turn out. How many messed up babies are we going to have? And United States is already highest in having an autistic kids out of the whole entire world. So,
well, from my understanding, a lot of them that were affected, they weren't even able to have kids.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. And then if you are having kids, how do you know how is it gonna affect your kid later? I mean, why? Like, oh my God, like I can't. I don't even get a flu shot. Why do we need a flu shot even?
This is actually a very harsh way of looking at it. I know people are going to probably be like, oh, how could you say that? But think about this for a second. If somebody did get the shot, because they were just simply the kind of people that will just simply follow along with anything and everything they were told to do, would you want that person to be a parent anyway? They're not going to be raising their kids. The government's going to be raising their kids. I mean, it's a harsh way to look at it, but to me, it's almost like natural selection. And that's not true for every one of them. I get it, because there's a lot of them that were put in situations of you either lose your job or you get it, which means you can't feed your family. So now it's either I feed my family or I don't feed my family. That's a different situation. I'm talking about the ones that, the shot's here, let's go get it because they said it's good. I mean, come on, people.
Let's see, vegan donut.
I mean, they could have done that to us with the flu, They actually could have told us the same thing that they did with with COVID, honestly, because everyone would believe them. If they started telling you that you got to go and get the shot for the flu, because, for example, if the two are going to mix at the same time, you're going to die. Go get it.
Right.
Some of them probably will. Without even making their own research. Will I agree with the fact that there are some kind of shots that, for example, kids should get, because if you really get that disease, you're gonna be like done? Yes, I agree with
they've got some good vaccines that actually do some good, that have actually saved people.
Yes.
But they took years and years of research and years of testing. For a virus that was unknown, they said they knew nothing about it. They sure in hell managed to get something really, really quick to combat it. Not saying it doesn't do anything good for you. Not saying it does anything bad for you. I'm just saying some of them that actually worked took years.
10 years is the research, and to really construct one, at least 10 years, not 15.
I gotta read this one. Kimberly said, "That's my husband you were describing. The government would never hurt me. He was the first in line to get his jabs. He sleeps down the hall now."
Oh my God! Wow.
That's bad.
Oh yeah, that's bad. He sleeps down the hallway.
You get the hell out of here. You sleep down the. Surprised he's not sleeping on the porch or out in the doghouse or something.
Yeah, you know what? But that's actually serious, because what about you and your spouse don't agree on those things? And then the spouse goes and freaking vaccinate the kids.
Oh, wasn't there a case like that in Texas?
I'm not
or was
sure.
Was that a trans kid? It was either a vaccination issue or a trans issue, where the one had custody and the other one was trying to stop it or something like that, and they got fined for it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I think that's a divorce waiting to happen. I think I would kill my husband in his sleep, like literally.
It's worse than a divorce, because to me, that should be a parental discussion between the two, and consent from both before they do it. And if one of them goes on, that's to me, that's almost worse than cheating on your spouse.
Yeah. And imagine, I read a case on two kids that the parents went and
neither
got
one of these people
the
are in
flu
a
shot for them,
relationship.
and accidentally, I think it was it Walgreens or CVS pharmacy? One of those two gave them the freaking COVID shot. And the kids were young, like super young. And that was already like long time ago, where they didn't really know too much about it yet. And imagine you go and get a flu shot if you have to, right? Because they tell you at the daycare you gotta get a flu shot. And yeah, and then you bring your kids, and your kids actually end up with a totally different shot. And then now you have it in their system, okay? And whoever is going to develop a myocarditis, and I always say that 20% of people that are going to develop myocarditis is going to die. So if your child ends up with a myocarditis, which is the heart, which is one of the most important organs in your freaking body, you're putting your child in 20% chances that's going to die. What do you got?
It smells like fuel, because I was wearing it when my tank burst, so I gotta freaking get it.
Kind of different.
Cleaned. My blood type is B, positively unpoisoned. Yeah. You're B positive?
No, that's just
Oh, that's just saying.
It's a
Okay, do you
spin-on.
know what
It's
your
a-
blood
it's a
type
s-
is?
No, I don't.
Hmm.
My blood type is unpoisoned. It's a
Yeah,
spin off of the blood type, but
Yeah.
basically B positively.
Yeah.
Unpoisoned.
No, I get the what they're trying to say, but I'm always curious what like people's blood type is, and no one ever knows.
I do.
What's
Military
the purpose of knowing, to be honest?
Well, first of all, if you ever got into an accident, right? And they have to like give you the blood real quick, how are they gonna know?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Well, I mean, I drive a lot.
But anymore with the crap that's been going on,
Active duty IDs used to have it on.
why would I
don't know if
want
they still
them
do
to
or not.
inject blood into me? I don't trust them.
Yeah, well, I actually put a note in like my wallet, what my blood type is, together with my driving license, and the name of the person who's unvaccinated, and it says, "Do not give me vaccinated blood."
Which is gonna be hard to find too.
No, if you know
Pretty
a person
soon.
that can, if you know the person that can donate that blood for you, that's not till later. But I think they are gonna come up with vaccinated and unvaccinated banks, just like with the sperm banks too. There's gonna be vaccinated sperm and unvaccinated
My
sperm.
blood's gonna be worth some money one day. Trust me.
Not only blood, probably.
Yeah, I heard about that too. But I gotta show the other shirt that I got. If the light doesn't hit it too much.
Yeah.
Can you might not be able to see that one.
I
It's a little light.
survived the great, and then died.
See it. Nope.
Died.
Nope. Says died suddenly. I survived the great # died suddenly. Conspiracy of 2022. Then it's got the little skull with the nurses.
Yeah. I don't understand what some people really telling you that we have some kind of a conspiracy theory. And it's just so funny because whenever I talk to someone or like discuss something, they're always calling me a conspiracy like theory, whatever, pusher. And I'm like, but what are you talking about? I'm just speaking on the facts.
Wow.
You did not know that people are dying. You did not know that there's side effects. What kind of a conspiracy is this?
People
are dying.
They don't want to
That's
see
not a
it.
conspiracy.
Are
They
dying
don't know it
everywhere,
because they don't want to see it. Because if they saw it, they'd have to recognize that they were wrong. And when we look into history, we know that there's a lot of people in this country, particularly one party, and then also the establishment on both parties, can never admit they're wrong ever. It doesn't matter on what it is; they are never wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. I have had a person on Facebook like started commenting on my stuff because my Facebook is like literally filled with FJB, and being absolutely like against everything and whatnot. I kind of have quite of a following there. So I do post all these things.
Bonnie wants to know what the other shirt is. I'm
Simon's
not
sleeping
Bonnie
in
wants
his
to know what the
spot
other shirt is.
again.
I'm not sure what the
It's
other
a special day.
shirt you're talking about, but this
It's the day
is
Simon started sleeping in
since
his
it's
spot
mine.
again.
I had her make me this on the front, but see that?
Cool. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the other shirt you're talking about specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but JJ said Pfizer holds the record for the largest criminal fines in U.S. history. What's also interesting is I believe it was Pfizer that, I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong. Like, do you remember the story that came out 2 weeks after the election, I think it was, when they were like, hey, we got a vaccine that's ready to go now. But then we find out that it was actually ready before the election. But then they find out one of the board members on that company was tied to Biden's. Like, isn't that shocking? Freaking sickening.
I don't ever believe anything that they say, ever. Like, anytime that they create something, I like turn around and I'm looking for something else that it's been really covered, you know, by them. So I don't understand why United States also invests so much money and so much like guns and equipment to Ukraine. I mean, it's so much money that just went out there. It's like beyond. I don't get it.
What are we up to? 100? What are we up to?
160?
108 billion or something like that?
Maybe, yeah. But I just somewhere I read that the United States is sending. Okay, now I can't repeat what it was exactly, but some kind of a special type of equipment that is supposed to help, you know, Ukraine fight Russia and all of that. And I'm like, so on top of the money, we're sending guns and all this equipment and everything. I don't understand. Like, why continue pumping into that war? What's the purpose of that?
Because the money goes over there and funds their I'm not sure what you would call it, the operatives over there, and then that money somehow makes it back into their pocket again. It's literally just a way to send money to the laundromat to get it cleaned and have it come back to them. That's all it is. That's 100% all it is.
Mm-hmm.
I read an article the other day talking about how a lot of people high up in the Ukraine government had to step down because they discovered that suddenly they had new cars, new houses, new toys that they had bought that obviously came from the money that we sent over there for their so-called little war they got going on.
Yeah.
But I know your family's over there in Poland, which is not too far from there. What's it like over where they're at?
Well, they already sent one of the bombs or whatever the heck it was. It landed on Polish soil, actually, and accidentally, supposedly, you know. And it was, I think it was Ukraine or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if it was Ukraine. I don't know if I believe what they say. I think it possibly was Russia, and Russia is just whatever, you know. Let us send one to Poland because they're helping Ukraine a little bit too much. And also, you know, Russia is probably not going to forget what the United States is doing either. So they're going to hit us somehow. It's probably not going to be from the air and trying to, you know, come and, you know, fight you the old school type of way. They're going to hit us somewhere else, like somewhere else. I'm 100% sure. But how it is, I mean, so far, you know, Poland really wasn't affected. The only downfall of it is now Poland is full of Ukrainians.
And this
so
is one
Poland
of the
is the second, you know, Ukraine right now. All you see on.
It involves urine. So are you okay with a little wet work this evening? Lay a tarp down. All right. Some of you know what I'm talking about. All right. Anyway, if you don't know how to make a solar still, you can just dig a hole in the earth, put the plants in there, and you get water. And so I'll tell you about that right now. 10100, that's right, Sophia. All right, so I'll just read you a section so you can see like what my style is like.
For this guy?
Water from plants. Water is collected from plants by inducing and supporting evaporation, then channeling and collecting the condensed drops of evaporated water. This can be done actively or passively, and it can be accomplished while the plant is still living or after it has been harvested. Both of these extraction methods require some kind of clear plastic, like a trash bag or a tarp or a poncho or a clear zipper top bag, which you should always carry. right? And so for the solar still, you just dig a box-shaped hole in the sunny earth into which you place armfuls of green leafy foliage. Make sure that the top of the foliage isn't touching, the plastic. Then you urinate all over the plastic, or all over the foliage. Urinate all over the foliage. Just pee on it everywhere, okay? Next, you place a little collection vessel in the center. Don't place your collection vessel down and then pee, because your water's going to taste funny, right? Urinate first, then you put your collection vessel. Cover the whole thing in plastic sheeting. You put a little rock on the top so you get an indentation. And then when the sun hits the plants and the urine, the water evaporates up. Heat's trapped by the plastic sheeting. It sinks to that low area where the rock is on top, and it just drips into the cup. You come back the next day and you have water. So that's how you do that. You can do the same thing.
I bet it still tastes like pee,
trash
though.
Bag around a green, leafy, big, broadleaf, sunny tree branch and just tie it or tape it or zip tie it down. Come back tomorrow and there's water. Okay. So those are different ways that you can do that. Okay. You can also just eat fruits and vegetables with high water content. Let's be smart. Okay. How to light a fire, how to prepare and what you need, different ways to do it, like a bow drill fire. I don't know if you know how to do a bow drill, but this will teach you. This will also teach you how to do a hand drill and to do a fire like this with gloves on. How to use a magnesium bar and char cloth and how to make char cloth, how to use your vehicle for a fire. Over here is unexpected fire starters like Doritos, Carmex, Vaseline, bug spray, eyeglasses, a disc of ice, camera lens, hand sanitizer, moonshine, a 9-volt battery and steel wool, gunpowder from a bullet, sock lint,
some Bear Grylls
belly button
shit.
lint for some of you. Yeah, you pee in the pit. Good. Yeah, pee in the pit all over the foliage. Or if you have aloe goop, throw it in there. Or if you have cactus goop, throw the cactus goop in there. Or if you have dirty water, put the dirty water in there, and that'll work too. Okay. Then how to conceal your fire. If you need to conceal what's going on and you don't want some people to find you, this is how you do that. Just in case that ever happens, for whatever reason. Okay. Different shelters, right? And I break down shelters in the ground and on the ground. But first, different considerations for hot and cold weather, for wet weather, the risk considerations, the site considerations, what you do for insects and predators, how to hang a bear bag, desert shelters, and then all the in-ground shelters like Hogan's and vertical pits for observation and trench shelters. What's up, trench? Things like that. And then the on top of the ground shelters and how to make them. How to make all these shelters. It's wonderful. It's fun. Take your kids out. Or you know what I mean? I'm sending it to my brother, and he has 2 daughters, and I was like, hey, if you teach your girls the information in this book, you're going to have a lot less headaches with boys in a few years. And he hasn't written me back yet, but it's true, man. If they know this stuff, don't know how to avoid the bad ones, pick the good ones. Like selecting wild edibles. All right, anyway. Can anybody tell me what this device is right here? Has anybody been watching that device? Can you tell me what it is? Who can tell me?
What?
It's good to see you guys too. I'm so excited. Let me see some of this chat. I see the Freedom Dove in the house. Cool. Matt, what's up, bro? Great to see you. I know Jackie is here and Vicky. Cool. Awesome to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. All right. Compass? Nope, not a compass. You guys try to figure it out, but pay attention to the book. All right, you guys are in class. Now you don't have to listen to me run my mouth in class. So fishing, right? Everything you need to know about fishing, active passing, line strength. Before you cast, hey, ensure that you've tied an excellent knot, right? Blood knots connect lines of different widths. And anytime I mention a knot, you can then go back here to the knot section. You better not break my balls on this one. Boom. And it'll tell you, oh, okay, he said blood knot. Oh, blood knot right here. This is how I do it. Or he said stirrup hitch. Crap, what's a stirrup? Oh, there it is right here. Oh, a trucker's hitch. Oh, it's right here. Alpine butterfly, whatever it is, you can reference anything I say. You can then turn to a
Boy
page
Scout
and know how to
manual.
do it. So I'm setting you up for success.
I'm confused. Don't we already have these books?
Is there any metal? There, it is a magnet. Oh, you can't even see that, can you?
I mean, it's the icing that's vegan, dude. It's got something in it. It's weird.
I don't think much of this is metal. This is metal. There you go. Yeah, it's a magnet. What the heck is that? We're just taking a quick time out to try to figure it out. So knots are super important, Mountain Granny, and this will give you I think it's more than 10 different types of knots. So anyway, all this is about fishing, how to clean the fish, when to fish, fly fishing, where to find them, how to fish in the ocean. Like, you'll see the horizontal waves breaking over the high parts, the ridge lines instead of the troughs, and you'll see these vertical cuts in the horizontal lines of breaking waves. And that's like a fish superhighway where they get into the troughs to feed. So that's where the bait goes. Anyway, fly fishing, spin fishing, bait fishing, net fishing, improvised fishing and how to do it, how to use the whole darn fish. And then we go into hunting, which is one of my favorites, right? This was really fun. Oh, you use knots for embroidery. Cool. So maybe you'll know some of these knots, or maybe we can add some that would have good rescue application. Sylvie, that sounds cool, right? So how to recognize sign, right? Principles of tracking, how to track an animal, know where it is. I'll tell you what, mountain lion and bear and deer, different cervids, how these different animals leave different specific signs, right? Concealment, like we see all of our politicians doing, concealment. Concealment is different from cover because concealment hides us while cover offers protection. When we're considering concealment, we need to think about the sounds we make as we move through the wilderness as living people with biological needs. We give off scents when we prepare, eat, and process food, and we can also inadvertently give our presence away with shiny objects like jewelry. Furthermore, our behavior can give us away. Dogs bark at people who act suspiciously, and not people who walk up and scratch them behind the ears, right? So behave in a way that matches your environment and try to dress in a way that matches the colors and patterns that are naturally present around you. So information like this, very useful information. These are all improvised weapons. Every one of these is a different type of improvised weapon. And I think I forgot like one. I think I thought of one later, but that's a lot. How to make improvised weapons with sticks, stones, bones, and leather. How to use the whole animal, so caloric intake and making jerky and bait, tools and weapons, containers and cordage, waterproofing with the fat, making a sail out of a hide and popping it up on the raft that you've made, to help evacuate. How to brain tan a hide, like how to take the brain of the animal out and process the whole hide right here, okay? Jewelry, spirituality, medication, all this stuff. Different types of hunting, still in ambush hunting. Different traps and snares. So these are Apache foot trap, the basic snare, the deadfall trap, the cage trap, the pit trap, the box trap, all these different traps, and then how to do the universal edibility test with plants. So if you find a plant in the wilderness and you don't know if you can eat it or not, this is the test you do. You do this exact test step by step, and you know what you can eat and you know what you can't eat, and you do it in such a way that it won't kill you. It'll just give you a little rash. It's going to be bad. All right, so I walk through the whole thing and I tell you how to prepare to do the test in case some stuff goes down. Then I tell you about a bunch of natural antihistamines in case you do have an allergic reaction, so you can save your own life.
Eat some dirt, it'll get rid of it.
All different wild edible plants right here that are easy to find, like pine tree, dandelion, sweet fern, cattail, prickly pear cactus, mesquite tree. All seaweed is edible. All seaweed. There's no known toxic seaweed. Eat it by the handful. Acorns, burdock, and all berries. If you see the berries that look like blackberries or raspberries with all the little clusters on them, they're called aggregate berries. 99% you can eat them. The bumpy berries that look like blackberries, 99% you can eat those suckers. That's good to know, right? 99%. Whereas like white, yellow, or green berries, only 10% of those are edible, 90% poisonous. So I break that whole thing down for you. I think it's really important that you know this stuff. How to find wild medicines right here, like pine, aloe, bentonite clay, sage, juniper, garlic, lamb's ear, yarrow, mullein, white willow. The Egyptians used that. Stinging nettles are awesome for arthritis or allergic reaction. Blue violet, dandelion, honey and salt. I know honey and salt are plants. I make that statement, but they occur naturally to human beings and they save lives, right? How to communicate, right? How to signal for rescue. How to find missing people. How to use technology and drones to find people. If you have a drone, you want to know how to get involved in the search and rescue team. Read this, you know what I mean? So I was able to order it. Try to go on Amazon. If you can't get to the link, go on my website, us-sos.com, and you can just click right at the top of the page, and that will take you over there. Alternatively, open up Amazon and just go to the search bar and type U.S. School of Survival. Or my name, and it'll come up. And it looks like outer space with like dawn rising, breaking over a planet, because I'm bringing this knowledge out of the darkness, right? There are red, white, and blue colors on there as well. The red signifies my Marine Corps history and all the blood that's been spilled to learn all of these lessons, right? And the blood that we're trying to mitigate being spilled in the future. Thanks. I designed the cover and wrote every word in the book. And I had some buddies help me with editing and with like subjects and telling me what to add and how to make it better. So yeah, it's all my stuff. Check it out. Everything has symbolism with the colors and the way it's written. So, you just asked me. There's also, this might be the only time I say it. I think different authors have done this different ways, but I hid a code in the book. All right? There's a code. If you're good with codes, there is a secret code in the book that leads to a real treasure. Secret code that leads to real treasure in that book. It's the only time I'm going to say it, and we'll see who finds it. Well, this cool. Have you heard of these books that do that? Like they have things hidden in the images or whatever, and people have to work through it, and then they find these crazy treasures? Well, keep your eye out. Keep your eye out. You'll see. All right, cool. So these are all knots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different knots. 13 different knots. Then how to improvise a climbing harness. Like if you need to rappel out of a helicopter or off of a building or down, into a ravine. This is how you improvise a climbing harness with like 12 feet of rope. Do you know how to do that? All right, cool. And then mechanical advantage. So I talk about Archimedes here. I talked about Hippocrates earlier. Here I talk about Archimedes and during the Second Punic War. So the Romans are coming, they're going to invade, and this guy's designed all these different war weapons using mechanical advantage, and he wreaks havoc on the fleet, on the Romans' fleet. Well, the Romans get pissed and they come back hard, right? When they're preparing for the fight, Archimedes, before this happens, he goes down and he talks to like his uncle, and who's the king, and he goes, "Hey, I got this stuff. It's called mechanical advantage. It's really good." He's like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "I can lift anything." And he goes, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "You see that warship over there with all the troops on it?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "I'm going to lift it with one rope." And he goes, "You're crazy." And so Archimedes goes over and he sets up a number of pulleys, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, has a rope, pulls it, the whole warship lifts up out of the water. So this is a long time ago, right? We're talking about ancient Rome, all right? Punic Wars, able to lift a warship with one hand. So you can lift up your freaking buddy in an improvised litter to help get them out of the canyon to rescue them, all right? This is how you do it. Then solving common survival problems. And we're almost done. We're at the end here, but hey, my vehicle battery died in the wilderness, or my vehicle's stuck in a survival situation like hypothermia. What time is it? So like how to use your compass as a watch, how to use your hand to figure out how much daylight, like each one of your fingers, when you put it at the horizon, if the sun is right here, this would be 1 hour. If the sun was above 2 hands, it would be 2 hours. Every finger is 15 minutes of light. And this is accurate to within a couple of minutes for me and my finger width. It's very, 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 very accurate for me. So how to do all this stuff, gastro, whatever, right? Should I evacuate? I'm lost in the woods. And Daniel Boone said, I think I talk about that in a minute. I've never been lost, but I was bewildered once for 3 days, right? So different things that we can do to make sure we're not bewildered for 3 days. And if you fall through the ice, like what do you do about that? And then we go into disaster response. So this is everything I've learned about responding to disasters, what you need to bring, what you should pack, what you do when you get there. For example, you should find out who needs what, where, and when in relation to everyone else and all that you have and can get. Who's in charge of what and where do they sit? You need maps and updates to important routes. You need access to communications and infrastructure. You need people who know the area and the people very well. You need anyone with skills who wants to help in good faith. You want opportunities to engage and add value in a supportive and respectful way. You need to know what's going on in the field and command areas and what the operating expectations are. And then find out what is the actionable opportunity at the intersection of accessibility and then critical need and impact. So like, what can you get to that has a huge impact? That's where you need to go. And I break that down. I'm going to tell you like what you can do and how you can do it and who are the government and NGO groups who you're going to be working with, And then this is like a lesson to the government. This is what I learned in survival situations and disaster response situations. Isolated communities are often left to just deal with the problems for themselves for many days because the government has to work on like standing up the highest impact things first, like power plants in the capital. before they go way into the wilderness and like help 4 families, right? That's going to happen. We know that's going to happen. You're going to clear roads and you're going to fix airports before you go way in the wilderness and help grandma. Therefore, knowing that that's going to freaking happen everywhere, build this. Any government, build this. Any NGO, build this. It's a shipping container, one shipping container. And then it has all these things inside it. For example, I said every citizen does not live in an area that will be first service after a disaster. And some communities will not receive support for many days. Others will be completely cut off from rescue because of power of nature and shortcomings related to aging infrastructure and poor preparedness. So when communities are isolated, they lose access to medication, food, water, communication, hope, and life. With these isolated people and communities in mind, governments should stage rescue equipment at secure facilities and or near high-need locations, where leaders know that support services will be delivered farther down the timeline of the disaster response and recovery. They should also provide disaster response and emergency medical training and basic survival training to a core group of local trainers, like I'm doing to you, who can then go and train other people, you know what I mean? And the container would serve multiple purposes at the same time. For example, it would house all of the rescuer supplies, while also generating power using wind, solar, and water, which can be then shared with others, right? It can also be a standalone shelter, medical aid station with high-speed internet for critical communications like telemedicine, and a mechanics workshop with like a fold-out hydraulic lift. And it would have all these things in it, right? Like an American flag and water and reusable containers, non-spoiling food, these medical supplies, these tools and backups, right? Solar charging stuff, hand tools. And I break out everything that the government should put or NGOs should put in these shipping containers, which you can then stage in these areas where you're not going to be able to help people soon. And then at the end, I go over leading scenario training. This is the last section, guys, and I talk about how to design realistic scenarios, how to coach your patients in detail, how to encourage treatment-driven changes. If the rescuer messes up, don't let the patient get better. They should get worse, Basic and advanced level preparedness for the instructor, advanced considerations. And then I have all these are different scenarios that I do with people. It's like, here's the equipment you need. Here's how you improvise arterial bleeding with a side of pork, a fountain pump, 5 liters of milk, and some red food coloring, right? Or here's how you improvise pneumothorax with a air mattress and some tape, or whatever, and a needle. Here's how you can do scenarios on the river, but it's very dangerous and it's expert only. And I have a whole section in the beginning where I'm saying like, hey, it's not my fault if you die. When you're doing this, you shouldn't mess around with it if you're not the best, okay? Other advanced scenarios right here. And then this is it. This is like the detailed index. So if you're like, oh crap, what page was this on? It breaks down every little topic and what page it's on. So you can just quickly go to whatever you're interested in and you can just jump right on the page, right? So I tried to make it really easy to get the information that you need as soon as you need it. And that's it, right? That's it right here. And then the last page, you'll have to get the book if you want to read this, but you can read all that about me. And then there's some follow-on information for how we could all work together to help make our country more prepared, to help make the Patriot movement smarter, more capable, and more credible. And I think that that's what this document does. I think that if you have a community that's very intelligent, they're good communicators, they're very capable, they have good training, they know what they know, and they know what they don't know, right? And the ego goes away and we work together. That's what this is about. And it also gives you a great opportunity to get groups of patriots together, maybe just open to a random page and say, okay, good to go. We're just going to read this today. Okay, we're going to learn this today as a team. Bring your kids and we're going to practice this, in a local park or something. All right, that's what I wrote for you. That's the book. I hope you like it. That's where I've been for the last 2 months. I've been writing what I think is the best in class document related to wilderness, remote environment leadership. These are the things that leaders at the highest level need to be aware of in order to save lives, to mitigate risk, and to ensure that you're healthy and in the right mindset so you can accomplish your mission, whatever your mission may be. And this is how I'm strongest. When you guys read this, when you look at this, I really need some good reviews so other people will see it too. And I'm doing all kinds of guerrilla marketing, like showing up at random military bases and like walking around until somebody grabs me and only having this on me, right? We're like mailing it to people. We're like flying it up over a fence line on a drone at a NASA facility. And you'd be amazed how quickly people respond in those situations. And then I just kind of like laugh and I give them a document. And I was like, hey, could you pass this to your training officer or your commanding officer? I think it'll be something that really helps save American lives, right? Help make us more competitive. And by publishing this, I know that the opposition forces, right, whoever you want to call opposition, are able to access this information too. But, you know, we need to get this information out. We need to get it to as many people as possible. And that's why I'm going directly to the highest level good people who I can to try to get this into their hands. So if you know anybody who's in a role like that, who's an outdoor leader, as an outdoor educator or a guide or a park ranger or whatever it might be, they work at a college with an outdoor program or they teach Boy Scouts or their family likes to go hunting, this is for you. This is going to be the highest level, down and dirty, but also nice analysis supported book that a leader in the wilderness can just break out and know exactly what to do. There aren't too many emergency situations outside of what's covered here that could occur to you anywhere on the earth, right? This covers you really, really well. This makes us very, very credible. No one's going to be able to, no, if you want to search Amazon, type U.S. School of Survival, enter. And it'll come up as the field manual, U.S. School of Survival Field Manual. And if that sounds like too much work, go to my website, us-sos.com, and click the link, or Sylvia put it up right there. Thank you, Sylvia, so much. So guys, this is what it's about. This information will take our community and level us up. We're exposed to a lot of information, and a lot of it is bullshit. And a lot of us believe it because it feels good. We need to stop that, okay? There are people out there who prey on you because you're willing to give them a chance and like listen to their show or something like that, but they're putting bullshit out. And I'm not gonna say any names, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but there's a lot of crap that goes out there that's not very high level analysis with like real, true information. And that's what this is. That's all that this is. I've taught this at Yale, Brown, Columbia, Dartmouth, Tufts, Ohio, Arizona State, for USGS scientists, for many groups, many very high level groups. So I hope that you'll check it out. I hope that you'll find value in it. If you want me to sign you a copy and send it to you personally, $25. Just send it on, it's the same price as it is on Amazon, but you're sending it to me and, you know, I'll get a batch of the books and I'll send it to you. Just tell me your name and make sure you include your address in the notes and I'll send it over to you. Additionally, you can purchase it on Amazon. If you could give me positive reviews, if you like the text, that would help me a lot. Additionally, I can republish it anytime. So if you find any big errors or if something doesn't make sense or if something could be communicated better, please say that to me. Please tell me, and I'm wide open to that, right? I'm not like this little, whatever, ego in a dress that's going to be worried. Dressed up ego is what I should have said. Who's going to be like worried about that. Hit me hard, right? Hey, this is bullshit. I tried this. You're not going to find any of that, but let me know if you find it. I'm wide open to a peer review process because the only way that smart people get smarter is when other smart people help them understand they can do that, right? Things that maybe they didn't think of. So please check me out on Amazon. Please give me positive reviews. Please check out my website. And if you know anybody who wants to do this kind of training together, I have a nonprofit and we can use some of that money to do like free trainings for people who are then going to go out and train other people. So if we want to look at a training date in like the end of May, where we could come together as a community and do a training somewhere, you know, it could be a really fun thing. And I could train like 20 or 30 of you guys, and then you could go out to your own states and you could train people as well. You could train your own teams. So, you know, you could be force multipliers and we could have people all over the country who are more prepared. So when disasters happen in the United States, we already have that higher level of preparation done. We're already aware of the things that we are not yet aware of, and we know how to mitigate them up front. And if we're not able to mitigate them up front, we know how to respond to them effectively. So thank you very much for taking the time to join me. Having so many of you in here is great. You know, I know that it's not like it used to be before the dial got turned down, and reading some of the Elon Musk papers has been wonderful because he explains shadow banning from the perspective of a tech industry CEO. So it's been wonderful, you know, to just see Elon Musk putting all this information out about how companies really do shadow ban people for different reasons that are completely subjective, limiting free speech. And that's actually what my next book is. So I don't want to say too much because the next book is a political book. The first book had to build credibility. This has to build so much credibility for me and us that no scientist, no Nobel Prize winner, no king, no president could say he's dumb. No, you read this shit. You read 140 pages of this shit that you didn't know and you shut your mouth. You know, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but there's so much accurate information that the highest level people in the world don't get taught regularly when they go to do this. And when they find it out, their jaws drop and their eyes open. And that's what's in this book. So people are going to love it. I just have to get it out to people. And this is going to build so much credibility that I'm going to be able to build, to do these next books. And the next books are going to be a little bit more political and a little bit more direct. Yeah, virtual training, yes. So this links you to my website. On my website, I'm going to have a login, and I'm going to be posting. I already have a number of pictures and videos that are free, but I'm going to continue to put up training videos. Oh, you want to learn how to do a bow drill? This is how you do it. Oh, you want to make improvised charcoal for poisoning treatment? I want to make activated charcoal, for improvised poisoning treatment. Great, let me show you how to do that. So I'm going to work with all of you and teach you that. And I don't know, this was my last draft before I published it online. And, you know, this is just like the draft version. It's much bigger than the book is going to be. The book is 8 inches by 10 inches. And it's black with a planet. And it looks like a sunrise coming out from behind the planet. And they're really cool colors on there. And then it's black and red on the back. You know, there's a red line down the front as well. Red represents my history in the Marine Corps and also all the blood that was shed to learn this knowledge. Now, this book, I swear to you and I tell you directly that every military, every army across history, every Lewis and Clark explorer, every Viking group wants this book. Every bit of information in here is like how you prevent disease, how you treat wounds and injuries, like how you get food from plants and animals, like how you process water in 20 different ways. Like this is what keeps armies alive and functioning. This is how armies conquer and win. They stay in the field and they stay effective. And if I can get this information into the hand of military officers, they can train their teams, right? They can train their NCOs. Their NCOs can train their men and women. And it's going to make our country's fighting forces even more resilient and stronger. So it's going to help the warfighter to be stronger. It's going to help the professional rescuer to be stronger. It's going to help the outdoor educator to be stronger. It's going to help the outdoor guide to be stronger. And the athletes, the recreationist or recreationalist, or what word you want to use. It's not really a word. Athletes. Okay. I think it's pretty good. And the high level people, they think it's amazing. The high level people are saying like, there's nothing like this out there. You need to put something in the beginning that says like, hey, this shit is true because it's kind of crazy. It's wild, but all of it is true, but it doesn't sound like anything they teach to like types of folks. So I'm laying it down heavy, you know? And so I think that this is some good information. I think you're really going to like it. Thank you so much to everybody who's purchased it. On Amazon, thank you. If people are sending me money for it, that's fine. I'll order author copies, and then I'll sign them to each of you, and then I'll send them out from there. So if you want a copy signed from me sent directly to you, just send me the $25 on Cash App or on Venmo. And that's the same price as Amazon. So if you'd rather get it faster from Amazon to see if I'm full of shit or whatever, you know, go through it. And please, 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 if you find anything that's not accurate or that could be said better, it would sure help me if you pass on those comments. And I'm wide open to those comments because the goal is to make it as good as possible. The goal is not to stroke my ego. You know what I mean? The goal is to make it as good as possible so we can save as many lives, so we can make Americans as resilient as possible, and so we can create communities of preparedness. That's my little catchphrase. Communities of preparedness is what we're after. So I hope you like it. What do you think? Pretty good? I don't know. It's not bad. That's for damn sure. It's not bad. So I think that this will be something that really helps our community, that really helps our warfighters, that helps our rescuers, and that helps us go and train people around the world who are trying to make things better in their own country, who are embracing the American way and democracy. This will be a way for those people to just quickly see that information, you know, on while they're traveling over or in the class. Or I'm also working on an ebook option. The ebook, you know, I have a lot of, I broke down the information in like easy to read like charts. And so that doesn't translate very well to the ebook. Furthermore, sections that have bullets don't translate very well to the ebook. So I need to rewrite a lot of this. Okay.
There was just an explosion in Billings, Montana, where that weather balloon was. It's an explosion in the sky, though.
Praying for it.
Did the balloon just blow up?
You okay?
About 24 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, Plumber B. I didn't see what it was, man, but I hope that you guys are doing well, and just a special hello to you guys, to you and your wife. Awesome people. Okay, what's the question? What survival skills would I recommend for disabled veterans who are limited in mobility? You can do almost any of this. What do you want to do? What do you want? You want to make fire? Great, I'll teach you how to make fire in 10 different ways. I'll teach you how to process water in 10 different ways. You're mobility impaired? Great. So is everybody who gets freaking mobility injured in a combat situation who has to figure it out with these skills in a long-term survival situation. I understand. Several of my friends are single and double amputees, and there are a number of ways that we could do shelter building, right? We could do improvised travel and movement, right? It just depends. What is the environment that you're usually in? Okay, good to go. Well, let's talk about the ways that we can be safer and mitigate risk in those environments based on what's accessible to your specific group. And whether that's mobility injured veterans, or whether that's a group of Boy Scouts, or whether that's a group of special operators, the class is always going to be different. And that's what makes a good instructor. Right. So I would encourage you, if you're interested in that specifically, flip back to page 128. This is the leading scenario training. And this will be all the different ways to design scenarios for any group at all. Just adhere to these principles and you'll design the sexiest training possible, and they'll invite you back. Furthermore, this is how you really dive in to control it to make it perfect. These are the materials that you need for any group. Here are the considerations, and then here are the literal scenarios that you can run. And I've had people in wheelchairs in my classes before, and I've had people with amputations and with lymphatic wraps in my classes before. So happy to work with all different types of groups, right? We just have to have more awareness and change it to work for them. Like the class I teach to park rangers and game wardens is different than the class I teach to the Sierra Club or to the Red Cross, right? Disaster response class is different than maybe one of the other classes for a wilderness EMT. Yeah, sure, but you still have to deal with cemeteries being flooded and disasters. That doesn't really happen with the WEMT thing when you're going to pull somebody off a mountain, So there are other concerns and considerations. Oh, we can't get the supplies from the boats into the FEMA warehouse because none of the truck drivers will show up. All right, we're out of forklifts. We need to find forklifts on the island, and bring them over and use them, right? So everything is a little bit different. Every situation is different, and the best instructors will always make little adjustments to make sure that everyone in their class gets off the whole time. If somebody's not getting off, he has to find out what it is that gets that person off, and he has to make sure that they get it until they do get off. That's what a good instructor does. Continuously pulse check the whole class intuitively and observationally, right? All right. So that's what I have going on here. What is my estimate for delivery? It'll probably take me a week to get the copies, and then I'll send them right down after I get them. So probably within 2 weeks, and I'll come online and I'll update you. So as soon as we see this today, we'll say that let's say by end of day Sunday, that's when you can order the signed copy from me. Okay, so end of day Sunday, I'll put in the first order, and then we'll do a second batch of orders. I'll get those books, sign them off, send them out. The last time I checked, I'd get them middle of next week if I order them today. Fair enough? Cool. So if you want it real soon, middle of next week or whatever, early next week, order it on Amazon. If you're cool waiting a couple of weeks, send it over to me. And, you can always do both too. All right. I love you guys. I really appreciate you checking this out. I think this is going to be good information. It'll work for almost any age group. There's nothing inappropriate in here except for that Cosmic 69. That's the worst it gets. I took all the stuff out about, non-traditional American natural plant outliers, medicinal plant outliers, right? I told you about that. I took all that out. So this is just the straight dope that you can take to a church group. You can take to a general. You can take it anywhere, to a group of hippies, river guides, whatever it might be. I hope you like it. It's going to bring a lot of credibility to our movement. Again, I'll just tell you what the chapters are here. And it's preparation, and that's really the most important thing for all of us. If we're going on a Patriot thing, we're going on a convoy, or we're going to go get together and have an event, we need to prepare the right way. Proper planning prevents poor performance, right? So preparation, then wilderness emergency medicine. If you want to know what EMTs know, this is it right here. So wilderness emergency medicine. Then navigation, water, fire, shelter, fishing, hunting and trapping, wild edible plants, wild medicinal plants, and the universal edibility test is in there as well. Communication and signaling, missing people and equipment, essential knots and mechanical advantage, solving common survival problems, disaster response, leading scenario training, detailed index of topics and about the author. So I'm last. You can read about me last. But this is in-depth, accurate. A lot of it is very non-traditional, outside-the-box information that comes from a number of cultures throughout history. It's a high-level document that's written in a down and dirty and easy to comprehend way. So again, I know many of you are over here and you're on YouTube, and that's why I came on YouTube. I really want to get on Rumble going forward. I think I only have, 100 or 200 followers on Rumble, like 8 or 9,000 on YouTube. So that's why I came on YouTube tonight. But whatever you can do, right? Get the word out about the book. I would really appreciate it. And I don't know if anybody wants this draft. Anybody want this draft? Last draft. So this has like all my comments before I went to the printer. So this has like my lines on it. It also has my next book outlined in it and random little notes. But you want it? I don't know. What's it worth? What do you think this draft is worth? There's only one draft, and here's the outline for, did you see it? For my next book. There's some ideas. So I'll tell you what, maybe we'll auction this off, because if I can auction some of this stuff off, then I can take that money, I can buy new books, and I can go out to different leaders and freaking Johnny Appleseed these books to them, so they'll start using them in their college search and rescue programs and in their firehouse trainings and in their military formal and informal trainings and different search and rescue teams. So those are the groups I train anyway. So I'm always like in their offices, park rangers and game wardens. I'm in their offices. I work with them. I'm in their training schools. And so I know they like it. So I'm just going to go get it to more of them. And, you guys helping me out helps me do that. We'll auction it off, Jackie says. You think I should keep it? I don't know. Make me an offer I can't refuse. Send me an email if you want the last draft, including the outline for the next book. But you'll have to sign a non-disclosure that you won't tell anybody about the outline for the next book before it comes out, because that's the political shot. You know what I mean? This is the credibility, bottom of the pyramid. Then boom, and I have 4 books like babies, like what do you call 4? Quartuplets, triplets. I don't know what you call them. Like 4 of them, they're ready to just come out. These books are just ready to come out. And again, the lawsuit is on. So I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on, what I've been doing here. If you want to grab one of those books, you can find it on Amazon. You can go to my website, which is us-sos.com. And you can, always send me an email, convoyxray@gmail.com. So I just wanted to let you guys know what I've been up to these last couple of weeks. This is one of the best things that I've done. If you can find ways to improve it, please tell me. This is especially done for the Patriot community after a significant amount of experience and analysis, trying to say, hey, what is it that we need to do better? And I'm not trying to insult anybody, but we need access to better intelligence. We need to learn the things that we don't know, the unknown unknowns, right? We need to learn them. Yeah, there are 8 weeks in 2 months. You know what I mean? Weeks comprise months. Days comprise weeks. We can classify things variantly, right? So this is what I've been doing. It's worth it. Once you get it, once you look through this, I've showed you some of it, right? You can turn to any page, how to treat closed fractures, how to fix a fractured arm, how to treat open fractures, right? How to reduce shoulder dislocations or your kneecap, your patella all dislocated, sprains and strains, right? You name it. Heat illness, altitude illness. We've talked about these things in the classes, right? So I think it's going to be a really good book. I think it's really going to help people. It's written in an intelligent way. I didn't pull any punches with the words. Some of the words are big, whatever. Some of the words are medical words, whatever. Look them up, learn them. It's going to make us more intelligent. And people aren't going to take us seriously until we're more intelligent and better organized and better communicators, right? Myself included. So this is a way that we can become more intelligent with real things, right? That like nations and governments have had to try to master for their people in the field in order to like establish and maintain their realms, So this is like a serious thing. And I've created this for America and for Americans, but it's going out to the world now. So whoever wants to use it, whoever wants to access it will have the secrets. And whoever doesn't want it will be held subject to the will of those who do have the information. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't learn something reading this, I'll let you shoot me in like the arm or something, like the shoulder. We'll talk about it. Not the right one. I got to use that one. So I love you guys. I just wanted to communicate that. I talked to Shelly the other day. Shelly's doing okay. I'm going to go over there and see them soon. I actually have a really cool gift for them, so I'll talk about it, okay? All right. I hope you like this. This is the argue against it, but this is the best book in the world that does this because it's distilled, it's down and dirty, and it covers all the topics. All right. Some people say, oh, it covers all the topics, therefore there's no good information. No. You take all the topics, you put them in a pot, you turn the water on, you boil it for 10 hours. There's something in the bottom. What's in the bottom? It's in the book. Okay? It's a decoction of wilderness knowledge. Preparation is the most important thing. People don't talk about that enough in these books. But the books that have emergency medicine often aren't going to talk about like wild and medicinal plants because the doctors are like, that's a little woo-woo for me. Or they're not going to go over like how to teach scenario training because they want you to come to their class so they can get money. They don't want to teach you how to do their job. Well, I'm about helping the people. So I'm putting that information in here to help the people. And to the guy who suggested that, you're freaking brilliant. Great idea. Exactly what we want to do. Essential knots. None of these books cover knots. And the ones that do cover knots definitely don't cover the universal edibility test and like shelter building, you know what I mean? Or disaster response. So this is the only book that combines everything that the wilderness leader needs to know how to do. And I had to withdraw from everybody and everything and all the distractions in order to create this. And this is going to bring a lot of credibility, not only to myself, but to you because you associate with me and to our movement, the Patriot Freedom Movement, through credibility, right? It's the highest level information. Sure, yeah, go to a doctor. You'll get higher level information, but you won't understand it and you won't be able to quickly do it in the field because you don't have any of the tools. You know, and I've trained a lot of medical doctors. I've had medical doctors in my class and trained them. You know, had professors in my class and trained them, had colonels in my class and trained them. So, okay, and we are the visionaries. And visionaries, in case you forgot, this book is dedicated to you right here. It says the visionaries, right here. The visionaries. The visionaries. So it's for you guys, for all the Patriot X-Ray Vision visionaries. Thank you guys so much for everything that you've done. AI is kind of taking over. Don't get me started on that. I'll go down that path with you, man, for sure. But this is dedicated to you guys. A lot of you are mentioned by name. And I appreciate and love you guys so much. Thank you for everything that you've done for me to support me so that I can create this. And go check it out. I hope you like it. All right. That's all I have right now for tonight. That was just a little what I'm up to and, you know, where I am and what I'm doing. And I hope you like this. I'll go check and make the order for the extra copies of the book. If you want me to sign you a copy and send it over to you, I'm happy to do that. And I'll do it for the same price as the, you know, the online book. I'm not freaking charging you for my for my autograph. That's ridiculous. But I will sign something to you and I will send it to you. So for the same price. So use Cash App or Venmo, $25. $20 is $20 and $5 for some education that'll serve you your whole life. And this is what's going to make our community more credible and more capable and more intelligent. And this is like real intel. This isn't like fluffy conspiracy, whatever. This is like, this is how you do it. This is how governments forever been writing manuals about this. And I think mine's better. And if not, argue against it. Right. And they've really helped influence me. I've read a lot of them. So, you know, read a lot of different manuals from like hippies and also like warriors and everybody in between, because I want as many different perspectives as possible. Hop on Rumble, follow me on there. Thank you so much. And Violet, I see you in here. Jackie, to all the guys who came in, I saw Joe in here. I know I saw the 53 Rat in here. I hope your whole family's doing well. To all of you, thank you so much for coming in and for hanging out. Matt, Lucille, thank you to all of you for coming in. It's been amazing hanging out with you. I'm glad everybody got a chance to kind of talk again and to reconnect. Sorry that I've been a stranger. Yes, Freedom Dove, awesome to see you too, no doubt. Sorry that I've been a little bit of a stranger, but this is how I can create stuff like this. I have to get away from like the right from that. That's not my best method of communication. This is, and I have more of these coming out. I'm about to give birth to more of these. This is just the start, the credible base of the pyramid. I hope you'll check this out. I hope you'll give a copy to a friend. You can find it on Amazon. You can find it on my website, us-sos.com. Please check it out. Thank you guys so much. If you want me to come and like teach a class for you and with you, and you bring some friends, doesn't have to be like a big expensive thing, right? Help me with my travel, and then you guys can go out and train other people. I can use some of the nonprofit funds for that as we continue to bring those in. So, all right. Yep, US School of Survival. Check me out on the web. Check me out on Amazon. Give me on Rumble. Thank you guys for being with me on YouTube. And I love you. You know what I mean? Haven't talked to you guys for a while. So I think you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting me and the work that I'm doing. This is for you. It literally has your names right here on the first page. Boom. The visionaries. Right here. All right. So thank you all so much for everything that you've done for me, for everything that you've done for the country. Continue to stand up for freedom in peaceful, non-violent ways, right? That have high impact. Okay? And don't take the bullshit lying down, right? It's safe and appropriate to stand up like an intelligent person and say, hey, we need to do better, and this is why. This is the impact of not doing well, and here's what we can accomplish when we do better. All right. So this helps to address some of the unknowns. It'll help make the whole community more intelligent, which will make us more capable, which will help us accomplish our goals that we seek out to accomplish. Right. So, hey, love you guys. I'll talk to you later. I hope you have a great night. Thank you for being here. And again, I guess end of day Sunday. That's when I'll cut off the signed copy thing, and then we could do like another order later. But so I can get that order in as soon as possible and get those to you. So, visionaries, I love you. Thank you very much for checking it out. If you know somebody in the military, you live near a military base, get them one of these copies. Tell them to call me, and we'll do it. Okay. I think that the military will draw specifically more value out of this than anybody else, but also search and rescue teams, Parks and Wildlife officers and rangers, of course, USGS will have access to this again, of course. So anybody who's working in the wilderness at a high level who needs to think and make sure that they understand a variety of skills to keep their people safe and functioning at the highest level, this book is for you. There's not a better one out there. If there is, send it to me. Argue against me. All right. Love you guys. Talk to you later. Have a great night.
Do is put a valve on there to run well water into my house. If they say that,
dude, Fried TV looks like Christopher Reeves in Late in Life.
Now in control of
now.
My own water, because I can hook up the generator to the freaking pump, and I have water.
Yep.
That's another thing people need to think about, because once your pipes freeze up for 2 days, you really realize real quick that how much water you actually use.
Yeah. And see, I had that same problem with Snowmageddon. We got down to 3 degrees. I got the well to start, and I took a shower, and I was backfeeding the house with my well, and I told her, I was like, you better get in the shower now. She said, oh, I'll wait 20 minutes for the hot water to get hot again. It was plenty hot. I was like, you need to get in there now. She went in there. It was froze up already. My pump and everything froze. So it was that quick. When it's 3 degrees outside, there's not moving water in Texas. We're not set up for 3 degrees because our systems are, a lot of it's above ground or not very deep. So yeah, even a water well is going to freeze too. So you're lucky that you got that to work.
The well itself didn't freeze, but there's enough pipe that was exposed out of the ground, well, in the well house, but out of the ground. That part froze. But yeah, we basically were just not smart enough and weren't really thinking that the way it's set up, we can put a little heat lamp in there that'll keep everything nice and warm, and we just never turn it on.
Yeah, it makes a big difference if you can stop the breeze from going through there and just put you like a 100-watt light bulb or grow light or something. Or even Christmas lights, the old incandescent Christmas lights, the big bulbs, not the LEDs. Just run those around it, that'll heat it up enough.
Yep. Breaking Spectre said there are prepper channels showing the use of tea candles inside a few layers of ceramic flower pots, acting as mini heaters.
Yep.
That's
and you can also use Crisco. Crisco will burn for a long time. You just stick a wick down into Crisco, and you got your Crisco candle right there, and it'll burn for days. So yeah, that is one of the best candles.
What do you use for a wig?
Yeah, I wouldn't eat Crisco, but it makes a great candle. It's a good lubricant and a great candle. Yeah. But yeah, look up Crisco candles, Crisco heaters. That's a thing.
They're talking a lot about that Chinese
shoelace
spy balloon or whatever.
Talking
about there's an explosion over Montana.
So do you think they blew that thing up? Because that thing was full of helium.
I don't know. I mean, personally, it was stupid blowing it up 24 hours after it was there, right?
You tried it?
Like, they've already...
Bro,
show
I can barely even get
China
these
that
candles.
they can do whatever they want for 24 hours before we
Actual
do anything.
candles that were sent to burn right.
Joe Shell wants to know
I don't think
what you
it's
use
gonna
for a
burn
wick.
right, dude. With the shoelace. Yeah,
I'm looking that up to see. I can't make a recommendation
Nobody
without seeing
knows.
what the best would be.
I know you could probably use
I'm glad I'm
rope.
not the only one.
Yeah,
Types
you
of
can
rope.
use if you got string or anything
It's
like
not
that.
gonna keep burning
Anything will
though.
work.
And
I
actually, you
don't
can
think
get
anything works.
the wooden wick candles, which
You know what
makes
I'm
me
saying?
think you could probably use a
This
certain
candle
type of
doesn't
wood
even
too.
stay lit.
Get like a
It's a
splinter and
commercial
something, stick it
candle.
down in there.
Yeah, but yeah, Crisco candle
I've
can
had
save
2 of
you.
them so far that wouldn't stay
It'll
lit.
give you light and heat, and it burns. Let me see. I can't remember if it's
Can't use
72
candles.
hours.
Hey, bro, check this out. I let you stay
Let's
here
see.
for a while, but bye.
Holy cow, Spectre, 3 of them.
Your words are not necessary for me to continue my life. The other
How
words
long
are
will a
not yours,
Crisco
though.
candle
Your-
burn?
your
Yeah,
words were
72 days.
72
of
days.
no value.
Days. Yeah, the big tub. You know, the big. That's the
And
big
if you're,
Crisco.
if you're really desperate, all you need to do is somehow put some kind of aluminum shade on top or around it. That'll intensify the heat as well.
Yeah, you can mod it however you want to, for like warming up your drink, or I don't think it would cook an egg, but if you put a bunch of wicks in it, it's going to burn faster, but you might be able to start cooking off of it at a certain point. Because if it lasts for,
Dude, this is saying you have to use an actual candle
use the
wick.
right surface. Because we used to do what they call like the hobo breakfast, where you just take a little candle,
have
and
wicks.
put it underneath,
I need wicks, bro.
like a coffee can, the old metal coffee cans, and you could fry bacon on that.
with one candle?
Yeah,
you
it was
have
like,
to have you have to have
they
candle
had
wicks. You have to
taken
get them
like
at craft
a-
stores
a
if you
little
want to make one of these
container about the
Crisco
size of
candles.
like a
That's what
cat
I'm
food
reading.
container,
Alright, so
and
there
they
you go.
put some kind of wax cardboard mixture in there and light that up. I'm not sure, like a little tea light candle might not get enough, but as long as you get it close enough to the surface, it should heat it up enough.
Somebody's like, "Who is that?" "Oh, that's Fry." Here, I'll put a flashlight on.
Fry TV.
I don't have any overhead lights I can turn on because the grid power's out and I'm running on generator. So I'll just do a quick, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm letting my beard grow. I stopped shaving 3 days after Christmas. So it's about 2 inches now.
Well, that's good. Think you can get it up to this?
Oh, yeah. I'll have that in another couple of months.
It was
easy.
probably one of
Yeah,
y'all
it grows
fucking
quick.
with me
I
with
wish
that
it would
name.
get longer, but once it gets to this size, it starts getting a little straggly, so I have to keep trimming it a little bit.
Well, see, I'm lucky. Mine does that straight stuff, and it gets pointed, so it really looks like I groomed it and I'd have it. So I'm kind of lucky that way.
Oh,
I didn't even see the
mine is
dumbass
freaking curly as
KKK
hair. Like
comment.
if I pull on it, it'll grow by 2 inches.
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky that way. But I don't have to worry about a spousal acceptance factor anymore. So I'm like, I'm going to just let my beard grow out.
You know what my spousal acceptance is this one rule: don't ever shave it. Since I've been married, I've only shaved my beard off once because it
I
only
didn't know
took
he was
once
married.
for her to tell me you'll never ever do that again. Because she said I lost about 8 or 10 years if I shaved it off. She's like, I ain't gonna be married to no damn baby face.
Why she ain't been ever
Yeah,
on the camera?
if I shave completely, I look a lot younger.
Yeah,
without
I
that.
think that's for pretty much everybody.
Yeah. And a lot of people don't realize that I'm 52, or I'll be 52 in March. They think I'm a lot younger. But yeah.
You look younger.
I'm rode hard and put up wet. Says my back and my right knee.
Yeah, it's not the age, it's the miles.
Yeah, I got a lot of miles. A ton. I feel like I've lived 8 different lifetimes when I think back what I've done in my life. You know, it's kind of wild.
Yeah. Well, when I think back what I've done in my life, it's kind of boring. I drove truck.
Oh, I've had so many different professions. You know, I was a plumber, a forklift driver professionally. I used to design candles at Legacy lamps. I worked at a scale interface company building scale interface boards, doing wire wrapping, electronics, programming EEPROMs. I worked at structure cabling for 16 years, doing fiber optics, network, IT work. I had my own business doing IT work and structure cabling. I did point-to-point wireless stuff. I would haul cotton with that white Chevy that I had when I was a kid to the cotton press. That was something I would do all the time. So, man, I've done so many things.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, and I grew up on a farm driving a tractor as a child. I spent most of my childhood behind a John Deere tractor, like a 4430 and a 4420 and a 4010, hauling round bales with one at a time back then. Just stab it with the fork and you're hauling one at a time, one at a time.
Now they have like 3 or 4 and they're pulling a trailer.
Oh, you got buggies and all that stuff now. Yeah, you do it with your truck. Yeah. But back in the day, it was just stab and go. Yeah, I worked at Western Auto when I was a kid, putting wagons and bikes and all this furniture stuff together. I was not even old enough to be employed, but the lady that managed the place allowed me to work there. It was completely illegal, but I was, I always liked to work with my hands, and I always wanted to make my own money. So I was in heaven putting all that stuff together, man, putting the bikes and everything together. And I was well under age. Like I was probably 12 or 13 or 10.
that was the norm, though.
Yeah.
That was normal.
Yeah.
When I think it was 10, 11 years old, I was working at a freaking small business that was processing furs. Like 10, 12 years old, I was out there freaking skinning raccoons, beaver, muskrat, mink, coyote, fox. I mean, every thing that they use the hides off of, I was skinning them, stretching them, drying them, getting them ready for them to ship them out to process them. And I made good money too, paid piece rate. But shoot, you can't get those jobs in. Everybody wants $15. You know what? I probably made more than $15 an hour doing that because it was piece rate. The harder I worked, the more I made.
Yeah.
Now everybody wants that minimum wage of $15 an hour for flipping burgers.
Yeah.
I mean,
I forgot I had a radio station.
You're lucky if you get to do that because of all the regulations they have about, how old you have to be to do this or that. I mean, I was operating machinery at that age.
Oh yeah, they put us on tractors and trucks when I was damn near out of my diapers. It seems like I was not big enough to even push the clutch in on a tractor, so I would have to get up on the seat like this and put the seat all the way down as low as I could and then push both legs to push in the clutch because it was quad range. Once I get it in gear, I could let the clutch out and then I was good,
Yeah.
But yeah, because I wasn't even strong enough to push the clutch in. I had to use two legs.
Yeah, and now they call that child slave labor. No, that's just getting children to, do work.
Yeah.
To learn responsibility. And a lot of times kids like doing it because it's satisfying. It's doing something productive.
Yep. And we hauled hay.
I picked up walnuts too.
We hauled a ton of hay, square bales, when I was a kid. Man, you talking about getting in shape.
That's something that in my area, that's something you would do as a kid during the summer.
Yep.
Was either you go to the farmer, help him, cut hay, bale hay, stack it, store it, whatever. Or the other thing that was very popular in our area was detasseling. I don't know if that's in Texas or not, but I know in Indiana.
No, we don't.
You would go out and detassel. You'd basically go in there at a certain stage, you go into the corn stalk and you pull the tassels off of like every other row, every 4 rows or whatever. for. I had a guy explain it to me one time what it does, but I couldn't remember for the life of me what it was.
We don't do that in Texas.
That was something that kids love to do because they'd make a little bit of money during the summer, not much, but a little bit of money. Or like we'd go to my grandpa's store once a year or twice a year, or whatever. We do inventory for them, stuff like that. Kids love that kind of stuff, or used to.
Yeah, the first tractor I think I drove was a Model A or B, Poppin' Johnny. And I can remember this, and I don't have really a good memory. They put me on it and popped it in gear. And I had no choice but to go somewhere. And they said, all right, go around the church and then come back. But the church was like 2 miles away. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, all right, this is cool. But then I wasn't strong enough to pull the clutch back. You know, I was little. So I started crying. Because all I could do is just keep it from hitting something, you know. So I'm going around the church. I'm like, I can't stop this thing. So I finally get back up to Grandpa's house, and they figured out I wasn't strong enough to pull it back. And they jumped up on there and pulled it back. But that's how young they start you off in the farm, you know. You're not strong enough to operate the equipment, you know. At least I wasn't. I was a little kid, you know, little bone kid. I was always, it took me a while before I started, you know, growing.
That's how people got their experience in the workforce and whatever you want to call it, was just doing small stuff like that on the farm, learning how to drive on the farm. Shoot, by the time I was able to get my license, I kind of knew how to drive already because I drove around the farm.
Oh yeah, I was driving. I was getting busted because my first vehicle was a family reject. It was a 1972 Lincoln Continental with a 460 4-barrel, and that sucker would get it down the road. So that's how I got to the farm, from the house to my grandpa's house to go drive the tractor and plow the fields. And I used to make it to the farm real fast, and I would get in trouble because the neighbors would snitch on me. They'd call my mom and say, "Mike's hauling ass down the road again." It's like busted. And then I would sneak into town. I'd sneak into town in the car, and I was probably 9 or 10. Who knows? Maybe younger. And it was, you know, that's the way it was on a farm. And then I got my first truck. I don't like cars. I got my first truck, and it was a 1979 Ford 3/4 ton with a 400 modified. And that's still to this day one of my favorite trucks. I wish I'd have never sold it. And then I rebuilt the motor when I was older. I bored it out to 430, put a kind of a torquey cam in there. And I did something stupid. I put a $3,000 stall converter, because back in the day, we're farm boys. We raced our trucks. You know how people in the city race their cars? Well, we would hop up our trucks and race our trucks. So it was a race truck to me, you know. And I put a system in it. Yeah, and I put a system in it. Back then, the system was consisting of a Spark-O-Matic stereo with a graphic equalizer with the built-in 20-watt amplifier, you know. But, you know, that's what it was back then.
You know, that the tractor, my dad still has the tractor, International, that has a tape player in it. But it was a tape player I've never seen because I didn't grow up with them. Because for one, I was Amish. And by the time we left the Amish, they weren't using those tapes. But it was the old, they were the old real thick ones, and they were long. You might know what they call them. We only found like 1 or 2 that we ever could find in stores that we could use in it. Crap, I forget what the name of it is.
You're not talking about an 8-track, are you?
Know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about a 4-track or 8-track? 8-track tape?
I have no idea. It was like, you know how the cassette tapes you get now are like sort of thin and not very wide. They got 2 wheels in it. This one was like about the same width, but twice as long, and then probably about 1 inch thick.
Yeah, that's an 8-track tape. Yeah, I still have an 8-track player.
That tractor still has one of those in there.
Yeah, yeah, that's an
I don't know
8-track.
what the tractor is, but it's got an old freaking tape player in it.
Yeah, and they call it an 8-track because it's got 4 heads, and when it plays one way, the head shifts up that way. When you go in reverse, the head shifts down, or the head will shift to each different track. So it's technically got 8 tracks on it.
Yeah, that was interesting to me. I didn't know they had more than one type of cassette tape. You probably can't even find them anymore anywhere.
No, they don't make 8 tracks as far as I know. They still make cassettes, and vinyl's kind of hip now for all the hipsters, you know.
Yeah, I've seen those making a comeback.
Oh, and I forgot I was a general manager of my own radio station here in Texas, and the RF engineer. So I would build out the studio. I built out a complete radio studio, minus the transmitter and the antenna that was already there, but I had to rebuild the ATU box and tune the transmitter. But yeah, I did that too. I can't believe I forgot about that. So yeah, like I said, I feel like I've lived 8 lifetimes.
Yeah,
when
you went from one end of the spectrum to another. Like you went from candles to tech.
Yeah, well, I grew up on a farm, but my dad had a radio station in the hometown that I live in right now. So when I was a little kid, we had a farm, and we were still farming, but then we would do the radio stuff too. So it was a really weird mix between the two. And it was a AM station, 1440 KELG, and it played classic and country music. And I remember as a kid cutting commercials on reel-to-reel tape. So we had these, and sound effects, there was no computers back then. So all your sound effects came in on records. It came in on vinyl. So we had a whole sound room with just nothing but vinyl, with all the sound effects and music samples. And what you had to do is you had this huge book, and you go through this book and you say, okay, I want a chicken crowing. You go through here and you figured out how it was categorized, and then you say, okay, it's this one, this color, and you go find that vinyl, you put it on the turntable, and then you play it onto your reel-to-reel. And then you would master tracks on your reel-to-reel, and then once you get that on your reel-to-reel, then you would mix it down to your master cassette, your cart. It's what they call carts. So when back in the day, commercials on radio stations were played on something called cart machines. So once you got it on the cart, then you would take it into the studio, the control room, and then all these carts were sitting there in these slots, and you had a clock on the wall. So you have to follow this clock, and that clock would say, okay, I got to play this commercial. You'd pull this card out, and the cart, it would have like 3 or 4 decks in it, and you could trigger 3 or 4 of them remotely from the mixer. And that's how you played commercials back then in between the records. And it was all, you queued up the records, you had to queue up each record and make sure it was right at the beginning of the song, and then you would seg into your carts and all that stuff. Back then, doing radio was like flying an airplane, you know, it was a thing.
Yeah, it was like an assembly line.
Yeah. Yep. And I remember making commercials.
How many times did you screw up?
I got
How many times did you screw up?
Well, that's the whole part of it. And I was young too, so, and I would do some late night stuff, just playing around, but I didn't do any DJing for the most part. I didn't open the mic. I was a little kid, you know, but I'd run the carts and, you know, queue up stuff a little bit. But
damn, that's interesting.
And the crazy,
learning the behind the scenes kind of stuff of what radio used to be.
Oh yeah, and see, I was always an electronic tinker, so my job was to fix the cart machines. So the cart machines would wear out, the heads would get out of alignment, all kinds of stuff. The belts would need to be replaced. So I would take these things apart, rebuild the cart machines, and I was young, and I loved it. There was nothing better than fixing a cart machine in a radio station when I was a kid. And back then, the Associated Press, you know, now it comes in through, it's all on the internet. So all your news on the AP, the Associated Press, comes in through, you get the feeds from the satellites. Well, back then, we had this huge printer. It had a special room, and that printer was running 24/7. It was a dot matrix printer, and you know what they sound like, the old, you remember those printers back on the old movies? They had that sound. This thing was running.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and this thing had its own sound box over. It's so loud that we had to have an insulator box so you couldn't hear it in this radio station. Yeah, and it had a special room, and you go in there and you rip this paper off, and that's why they call it ripping and reading in the radio world or in the news, because you go and you rip it and you read it live. You don't have time to pre-read it. So that's where the whole term rip and read comes from. You're ripping the paper off the dot matrix printer.
It was like your teleprompter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was no computers back then. Everything was done hands-on. And then people would call in on the telephone. And a telephone is a thing. It's like you grab it, you put it up to your ear, and you dial. I'm talking to the...
Yeah. Yeah. And you had the rotary ones, too?
Yeah, I still got it. I still got one of those. Yeah.
It's interesting that I was Amish, and the first phone that we had was past the rotary phone stage, but I still know what a rotary phone is, and I know how to operate
Amish?
one.
I know that.
There's there's some YouTube videos of these young kids sitting in front of a phone, and the father will say, okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to figure out how to dial this number, and they write a number down, and they couldn't figure out how to operate a rotary phone. What they would do is they like touched it, and then they would like move the thing, they'd touch the number, and then they'd finally pick it up and go, ugh, it's like a gorilla or something, and they're like, oh, you pick it up. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd actually like to have me a good old rotary phone to use. It's like, the bad thing is you get about 3/4 of the way through and you mess up, you got to start over.
Yep. And if they're old and they're not lubed up, they hang up and you got to force them back.
Yep. Yeah, my mother-in-law bought a house recently, and they had
You can just use the hang-up button, though, to
still
do
hanging
it.
up on the wall.
You can pulse the hang-up button.
Oh, you're talking about the wood wall hangers. Yeah, that's an old one. The one with the separate earpiece.
No. It was, they had it hanging on the wall, but it was like,
oh, the rectangle ones. Gotcha. Yeah.
They just hung it on the wall to use
right
later.
Yeah, Darth Trader.
Full
Yeah.
style.
You said, I didn't know there was other than country music until I was about 13 or 14. Yeah, same with me. But we kind of grew up with, we had something called Friday night videos. So on the network TV, instead of MTV, it was called Friday night videos. So I got exposed to all kinds of music through that one channel when I was a kid. And that was the biggest treat on the weekend, to watch Friday night videos, because you'd watch, Thriller and all that stuff was on. That was the biggest thing, to watch Thriller on back then. Yeah, I didn't.
Hey, Bruce. Darth Trader's saying something, but I'm not even sure if I can pronounce that. An old mimeograph
machine. Yep. Oh yeah. The mimeograph machines. The smell of those. There were the mimeograph machines where they had the big drum, and that's how they copied all the tests and stuff. So if the teacher needed to go make copies for a test, she'd go in there, and a lot of them were hand cranked instead of motorized. So you go in there and it was in the smell of the mimeograph. Every time that was fresh, and they bring it to your desk, and you smell that. I know you remember smell. How old are you?
I'm 33.
Oh, okay. So there's a difference. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be 52 in a couple of days almost. So yeah, we used to have I remember them cranking on those machines, and Darth. He's going, yes, Fry. I remember the smell to this day of those papers. Yeah. And the sound that those things would make when they're doing that, cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk. Yeah. There's certain things you don't forget. Oh yeah, if you spilled the ink, it was bad.
They were probably more reliable than what they use nowadays.
Oh yeah. Well, you didn't have to worry about much going wrong. It's not like a laser printer, where the toner head gets all messed up or whatever. The drum.
Oh man, that's something that I've been thinking about possibly getting into, is doing a laser printer, because they're actually sort of affordable from what I can see.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. Let me go we'll do a little bit quick show and tell. You brought up a laser. But I'm doing something a little different, obviously.
Oh wait, he's gonna bring out his Jewish space lasers. Yeah, that the AOC was talking about. What toy did you buy?
Oh, it's pretty simple. I like to keep things simple, but yet get complicated things done. So the other, there's been a peanut butter shortage. Here's where this is where this came from, by the way. I'll tell the story real quick. Peanut butter shortage. We don't have real good peanut butter in our hometown anymore. You can get the Jiffy and all the stuff that's got the sugar and the canola oils and all that junk mixed in there that's not good for you. But you can't get just straight up peanut butter with salt. And it's been that way for 4 or 5 months now. So I started recently making my own pecan butter because I have the pecan orchard out back, and I've got like 400 pounds of pecans that I still need to process, and I got some in the deep freeze. So I made pecan butter, but when my first pecan butter video, I didn't have a spatula. So people were commenting in the video, you need to get a spatula, because when I was making it in the food processor, I'm using a metal spoon, and that was triggering people because I was putting metal on the plastic. So I guess they were worried about me getting microplastics in my pecan butter. So I said, okay, I'm not going to go buy a spatula. I'm going to make my own out of bamboo that I grow on the property. And that's what these are. This is the bamboo spoon right here. And I put that, well, right here's the bamboo.
You can grow bamboo there?
Yeah, yep. This is a bamboo spoon, and it looks like that. You know, it's not something you eat with every day, but it works perfect for a tasting spoon for what I do. So, and I got that little design on there, and that's where I was talking about. That's burned in with the sun. So what I use to burn that in with is a Fresnel lens right here. This is basically a magnifying glass, but it's a thin piece of plastic. They call it Fresnel lenses, and it will burn anything.
No kidding.
Yeah, so here's my spatula. This is the straight-ended one. This is what I call my spatula because this works perfect to scoop stuff out of the food processor because it's got the cup in it, that curve like that, and then it's straight on the edges. And then I just did some designs with the Fresnel lens, the little dots, and it's got the handle and everything. But this, all I did was I took the bamboo, and it naturally splits if you let it dry, and those were the natural edges. And then I took and filed this off on the concrete, and I took a potato peeler, or you know what you peel carrots with, and I smoothed that out, and it takes the layers off perfectly. And then I make the designs with the Fresnel lens. But here's what I want to do. So you know how you got the laser printers like you were talking about, that laser things?
Yeah.
Well, I want to rig up a laser printer, but works off a Fresnel lens on the sun. So instead of the Fresnel lens moving, the platform would move. Because if you move the Fresnel lens,
I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I want to be able to use the sun as the laser, and you'd be amazed how quick and how fine pinpoint you can make that work. And it would only work on a sunny day, but I want to do something like when it's somebody's birthday on the channel, I could have like, okay, if you want your name engraved on something or whatever, I'll do it on the day of your birthday with the sun of that day here, and then I'll ship it to you. So it would be like a novelty thing. So it's done with the sun that day from here, and it would be done with this, you know, CNC machine, you know, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Computerized control.
Right.
Use the sun to get the job done.
Right.
That's rather interesting. Now tell us, how many ants have you tortured with that?
Now, when I was a kid, probably a lot. No, I haven't tortured any ants. I hope I'm not disappointing anybody.
Man, talk about all kinds of memories.
Yep.
Yeah, when me growing up Amish, we didn't use, like, even if I was old enough to where we would have used the mimeograph, It was an Amish school. We didn't do that kind of stuff. Most of the times, if we had tests, I believe they came out of the book, or they would go to the library and get a bunch of stuff printed off or something like that. One room schoolhouse is where I went to school at.
Yeah, and see, I'm lucky enough to grow up in an age where there was no cell phones, and I grew up out in the country, and we didn't have enough phone lines, so we had something called a party line. So when we got a phone, it was called a party line because you shared it with your neighbors, 3 other neighbors, or two other neighbors. So our ring, so how that worked is we all shared the same phone, so we could all pick up our phones at the same time and say, "Hey, how's it going?" and talk to each other. But you're not supposed to do that. But how it worked is everybody had a distinct ring. So you knew what your ring was. So it was like 2 longs and a short, or 2 shorts and a long, or long and 2 shorts. And that's how, if it went ring, 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 that was you. And then if it was the neighbors, it'd be like ring, 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 the 2 shorts and a long, whatever. I can't remember what ours was. But when I was a kid, of course, I found out a way to where you can unscrew the microphone and you could listen into the phone calls, and that was our reality TV back then when we were kids. Is you'd unscrew the microphone, because what you would do is, I had it mastered, is what you do is whenever you knew that somebody had answered their other phone, it wasn't for you, you would hold the thing down so it wouldn't pick up the receiver, and then you would unscrew the microphone, and as long as you unscrewed the microphone and took it out before you slowly lifted the receiver, they could never hear you. Because then all you had is an audible. They could never hear you because you could never talk back. And I did that stuff all the time as a kid. And that was our.
So you don't hear the heavy breathing on the other end.
Oh man, I tell you what, I learned a lot about the drama in the countryside and who was, flirting with who, or what drama was going on, or people's marriage problems within the neighbors. Because between three.
You should have been a freaking news reporter, damn it.
Not joking, because between 3 different neighbors, people gossip, and and it's just all kinds of stuff. They had no idea that I was listening.
That was mean.
But that was basically that was my first entry into hacking, I guess, as a child, is hacking phone calls. And then I grew up with CBs, so that was a big thing. I had my own base station. I still have the CB and everything, and the amplifiers, the linears. I've got a President Washington, a D104 Lollipop mic. I got a handheld power mic as well. I have 2 linears, 400 watts on upper and lower sideband, 200 watts on the AM band, and I had a Starduster antenna, and I tuned it all myself. It did everything. And I was shooting skip, talking to Canada, Hawaii. I was doing line of sight 50 miles with that thing. 50 miles line of sight. I was talking into Austin, and I was talking to truckers on 35 from my hometown that's 20 miles away, easy. And I was shooting over Austin in the hill country. And I had it all, and it wasn't a beam system. It was an omnidirectional Starduster. And I had that sucker tuned flat. My SWRs were flat, so that sucker would end. And at nighttime, whenever the skip would roll in, that was the funnest thing. And I had all these cards where, back then, when you started DXing and you communicate with somebody in the CB world, you would give your call sign, and you would send them your card, and they would send you theirs. So you'd swap call sign cards, and then you'd hang that up on your wall, and that's how it was kind of like your bragging rights. This is who I got to touch base with. Even if it was a short conversation, if it was long enough for you to get your call signs out and y'all could swap out call signs, they'd mail you theirs and you'd mail them, you'd mail them back. And that's the way it was done back then. There was no internet, so CB was like the thing,
There was a communication of the day.
Yeah.
I know up in, the one time I went up to Alaska, up the scale there, DOT was telling me that he had a guy skipping all the ways from Maryland up to there with his.
Yep. And my dad had a system that was even more powerful than mine. And he would he had a beam system, and it was 85 feet tall. And this is when I was younger. And he would talk into people's toasters. It was that powerful. He was talking over people's TVs. Yes.
Holy cow.
I know he was doing the TVs. I think I might have the toasters mixed up with our radio station. But I know when he would key up.
Where people got the, that might be where the people got that idea of, was it the Superman movie where the aliens came down and hacked all their TVs and they talked through the TV, everybody's TV. That's probably where they got that idea. As so much TV started.
This wasn't, this wasn't audible, but when he would key up, it would cause them their distortion and snow and static on their TV, because back then television was analog band, so it was messing up their signal. It's not like they could hear him audibly, but it was messing up their. So the neighbors would call and say, "Stop. Turn down your CB," Yep, the good old days, the base station.
A guy told me he did that in his truck. He had all kinds of boosters on his, and whenever he keyed up, his dome lights would dim.
Oh yeah, he's pulling too much current.
Too much power.
Yeah, he needed a better battery bank for that, or maybe a super capacitor would have helped a little bit initially.
Or just a smaller setup in his truck, maybe.
Yeah. Well, the best setup for a vehicle, if you can do it, is a 102-inch whip in the middle of the truck if possible, and keep the antenna at least a couple of feet away from your cab if you can. And your SWRs will pretty much be matched to flat right out of the gate if you got good coax. And put you a little linear on there, because you don't want to run it barefoot. And you'll have good reception, you'll have good ears, and you'll get out good. 102-inch whip. But the problem is when you go through a drive-through or something, they're always hitting the lights and stuff, Yep.
Yeah, I don't even have whips that are that big, and I freaking go through town. I'm hitting branches. Oh, I do want to get a bigger. In the 12 years I've been trucking, I've been thinking I'm going to get me a better setup for my CB, and I still haven't done it.
Well, it's all about your antenna and the coax for the most part, and the radio is secondary. And then the microphone is important, antenna is important, radio is not so much, because they're all going to basically put out anywhere from 7 to 12 watts from the factory. So it's all about.
You can basically take a regular Cobra 29 and do enough to it to where it's as good as a Striker or a Connex or something like that.
Yeah, you can push them up to about 50 watts. Some of them if you have somebody really do it upright. But then you got to have
I'm pretty sure the one I have now needs to be tuned, because they don't get out much. Right now I'm not getting anything in, and my SWRs are like 3/4 up.
Oh, not good. You want to keep your SWRs, of course you know this, as flat as, close to 1 or nothing as possible. So when you're doing your SWR test, you don't want that meter to move much whenever you're keying your mic up.
Yeah.
Does yours have a on-the-fly SWR test, or you have to do the little tuning knob when key it up and then hit the... Is yours a digital display?
Sure. No, it's got the needle. It's the Galaxy DX959. It's got the needle on it.
Let me check that out.
I mean, when I key up, it drops, but... Or does it go up? I can't see, because the light inside it went out. No, it goes up. I haven't done anything to it for a while. Yeah, Darth, I just refreshed Rumble and there's nothing there. Like, it's been froze for a while. I don't know what's going on with Rumble.
So you got the Galaxy DX959B?
No, just 959.
Okay.
DX959. I bought it off of a buddy of mine, and I took it into radio a CB shop, and he broke it open, and he just started shaking his head. He's like, whoever the hell did something on this just did not. I mean, there was wires everywhere. There was this piece there, this piece there, and he did a little bit of work to it. It was a little bit better, and then went to another place, and he did even more to it. Actually, he turned the power up enough to where if I'm having a conversation, I got to keep it sort of short between comments because it got so hot that it freaking burnt my fuse.
So
I had to.
If it's burning up your fuse, just put a bigger fuse in there.
I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to melt the wires.
Right. So so you must be pushing some power out with that thing if it's doing that.
I don't know. I need to probably get a new coax or something because.
All right. So it's got a talkback. It's got a clarifier. It's got obviously mic gain, RF gain, dimmer, RF power, and it should have an SWR switch on there somewhere. Yeah, it does have. Yeah, so you have to put it in SWR mode to test the SWRs, and then you probably use the clarifier to adjust the SWRs, and then once you get it set, and then
yeah, there it is,
and then you key it up, and then you'll see where your SWRs are. You can probably find a YouTube video about it if that's confusing you. But yeah, here's
if I put it on SWR and I key up, it goes to 0. But for some reason, my needle stays stuck up. See, I think honestly, in this area, from here to the East Coast, there's somebody that has a base station. I keep having to turn my squelch way down because somebody has a base station somewhere. And from anywhere from here to the East Coast, this guy is nonstop talking about the highways and the byways and blah, blah, to the point where I just squelch it out because you can't put up with somebody repeating that kind of crap over and over and over to the point where he just drives you nuts.
Yeah.
So I just freaking squelch it out, and that might be why the needle's up because it's still picking them up, but I'm not hearing it.
Well, do you have a bottom loaded or a top loaded or a mid loaded antenna? What's your antenna? Do you know what the name of it is?
I have no idea. It's just a whip, just a little wire, like a $16 freaking antenna is what I bought.
All right, so
it's
here.
It's mounted onto my mirror.
I'm going to preach this. If anybody's listening and you care about CBs, I'll keep it simple. It's all about antenna first and antenna placement second. Then it's your microphone gain, which is modulation going into your radio, and then it's your power. And see, everybody gets it backwards. Everybody goes for the power first, and then maybe the antenna, but not the placement. And then they forget about microphone gain. So again, it's antenna, which 102-inch whip is the best, but you can't put them on a truck because they're too tall. But if you got a pickup truck, you can put one on there and get away with it. But you can get other antennas that are almost just as good as a 102-inch whip. But for the best reception and transmission is a 102-inch whip. Hands down, you can't beat it. But you got to tune them. So sometimes you got to tune them with a spring. Sometimes you add a spring in there, and it gives you a flat SWR. Sometimes you got to take the spring out. Sometimes you tune it with coax. The length of your coax will get you the low SWRs. So once you get your antenna up there and it's placed correctly, then you tune your radio modulation. And then that's whenever you start sounding loud. And once you get that done, then you can put your linear on there and you know you're good. Now you're going to have to readjust some things when you're pushing more power. So you might have to tweak some things here because when you put a linear on there, you're adding a length of coax between your radio and your linear. So sometimes that screws up shit. But it's antenna first, the type of antenna placement, and then your microphone gets you the loud sound because you can have all the watts you want to in the world, but have a really quiet voice. So that's why you want a power mic. So you want a good power mic, and that's going to make you sound loud, and it's going to make you sound louder over all the other people. So, and a lot of these radios have that stuff built in where yours has RF. You have mic gain on yours. That helps.
Yeah, I got mic gain on mine. Yeah.
And
one thing that I know that when I bought the antennas, the guy that was tuning my radio, he actually clipped part of it off because he hooked it up to his, I'm guessing was his SWR meter.
Uh-oh.
And
I got something going low here. Hold on. I got a generator beep. I got a inverter beeping.
Yeah, looks like Rumble's back up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end this live so I can go get some sleep, so I can get home at a decent time. Hey, I don't know. I might have to run my truck tonight. I don't know what's wrong with my heater, man. It freaking blowing on high for the longest time, and then it's pretty much shut off, and then it's blowing on high again. Melt me out of here. I don't know what the heck's going on with it. I'll have to ask him, Diana, when he comes back. Good God, it's getting hot in here. Yeah, I'll take my radio to Fry and let him fix it up. But I'll have to actually, if I keep trucking, I'll have to get a new coax put in here, find a different spot for my antenna, because this truck actually from the factory was set up with a split coax where one goes to the right, one goes to the left, and you mount it to your mirrors. But I need to change that. But I just, I've had mine. I don't know how long I've had it. 6, 8 years, something like that. Probably more like 8 years. And I didn't buy it new. I bought it off a friend of mine.
All right. The problem is I got 4 AGMs on one side of my solar bank, and then I have one battery for the back part of the studio, and that battery is weak, and it was kicking my inverter off because it was going down to 10 volts, and then the UPS would kick on and take up the slack, and then it was going back and forth, and it would go chirp. The UPS would kick on, so I had to put a battery charger on it to supplement it, that's getting the power from the generator to keep that battery up float enough to where that kind of crap stopped. So yeah, it's just, you think you prep for everything, but I need one more battery charger for this scenario, because what I'm doing is I'm actually charging a battery, and then the inverter's running the stuff, which I know I'm losing efficiency, but I don't have to worry about flipping my plugs back and forth from one power source to the other, or I'm going to have to put a transfer switch in. So I got 2 transfer switch systems in my house that I can automatically switch from grid to solar power. But right now I don't have a transfer switch system set up for generator to grid. So, I never thought we'd be without power for a week or two in Texas, in this part.
Yeah, it's never that bad.
Yeah. So I'm refining my preps. I'm like, okay, I need to do this now. I need to do that. So anyway, somebody had a question?
A couple questions that popped up. One of them on Rumble, Diana GH asked what the best CB is to get.
If you just want a mobile CB, you can get Galaxies are good CBs, Cobras, anything like that. I would stay away from the really small. Anything you get at Walmart, I would not really mess with. Here's the thing, if it has a mic gain, and it has a RF gain, and it has RF power. It has a clarifier. That's what you need to look for. And you know, I would always get a CB with an SWR meter built in. So if it doesn't have an SWR meter built in, I wouldn't get it, because that's the thing, that's the foundation of a radio, is you got to tune your SWRs. If you don't tune your antenna, don't even put a CB in your truck, because it's pointless. If you got high SWRs, you're not going to get out. You're not going to have good ears, because when you're not getting out good and you got reflected frequency coming back, your SWRs, it's the same way with the frequencies coming in. So if your antenna's out of tune when you're transmitting with high SWRs, you're going to be out of tune for that frequency as well. So you're not going to have good ears. So if you're not getting out, you're not going to have good ears. Either way, it's the same way.
Yep.
So it's all about antenna. You know, the longer the antenna, the better in any case. So the longer antenna you can buy, the better it's going to be. Because I think a 102-inch whip is what, a quarter wave on the AM band? Or is it a 5/8? I can't remember. I have dyslexia, so I get all the numbers mixed up. But anyway, a 102-inch whip is the best CB antenna. And any radio that has SWR meter built in and those things that I was talking about, the mic gain. But I would stick with, you know, the Cobras of the world.
Cobras are pretty cheap. They're like $130, or they were like $130.
Yeah, you don't need to get a Galaxy. If you're not going to, you know, if you're not a trucker and you're not on it all the time, you don't need that. You know, if you just want to shoot skip or just scan the dial and listen to the drunks and the crazy people talking on the AM band. But I don't know, do you want to be on the upper and lower side band? So that's where I like to hang out when I was in the CB world when I was a kid. Is I loved to play with the clarifier and the upper lower side band, because that's where you could really get past all the nonsense on the radio where everybody's just yakking and using their echo boxes and all their chimes and all that crap. So you could get into where you can actually have a conversation with somebody. And don't get me wrong, I had all the bells and whistles. I had the echoes and the chimes, and I even had a descrambler. So my uncle, we both bought the set. So you could buy a scrambler set, and you put the scrambler set on your base station, and he put the scrambler set on his base station, and nobody else could hear us but us. So we could have a private conversation on the CB radio with these scramblers. And what you do is you tune in to the other person, and you had to buy them in a set. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I got it. I could show it to you. It's a box about this big, and it came with echo. It came with modulation increase. It came with the pre-chimes and it would play even music. So you could hold the key down, and it would play jingles. And it had the scrambler in there too.
So like you have to be on the same frequency, basically.
Well, you have to be on the same
Frequency
channel.
almost.
Yeah, you have to be on the same channel. But what it does is it scrambles your voice, and then you descramble it, just like the old cable boxes kind of concept. So, you know, you just stay on the same thing, and then he'll descramble you, and then you descramble him, and then you can hear each other.
Okay.
To the other people on the CB radio, it sounds like that's all you would hear.
Right.
And it was really annoying to everybody else.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Yeah, those were not real popular.
Darth wants to know, is it true you can be sitting beside someone at a red light and blow their amps up when they are blasting rap music with a powerful CB?
No. A car audio amp? No. The average linear is in a trucker is probably 250 to 400 watts, just based on the fact that you can't give it enough power without upgrading your power lines. And a lot of people are not going to run a welding cable to their linear. You know what I'm saying? So you only got so much power.
I got a welding cable running to my audio system in my car.
You know, I got a 250
gauge.
water in there that's only that big.
Fat.
But those generally have 30 amp
Power
fuses in
and
them
ground.
because they pull so much current, you know. And that's the thing. If you got high SWRs too, and you hook a linear up to it, you're going to blow the finals in that linear. So you're going to be replacing those a lot. So if you're blowing your finals, that means your antenna's not tuned right, or you got some coax issues where it's got a short in it. You always got to check and tune your antenna. That's the thing. Same way with radio stations. You got to tune the antenna. I spent the majority of the time tuning the ATO box when I had the AM station, because basically you can't extend the length of an antenna on the AM radio station. It's a set length. So how you make it theoretically shorter and longer, there was a box at the bottom of this the tower, and you had these little taps, and I have them right there. I could show you what it looks like, but you tap into it, and it theoretically makes the antenna longer or shorter. And you had these little clips, and you tap into this coil, and you would add capacitor and banks in there for capacitance and all that kind of stuff, and then you would get your SWRs as flat as possible. An AM radio tower is exactly like a CB radio for tuning, because the whole tower radiates in an AM station just like a CB radio. The whole antenna radiates the signal. On an FM station, you don't have that. You have just you can have any pipe up there, and then it goes up on a coax, and they have the bays. So on an FM station, it's like a TV station. They transmit with what they call bays. So you run the antennas up the coax, up the pole. So you could grab a FM antenna and you won't get shocked, because the bays are the ones that have the RF coming out of them. But an AM antenna is live. So if you go up to an AM antenna and you touch it, you're going to get shocked. I used to take neon light bulbs, and you get close to the tower and you light it up. And I got video and photos of this. You light it up, and you got a wand. You got a light lighting up in your hand. There's that much energy around the antenna, but you have to get
Holy
it.
Cow.
Yeah, and your hand gets warm. So you hold it against there, and you got the thing lit up. So you got a neon fluorescent bulb lit up in your hand. And it was really fun to play with, but it gets warm. Another thing you can do is you can sit there right at the base of the tower and stand up with both feet on the ground, by the way. You don't want to do one. You take a crescent wrench or any kind of wrench, and you tap it against the tower, and you pull an arc back. And you could pull an arc back about an inch or two, and you could hear the music playing inside that arc. So imagine, you know how
That's
welding
cool.
sounds like, that sound of welding
Yeah.
is basically 60 hertz or whatever. Well, you could hear the music in the arc, because you're no longer doing 60 hertz. It's the frequency of the oscillation of the voice. So you could hear the music playing in that arc. Yeah, and your feet would get hot, and because it's shorting out on your shoes at that point, because
So
it's
it's
looking
another,
for. Yeah,
so
and I used
that's
to.
another form of hacking.
Yeah. So I used to do that stuff when I was a kid, and I did it.
You little hacker.
I did it probably in 2010 was probably the last time I did
Pretty
that
neat, though.
at the radio station. But yeah, there's so much fun stuff you can do with radios.
AM always sounds like
Man,
shit.
that's a lot of
Now I see
that's
why.
a lot of intel that I've never got into.
Well, I grew up in
I've always
that
just took
world.
it somewhere and had them do it for me.
Yeah, but the key, if anybody wants to play with radios, just focus on the antenna first, and not so much the radio, and just get a decent radio with upper and lower sideband if you want to do the CB world, and you'll be happy. But you got to tune the antenna, and then once you get that right, and you feel like you want to get out further and walk on people, just get you a little 250 watt linear put in there, but it's got to be hooked up right. You got to supply the linear with the correct power. Don't just run a little chicken shit 16 gauge wire to a 400 watt amp. You need a good 10 gauge, or double up some 10 gauge wires, and a grounding is the key. Make sure that thing is grounded perfect. Don't just ground it to a screw on your dash somewhere. Ground it to a nice bolt. Make sure that bolt's all nice and shiny, and scratch off all the paint.
Cool, Bob.
Grounds are the key.
How does that work?
But yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm gonna shut up. I just want to say this. I remember now, I grew up on the farm, and one of my jobs was to tune all the CB radios in the combines, grain trucks, and the tractors and the pickups. So, and what was cool is everybody else was having to service the combines. They're doing wheel bearings and greasing them and stuff, and I would get out of that by doing the CB radio tuning. So I didn't have to do a lot of the dirty work. So I got to tune the CBs, which was fun. And I also fixed the radios, because, the radios were always, the speakers were going bad or need to replace, because they would mess up. So I got to do the radios, tune the CBs, and I was the go-to guy for the whole countryside for tuning the CBs. So, take it to Mike, or Mike will go tune your stuff, and I would carry around my SWR meter, because back then there was no SWR meters built into CB radios for the most part. So you had to undo the coax and do it that way with the little tuner box. And I also had an RF box that you could walk around and see the pattern of your antenna. And when you key up the mic, it would show where the nulls and the peaks were of your antenna. And it had a little RF meter with a little antenna on the top. I was a nerd back when I was a kid. I'm still a nerd. What am I talking about? I've always been a nerd, man.
Nerds is what makes this world go round and round, I think, especially with the tech we have nowadays.
Yeah.
Everything, electronic that we have takes nerds to make it go.
Yeah. That's just where my brain works, I actually have dyslexia, and I had a brain injury on a four-wheeler when I was a kid, and I lost time. I was on a 110 three-wheeler, and I hit a 202 tracks head on. We were playing chicken, and his eyeball popped out. Yeah, when he hit me in the back of the head, and he hit in the front. So the front of his head hit the back of my head, and his eyeball popped out. He had to go to the emergency room, get that fixed. And it popped out of the socket. It's not like it was dangling, but it popped it out to where you couldn't push it back in. They claim that I went to the emergency room, but I don't remember that. So I do remember coming to, and the vibration and I felt like I was going to throw up, like I just needed to puke, and I would see 5 of everything. And that lasted, and then I don't remember anything after that. So that lasted for long enough to the point to where I lost about a day or two, or maybe a couple of weeks, or maybe most of my childhood. I don't remember a lot of that stuff now.
Something
but they swear that I went to the emergency room, and I don't remember any of that. But I was out for a pretty good bit. And
so what you're saying is you could have been a girl at some point. You wouldn't know.
Yeah. No, I'm not trans. No. Do you want to know my pronouns? Yeah. Here's what I identify as. I identify as a conspiracy theorist, and my pronouns are told you so.
I like that. I've always said I identify as a black woman.
Yeah. But yeah, so anyway
I do have to get to bed. I got to get up about 4 o'clock too.
Yeah, I can talk your ear off when it comes to tech.
A bunch of interesting stuff, though.
We got to do this again. Glad it worked out. I know.
Yeah, and I
wanted to talk to you as well. So
I've been going 1,000 miles all day just to get onto this panel to get everything done. Because there's no power. I have to do everything like, to rig up my water heater just to have warm enough water to wash dishes. People take all this stuff for granted, but you can't wash dishes in cold water. You're not going to get butter and grease off with cold water. I'm sorry. So yeah, I just got the water heater working today. So, and I got a temperature gauge on it so I can see the temperature. It's going to take about 8 hours to get up to 150 degrees, but that's fine. There's 24 hours in a day, and I'm running the generator all day long. So I'll just unplug it before I go to bed, plug it back in when I get up in the morning, because I got it literally hooked up to where it plugs into the generator, on a cord.
Well, main thing is at least you're able to stay warm.
That's a good point, Bob.
Yep, wood stove. I put that in 2009.
They had wood
by myself. That was a fun project. And everybody thought I was crazy. What are you putting a wood stove in Texas? Why'd you take your central heat and air out? I took the central heat and air out, and I got window units, and I can run the window units on solar because they're dual inverter units. They don't have the AC motors. They have the DC motors, so they don't have that startup surge that kills inverters. It's a slow ramp up. It's a DC motor for the compressor and a DC motor for the fan. It's the only way to go with window units. Look for dual inverter window units, and LG makes the best ones. And that's what I have. I have 4 of them. Yeah.
Y'all need to get with Fry TV on all your tech and all your prepping work.
Yeah, I've been a prepper for a long time. I just don't like to advertise it too much because people sometimes know where you live.
Yeah, that's the bad part. If you I don't consider myself a prepper. I consider myself as somebody that puts away my own food. But when you do that, you got to be prepared to defend it too.
Oh, I got all the I got the side dishes and everything that goes along with protecting my food. Trust me. And it kind of tastes like lead, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, it's good to have you on. I'm going to end this live. We'll try to get you on again sometime. This was interesting.
Yep, the timing worked out for me. I'm usually pretty busy, but I'll do my best to jump on again when I can.
Yeah, we'll try to make it like a Friday night thing again, because during the week I just never really know, because I don't schedule my own stuff anymore. So
I work nights at the radio station, and my Friday nights are off, and my Saturday nights are off. So Friday night and Saturday night are my off nights.
Right,
so
keep that in
works
mind.
for me. Yep.
All right, we'll catch you next time. Be safe, Fry.
Later. Y'all have a good one. This was fun.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. Y'all have yourself a wonderful night.
Found a couple dead while conducting a welfare check, but before officers can begin their investigation, they will have to find a home for more than 125 cats.
No one expected this.
Corralling.
Wow. Yorktown police say they first had to hold off on investigating 2 unattended deaths here on Monday night because there were cats everywhere. The police chief is asking animal lovers to adopt. Now,
any place that can take in these cats, that's kind of what we're looking for. We're trying to turn a negative into a positive.
Humane enforcement officers with the SPCA of Westchester have been moving the cats to shelters. They can't rescue all of them right away, though, because those shelters are now out of space. So there are still cats in the house right now.
There's probably another 40, maybe even 50 or more.
SPCA officer Ernest Longaro says shelters are trying to adopt out other cats while these rescued cats get treated for parasites, dehydration, and eye infections. Longaro hopes to rescue the remaining cats at the home soon.
We provided ample food and water, and we're hoping to remove more as early as tomorrow, if not the following day.
Friends and neighbors of the couple who died here say they never had any idea about the cat hoarding.
Before we put the fence up when we first moved here, I would find every so often a cat underneath the pool deck. But I would never guess that many.
Them to veterans, our lovely veterans that fight for this country. So yeah, I know I said it. Oh my gosh, this is our, what, 4th auction? I think that's our 4th auction right now. Yeah. We're trying to do one every month. So I have 40 from South Dakota, and then I'm looking for $50 for this lovely bear. Anyone, $50? Anyone, $50? Yeah, let's come to YouTube from Facebook, and let's try to bet on the lovely bear. So $50, anyone? Does anyone have 50? 50 for one of my favorite. Whatever. Anyone?
Here, happening. Muted it.
Alrighty, so going. Yes, I know no one wants to give $50 for this one, so it's going to be $40. So I'm gonna call it $40 once, $40 twice, and sold to South Dakota Cindy. South Dakota Cindy, it's all yours. This beautiful kaleidoscope, like I say, bear that is just so lovely and beautiful, and one of my favorite ones. One of my favorite colors, really, honestly, and the smiley face, because we all always need to be smiling. So, Cindy, I'm going to ask you to send me $40 in Cash App, please. And also, I need an email address. Just make sure that you send me an email, and I'm going to write my email in the chat. And I need your address. So I am sure, where do I send? Congratulations to you, Cindy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Awesome. I just got the money, it looks like. Where's my Cash App? Hello. Got the money, and then I just need your address. So use that email that I just posted in the chat, and please send me your address so I have it. Even though that if you plan on getting more bears, it don't matter. I just need to make sure that I have an address, because one time actually I didn't receive the mail, and I needed to hunt the person down, like literally. So this lovely one I'm just going to show you also has a blanket, which is pretty cool. I love these little blankets. I love these little blankets. Look, so cute, so colorful. My goodness, like Polish Ag is definitely drawn to some color, honestly. Okay, so
who's that going to?
Cindy, I'm going to give you the name in a sec here. Here's the name.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
There, what do you got there?
So the bear, and here's the name. So we're not going to say it out loud. Oh. You got it? Okay, cool. So I'm just going to check if I got an email from you. Please send me an email with your address, because I got to make sure I really do have your address, so we can send the bears. The bears. The bears. No email yet. No email yet. Okay. So now we're going to exit here, and we're going to show this one again.
Wow.
And we can squeeze them in a little bit. So which bear we're doing now, guys? Should we do like a boy bear, maybe? Squeeze in a little bit more. Okay. Hi, Rosie Rowe. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you here so much. It's awesome that you could come on with everything that you have going on. So which beer are you guys picking up now? What are we doing next? You guys want a boy bear? Or you want a red bear? You want a pink bear? I'm waiting on that email from Cindy. I didn't get the email yet, so please send me the email. So many lovely colors, I know, right? Yeah, Elaine really did a phenomenal job with them bears. Yeah, 17 bears. And also we are doing the raffle, guys. This purple bear is our raffle bear. So we're asking for $10 for this one. For this lovely bear here. It's purple. And if anyone wants that bear, we're asking for $10, and $10 is going to enter your name into the raffle, and you can win that bear later at the end of our auction. So I'm still waiting for an email from Cindy. Cindy, did you send me an email? Because I got Jeff's address, so that's not a problem. But I don't have Cindy's. Yeah, the lighting is really right now. It's a little dark still. All these bears that you guys see are a lot lighter, honestly. So I don't know. I can see them very well. Just the camera doesn't see very well, honestly, for some reason.
There's really not much more we can do.
Can I see the black? Okay, we don't have the black.
Yes, sir. I bet
There
you were
is a
talking
black.
about that dark blue one.
See the black in front row.
Yeah.
Oh, so
It's that baby blue with the navy blue, because it is
This
dark.
one?
Yeah. It's dark.
Okay, I'm gonna take him here, I think.
There, Bob.
Maybe a better chance. Oh yeah, that's blue. Yes. Okay, Cindy, I am not getting your email. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. Awesome. Perfect. Got it. So we got Cindy covered. Okay, so that's I would say it's a boy type of a bear, but you can give it to whoever you want, right? So it has a little car right in front, right, as a decoration right here. Has obviously a flaggy because all our bears are Patriot bears. And then the yarn that we used on that one is dark blue with some dots. Can we see it well on the camera? Oh, the black one. Aye.
B Squad.
I mean, Elaine isn't really using too much of black because
No,
it's,
that's hard to crochet.
Yeah, it's really hard. But there is something in the works, if that makes sense, you know. All right, well, since we are here with this one, let's do $40 for this one. And it's beautiful baby blue face. The face is baby blue, just like Polish Agnes's eyes. And like I said, it has a car in front. It has a blanket. Elaine, use a light up crochet hook for black yarn.
Don't like it.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
Yeah.
I have one, and I don't like it.
And oh, the blanket. All right, so I'm looking for $40, guys. They are so cute. Thank you, Missy. Missy is on Facebook. She's commenting on Facebook.
Good.
$40, $40,
Hey,
$40. Anyone willing to give me $40 for this one? For this little baby?
Hey, USA Review.
Please, someone
Hold
buy
down D-Live.
me. I would like
Fourth one
to
in
go
there.
to a good family. I would like someone to play with.
I guess they do that, B Squad.
And
They meet up at the government
I
building.
think I'm a
all the
boy.
time.
I'm a very cute, handsome boy.
I mean, I don't know if
I
it's
bought
insane.
light up crochet hook
I
when I
can't
got
make one of those.
commissioned to do a Batman cape for a child
scratch?
battling cancer. Yeah. We tried with black. Oh my god. It's not worth it. It takes so much time. So anyone? Maybe $40. We're asking $40 for the blue one. Yeah.
Ben,
We are asking
time,
$40 for
It's on the
this
screen.
beautiful,
Top of it.
beautiful blue boy. And we got the blanket with him and flagging in a car in front. So, with that being said,
What was there? How about that to end this one? It's almost
yeah,
12
Rosie,
hours.
neither did I, but unfortunately, that's what's happening. Okay,
I'll
well,
probably either
I'm looking
start
for
Twitch up
$40.
or
Anyone
the
who like
other YouTube
this
channel.
beautiful blue bear? I'm looking for 40, and that's our starting bet, $40. Oh, we can do Venmo. Yeah, I can do Venmo, and I can do PayPal as well. So, either or, that's fine by me. Just Cash App is always the easiest for us because we got the card with the Cash App, and whatever we're buying, we're just using the card. But I can transfer the money. That's not a problem. So yeah, we can do Venmo, we can do Cash App, and we can do PayPal. No problem. So, $40? Anyone? No. $40? Anyone? 40, 40, 40. Anyone? Anyone? $40. I'm watching the chat. I'm watching the chat this time around, guys. So, read your Facebook. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. I got it. So,
Yeah, but 20 plus shipping maybe.
So
I had to take her at least an hour, at least 2 hours to make, right? Plus supplies.
Adorable
likes
really? Blue. Because last time she was talking about the blue bear too. Is the lady making the bears getting any cash? Oh, we're replacing the yarn, we're replacing the stuffing, we're buying boxes. So no, all the money basically is going to the good causes that we're doing. And we pay for the shipping as well. So this is all for the good cause, guys. I mean, no one's getting rich here. Okay, so I wanted to say, hey, oh, okay, wild man. All right, well, I'm looking for $40, guys, for this bear. Does anyone, this bear isn't appearing to anyone, really, honestly. Because we gotta keep moving. We got a lot of bears. We got 17 bears. We only sold 2 for now, and we have 1 for the raffle. The raffle is $10. If anyone wants to send $10 for the purple bear, to enter their name in a raffle, and we'll raffle it off later on tonight. No, I don't have Zella. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Okie dokie. So, I'm waiting for $40. Come on, guys. Let's do this. No one wants this cute bear? Come on, I can't believe it. That's so cute. It's got a blue face, a pom-pom, a little beautiful car. Here's the butt, so I want to show you the yarn we used. And it has like a different type of, it's green, red, a little bit yellow dots, and all that. Valentine's bear. Give it to someone you love. It's all about hearts, isn't it? $40, guys. I'm waiting for 40. Okay, we finally got a little bit more people here. 45 people. It's better than 30. And he likes to cuddle, you know. All our bears like to cuddle. And they are looking for a great company. Someone who can take care of them.
It's been on her titty.
Moving on. Oh no, you're talking to moving on. I thought you were telling me to move on. It's like, okay. $40 for Blue Bear. Anyone? $40? Nope. Should I proceed with the next one? I don't know. No one wants to give me $40. Jeepers creepers. You look great, Agnes. Thank you, Victor. I just saw that.
Bill, you having a bad night or something? You can't seem to say anything positive today.
Okay, well, let's try another bear then, I guess. No? What should I do? Should I just wait? The blue bear is cute. I still want a pink one. I tried to send my via Zella just as a thank you. It didn't work for me. I don't use Zella. There's a pink one as well, yeah. Let's look at the
get out
pink
of
one.
here,
Alright,
guys.
well, we're gonna abandon.
Time is running out. It's 11:43. I'm not trying to wait around because all I got is Bill talking shit right now, so I'm good on the negativity for now. I'm gonna take off. Thanks to everybody that was as positive as they could be today, because those people are awesome. You negative little shits, I got enough of that already. I mean, I got enough of that with me. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. Y'all have a good one. Oh, don't do drugs. Well, maybe you need to start. What do you do? You heard me say that when you roll it back or something? Oh man. I love you guys. I'm gonna come back on later. Hey, thanks for streaming tonight, Fry. I'm gonna come back on later after I get my pizza, maybe on Twitch or the other YouTube channel. I don't know. I still love you, Bill. Hope you have an alright day, man. I love y'all. Bye.